不曾拥有姓名。通向终点的路很长，但谁也无法预知结局。有人前倾暗影，谋而后动；有人拼尽全力，克敌机先。没有对与错，只有速度是唯一的答案。奔跑吧，在到达终点之前。
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to a wonderful night here at the DPC. It's a beautiful night. As always, we've got some incredible games lined up, and tonight we are kicking it off with some of the best teams in Division 2. It is going to be IG taking on the likes of SHENZHEN, who is riding a hot streak. My name is R Cryptic, and I'm joined by one of the best around, Mr. Black. How you doing, man?
I'm trying to figure out my camera settings so I don't flash bang you guys. This is good, right?
Oh, there, all that. That looks beautiful, man. That looks beautiful.
Thank you. My morning's been good. I've been doing 2 classes again, staying active, making sure that we are not the typical stereotype gamer. Other than that, yeah, looking forward to some good. You're good, dude. We went to the gym together. I know you can hold your own. It's all good. It's all good. Yeah, game should be good. But I gotta say straight from the beginning, if IG doesn't win this, I don't know what they're gonna do. Like, this is a must-win territory.
Yeah, right. Like, this is one of those teams that is just—they've had a rough year. When you talk about any like top-tier team that's had just a bad year, there's 2 that come to mind. It's Nigma, and then it's IG. Like, those 2 teams have had a rough year of Dota, and IG. Yeah. This is just such a team of stacked all-stars. You would think they'd be competing at the top of Division 1, but they have been just fighting in Division 2 instead. And then, not always winning. They dropped their series to CDEC earlier in the tour.
Mm-hmm.
I believe they got, was it 2-1 or 2-0? I'd have to double check.
2-1, I believe. 2-1, I believe.
It was 2-1, correct, yeah.
That's the thing, though. Like, they really... Like, how do you put this nicely? Like, their aspiration is they're major winners, right? They got pretty far at TI, they won majors. Like, being in Division 2 is just so, like, degrading to them, Like, I can't even imagine how they feel about this. And then losing games in this Division 2, they're probably like, oh my god, what the hell is happening to us?
Yeah, it sounds very bizarre, right? They have an 82% win rate, which makes sense, right? We'd expect this team to do incredibly well. They struggled last season, but this season looking much better. But I do want to talk about SHENZHEN, though, because this isn't just the IG show. SHENZHEN started the season off really shaky, and we actually, with a little bit of insight from their previous interviews, they have looked very good. They have looked substantially better. Probably one of the most improved teams here in Division 2 this season, as they just took down the likes of Fusion as well as Team Magma. So they're sitting at 3-2. They're bouncing their way back. Do you think this is a pushover series for IG, or is this like, is SHENZHEN going to give them a run for their money? Is, I guess, where I'm going.
Now, I think if IG wants to make any like sort of impact at the TI qualifiers, this needs to be pushover series for them. But at the same time, it's also do or die pretty much for SHENZHEN, because if they don't win, there's no way they can get promoted. So this scenario is pretty much do or die for both teams, right? But you have to expect IG just to be quite a bit better, hopefully, because it's just like, the pure star power on that team. Like, you want to see them in Division 1. All these players, they belong in the like tier 1 scene, right? On LAN tournaments, that's where you want to see them.
Yeah, exactly. I'm excited to see where this ends up going. I think, for the most part, we would come into this probably favoring IG. Yeah, I think anyone would, but we said that going into the CDEC series, and then CDEC like handled them. So I'm pretty excited for this one nonetheless. And then after this, we have some more games, but you're right. It is a do or die scenario, essentially, for both teams. If IG lose this, they essentially tie SHENZHEN at 4-2. CDEC remain at the top at 4-1, and it'll be interesting. I want to take a look at the standings in a little bit. We'll kind of go into it in detail.
Look at that pure support rating, Ricky. That's brutal.
That is. I would say it's probably like 75-25, but they are really favoring IG, dude. Holy god. These people haven't been watching SHENZHEN lately. I don't know, maybe.
No, so our theory was that this was pre-league, standings.
Oh, okay.
Which would make a lot more sense, because like, everybody expects IG, especially with FY, to be like super, super good, right? And they have been still performing. They dropped the series to CDC, but by no means did they look like weak outside of the series. Against CDC, they looked kind of like they were a little bit outclassed, which is weird to say. But in the other series, I think it was pretty much all 2-0s.
Yeah, I believe so. I think you are correct.
Yeah, so SHENZHEN is, you know, you have no excuses. You need to destroy them if you want to claim your righteous place at the top.
Absolutely. I'm excited to see what these teams pull out today. We've been seeing a lot of heroes start to get more and more attention here as the DPC season go on. I'd say predominantly the Dawnbreaker and the Marcy have just been absolute beasts. And we're just going to go right on into the draft. We're going to see a first pick Tiny from IG. SHENZHEN respond with the Marcy and the Viper, which... tell me what you... just straight up, how do you feel about the Viper this early?
It's been rising in popularity lately just because it's such a strong offlaner. And honestly, Marcy 4, Viper 3 sounds like a nightmare for pretty much any hero to deal with. Like, you get poisoned twice to try to run away, get thrown back in, like, you're probably just gonna die.
Rebound like 1,000 units, then dispose them like right back into the Viper. Yeah, that's a fun one.
That sounds like a very grueling lane. And also, one of the biggest weaknesses of Viper is mobility, right? And Marcy does offer that to you.
Yeah, 45% increased movement speed.
I still don't know why that level... Like, how is that a thing on level 1? How does it not increase over levels?
That's what I thought. It would be a scaling thing, but it was... That was like when before they were going to bring Marcy into Captain's Mode, my initial thought was, I was like, they're going to nerf rebound so that the movement speed scales, right? Mm-hmm. And I figured they were going to reduce the cast point on Dispose. And I was like, that would probably balance this hero out pretty well. And then they're like, yeah, we reduced our ult by 10 seconds. And then they just added her to the game. And I'm like, huh, okay.
I like that approach of IG, though. Like, the only way to really play against Viper is to out-sustain the hero. So Warlock plus one more sort of defensive, like, carry would make a lot of sense. You just stay back and you farm up. You know? Like, if you don't get many poison stacks on you, it's very hard to actually die against Viper.
Yeah.
So I would like Warlock, and I mean the best would be like some sort of the spell hero, but Lifestealer is not that great. I guess Weaver could work, or something like a Medusa.
I've actually seen Weaver pretty good, but the problem is it's a little bit scary because of the massive increase in the cooldown on the Sakuchi nowadays, where it's like if you Sakuchi and Marcy happens to like rebound dispose you, you're just dead. Like they're like. I've actually played against a couple safe lane Weavers, and it has felt so weak, like if it gets caught out of position once.
Yeah, that's the biggest problem, though. Like, by no means do I want to downplay the strength of a Marcy Viper lane. Like, whatever hero you put there, if you are out of position, you are going to die. Like, no matter what it is going to be, you have to be really, really careful.
Have you been playing a lot of Dota lately, Black?
Yeah. I'm playing like 5-6 hours a day minimum.
Oh,
pretty much.
Quite a lot. That's a lot of Dota.
Now, I could see here, like, actually banned the Void themselves. I was going to say Void looks really good for them because Void Warlock does not really care about Viper Marcy.
Yeah.
But they banned it out instead. You know, here I really miss, and I think is quite strong right now, is Lone Druid that could be picked up.
Yeah. I remember talking to someone about it today. Was it today or yesterday? About like why Lone Druid just doesn't feel super strong despite the fact that his like just consistent buffs to make this hero good. But I think part of it is just like the bear is not I guess you can deal with the bear too easily in lanes now because of how much like lanes are prioritized. And if you just kill the bear, you just like you just lose the lane. Like the lane's over if you manage to kill the bear. So it's like I feel like that's been a primary reason is like the bear is still 300 gold, 300 XP at level 1. And
it's pretty
killable.
Weak nowadays at level 1 too.
Yeah.
I mean, even like because it scales with levels now, you're the health of the bear, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, it's pretty weak early on, especially. It's just like I have a really hard time seeing like what hero actually wants to play against this lane. Maybe like a sniper?
I was gonna say sniper. Shrapnel build sniper is actually pretty sick, and I don't.
It is, yeah.
There's actually a few. I'm pretty sure that if you headshot Marcy mid rebound, it stops the rebound.
I believe it does. I think I've seen it.
I believe
before,
it does.
actually.
So you can actually use take aim and instantly cancel rebound if Marcy's coming for you.
Alright. Now
Which is quite
Juggernaut looks pretty damn good as well.
Yeah.
If
So
you
is
wanna
that
do that.
5 Dawnbreaker probably, or are we looking at a 5 Viper with a Dawnbreaker?
Could be a
offlane?
mid Viper still. Like that's the thing. It's super flexible, right?
Yeah,
Like there could be a
that's
mid
true.
Viper, could be a mid Dawnbreaker that we have seen a lot in Europe, especially. I don't think in China we've actually seen any Dawnbreaker mid, but mid Dawnbreaker is ridiculously strong. You have this global presence at like minute 5. You deal
Yeah.
more damage than Zeus, and you heal. It is.
Oh, yeah.
Like you can't win any fight on the side lane. It's impossible.
I actually played. I've been playing a lot of Dawnbreaker myself because I'm mode like pick Pudge every game, and if it's banned, I'm mode pick Dawnbreaker every game, and if that's banned, I'm mode pick Marcy every game. So I've been playing a lot of Dawnbreaker because Pudge is just banned every game. I got to play it mid, and I know exactly what you're talking about. It felt ridiculous. Like I don't know how you deal with this hero if you can't destroy like shut her down in the lane stage.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with that. How do you shut it down in the laning stage in the mid lane? You just spam double spell and it's done, right? Like that's why, honestly, I believe Dawnbreaker's strongest position. If you can't 100% win the off lane, I think the strongest position is the mid lane, just because of how well it scales, and like because you need to crush the lane as Dawnbreaker, otherwise your impact is just not nearly as strong. If you can't ensure it in the off, put it in the mid, pick a more favorable off lane matchup.
Yeah, I like that idea a lot because the Dawnbreaker, I think people are starting to realize just how good the like Deso build is, and it's like
It's way too much damage.
you just forget everything else. You don't need any other damage on it. You just build a Deso, you get the shard, a blink, a BKB, and you're just suddenly critting people for like 900 damage.
Yeah, Warlock and Shaman get 1 star breaker.
Yeah,
If that's even a term. Well, now it is a term.
and you just blink on them too, and there's nothing you can do because she just has that BKB immunity during the Starbreaker. So it's like you have to have a blink or you have to have like a Force Staff on Shaman or Warlock to try and get away, or a Yule's, which these are not heroes that like to build those items.
Is this pretty much guaranteed? I could be a mid tiny or mid pangoli, I guess, but it's a core tiny guaranteed, huh?
Probably mid tiny. Right? I think Emo's played a lot of tiny. And
I could see
Pango
that.
definitely kind of seems like the standard off lane that we've seen out of JT. So I would expect that to go there. What do you think about this Terrorblade though? Because this does kind of signify a little bit about the lanes, right? Because I imagine with Terrorblade, you're not going to last pick your 5 here, right? So are we looking at a 5 Viper or the 5 Dawnbreaker? I mean, it's got to be one of those two, right?
Yeah, but what I actually feel like would be super strong, you just put the Viper middle, because whether it's Pango or Tiny there, it's going to be the tempo controller, right? And neither of those heroes can actually lane against Viper at all. So you have that matchup pretty much in the bag, and then you can choose whether you have the Dawnbreaker in a 3 or the Marcy in a 3. We have seen 3 Marcy in Europe, and it did okay. It didn't do amazingly, but it is an option. And then they could pick a 5 last, but what 5 really secures you the lane here? Honestly, Winter Wyvern looks pretty sick, honestly.
Okay, yeah. I was going to say, I kind of just like Dawnbreaker as a 5. Like, if you look at the off lane here, it dominates both of these supports. Like, neither of these supports play well into the Dawnbreaker.
Yeah.
You always have to, like, Hex or Shackle the Starbreaker, which means, like, Terrorblade's just going to be able to freely attack you. So,
yeah. No, I definitely like Dawnbreaker 5 too. But they have a lot of flexibility. So whatever like IG does, they can answer it.
Flexibility and the final pick. Yeah, that is a big deal.
Yeah, as you said, they could even go. Yeah, me too. They don't even have to do Viper middle. They could still do Viper support and pick like a Zeus middle or something. Well, that's banned, but you know what I mean. Morphling into the TV. It's a Morphling favorite matchup, sure, but it's a Morphling also.
So you just need some like burst damage out of the mid lane here, right? Or like pick an off lane that dominates the Morphling.
I mean, I feel you could just do Viper Marcy in the off, and Morphling is going to be really sad.
Just run Marcy 5 or something and pick a better mid.
Yeah. What mids are really good though? Honestly, there's so many that you could potentially pick. I'm a big Bad Rider fan, honestly. They don't really have great answers to Bad Rider. Like Bad Rider, Viper, Dawnbreaker, there's so much chaos going on. Plus Marcy as well. But Chinese teams don't really play a Bad Rider middle, so it's probably not really an option. If you want to go for something more stable, more like frontline-ish, you could just pick a Necrophos.
I like Necro.
Because it also
what
owns Pango and
about-
Tiny.
What about Kunkka? Is that
Sure,
decent
Kunkka,
enough?
yeah, Kunkka is a good pickup as well. It just doesn't lane as well as like a Necro or Viper would. The only reason why I like these lane dominators is because their pace setters, if they are destroyed, there's just nothing the Morphling can do to help you get back into the game, right? It's potentially a 3v5.
Yeah. I like. It's all good points.
So,
Oh man, this is going to be scary. They got plenty of time still to think about this. They have a whole minute of reserve time here, and I mean, if you're
pick,
IG,
honestly.
what are you most worried about? If you're IG, like, are you worried about the burst damage for the Morphling, or like more of a team fight hero?
I think your biggest issue is really going to be that scenario that I spoke about. It's like actually going to be like a 3v5. Tiny into Viper, suddenly you just can't lane. You have to like rotate level 5, level 6. Things don't work out for you. You just become like a glorified support. And at that stage, Morphling against Terrorblade doesn't really feel that good anymore for the Morphling either. So I hope they'll go that route on SHENZHEN. Because if they give this Emo mid-Tiny a good lane... Okay, so...
Whoa,
what does that mean?
That's got to be a mid Mars, right?
Could be a mid Viper still.
It is going to be mid Mars. Okay, I was going to say, because Mars is one of the worst matchups into Morphling. Like, yeah, it's specifically a matchup that you can't play. So it is going to be the mid Mars, which gives them a lot more team fights. But I think it's a pretty good mid matchup. It is going to be Emo on the Pango.
Yeah.
So I think the Mars is...
It's not terrible, but it's not like you own the lane, right? They both just free farm pretty much. I mean, you have two ways of canceling the roll, I guess. Like your Spear can cancel it and your Rebuke can cancel it, but it's not what I would call domination. And I think a lot of the pressure is on Emo this game.
Yeah. So it is going to be the offlane Dawnbreaker, the 5-position Viper. So the Viper lane with Terrorblade should be pretty strong. I imagine he goes for like early points in Reflection just to like try and trade aggressively, because I don't know how they actually fight it. Like, it's an offlane Tiny. Dude has 0 armor.
Yeah.
So should be pretty easy.
I would imagine just level 1, he goes into Reflection. Viper starts right-clicking the Tiny, and he's going to feel pretty awful about himself.
Yeah. I'm excited, man. This is a good one. Who do you give the draft to? Because the last pick Mars obviously throws a little bit of a wrench into things. But do you think SHENZHEN still have the draft advantage, or are you liking IG here?
Honestly, I do like SHENZHEN's draft a lot. Like, Dawnbreaker is a pretty good matchup into Morphling. They can always just jump on top of him. He has to morph up. Suddenly he loses like half his damage. Last hit becomes an issue. It really will come down how well the mid-Mars can perform. I think the side lanes are going to go very well for them, but Emo definitely has the chance to just break those open once he reaches level 6.
All right. Yeah, I'm with you on that. I'm a little bit of an underdog story fan, so I'm actually gonna root for SHENZHEN in this one. They have looked so good this last week, taking some really important series. And IG, they get this last pick Morphling almost, but I'm really rooting for SHENZHEN. I think their draft makes a lot of sense to me. I agree with what you said. They hit that early game tempo, and it's going to just cause havoc for the side of IG. So
I would agree.
See what happens. Yeah,
let's go.
Let's do it, man. I'm excited. We're just going to jump right into it. The game's on a little bit of an early pause here, but we're going to go ahead anyway. Jump right into the game. Take a look at maybe
toilet break
or something.
It's not allowed.
Did they actually? Oh, they did.
Yeah.
Wow.
At the beginning of the game too, there's no excuse here. You have to empty your bladder at the beginning, like before it starts. You need to be a professional.
If
whoever went to the bathroom is gonna get fined.
If my pubs can't pause for 3 minutes after the game starts, then neither should pro games.
No, you know what I always say? If you're not allowed to GG out in a ranked matchmaking game, well, now you are in a 5-man party, whatever scenario. But if you're not allowed to GG out in like solo queue games, you should not be allowed to GG out in pro games. Everyone should suffer. Right?
I like it.
Well,
technically it's the same now because it's a 5v5, right?
Yeah, but I'm just saying, if you make me suffer, I want you to suffer too. Because why not? Imagine just pro teams standing in 5-man fountain. It would be so awkward. Would give him time to discuss the next game, though.
Yeah. All right, we got the G's are out. Oh, man.
Who's your standout player for SHENZHEN, by the way? For me, it's usually Dolme.
Dolme has looked super good, honestly.
And he's on a Dawnbreaker, massive impact hero.
Yeah, Dolme's look really good. Kaiko, I think earlier, the last like 2 series has had incredible performances from his one position.
Yeah.
I think one of them specifically was also his Terrorblade, where he just popped off. I remember him like 1v4ing an entire enemy team. I think it was against Magma.
Yeah, I believe it was.
Check, but
I think I casted the game too.
Yeah, it was against Magma. It was specifically into the Morphling as well, and he just destroyed it. So, we'll see.
The biggest problem I've always had with Kaiko is just his itemization is very, very defensive. Pretty much every scenario. Like, whether they're ahead or behind, he always itemizes very defensively. Which sometimes is good, but most of the time it's really not your job, you know? It feels more like there's potentially like a lack of trust that your teammates will save you, you know? And the better the opponents get, the more it's going to backfire. Like, I remember his Void. I think he built BKB, Lincolns, and like Yasha or something. Was it Manta?
Yeah, it was Manta. It was like Manta, BKB, Lincolns, and we're like, you know, I guess like if he just never dies, they can kill people, and that was what happened. He just never died. It was kind of funny. All right, we're gonna see the rune split 2-2, as expected here.
Yeah. Now this Viper TB lane should have a pretty easy time, honestly, against the Tiny. Level 1 reflections, some poison attacks. Should be no problem. They're actually looking at a Vi right now. Or well, at least Hara is.
Yeah, Hara's just going to prevent them from joining. The thing is Shadow Shaman, super slow hero. Tiny, super slow hero. Also 0 armor. So, I mean, this Terrorblade should have a pretty free time. And he does go the reflection level 1. He's just going to make sure Tiny has no ability to show himself here. And he's going to try. A little bit of miscommunication there as the poison attacks don't come off right away, but...
Yeah, gotta be careful we don't lose those free CS, because, as you said, that's really a lane that can absolutely dominate. I like the aggressive posturing as well.
Yeah.
Really gotta make him feel awful about themselves.
Hara and FY are trading a lot of damage. Now, eventually, Viper will win this if he can keep the stacks going, but... Yeah, look at Kaiko, dude. He's just clicking Tiny anytime he comes up to the lane. Yeah. He's missing CS for this. He's only got 2.
But I think it's worth it, though. Because, like, eventually you're going to get free farm if you bully him enough. And then you need to worry about it. FY might actually be dead. Oh, TP's out.
Alright, well, good play by Tiny. FY there. But yeah, now Tiny has nothing that he can do in this lane.
Yeah. Maybe pull the creep aggro back, get the range keep denies. Might be a little bit too late. So the lane is going to push in eventually, which should give Tiny some free experience at least.
Yeah, they don't have the hard camp available. He's actually blocked it on Hara himself, so he has no way to kind of re-pull this.
Yeah, it's all going to be a creep aggro game from here on out. Top lane, honestly, thinking about it, like Morphling, Warlock it's very hard to beat. Like the Shadow Word on a Morphling is absolutely ridiculous. So top lane is probably not going to be easy at all.
I just don't know what you can do to like bully out the Dawnbreaker though, right? Because she's just gonna max Celestial Hammer, get the Soul Ring, and at that point, like she just kind of free farms the lane, or like, you know, you can't really do anything to her.
Yeah,
Ollie does need to be careful because once you get like the second point in Celestial Hammer or even the third, the burst damage from that ability can kill almost any support. So
I think you can even die already if they aggress him, but they're going on Fly right now a little bit. But of course, Morphling one of the better heroes against Dawnbreaker too, because they have high armor, so that Dawnbreaker isn't nearly as scary.
I guess we haven't really talked about mid lane. One of the other, the only other lane, I guess. Phoenix versus Emo, the Mars versus the Pangolier. Now, typically I would say like Pango wins a lot of lanes, but I don't know if it actually beats the Mars. Like the spell like spam that's going to come out from the Mars is pretty annoying to deal with.
Yeah, honestly, I think those two heroes are pretty much identical. Like both have 2 spam spells, which can just clear waves ridiculously easily and harass enemy heroes. This should just be a trade 5-5 farm lane, and then whoever gets level 6 first can maybe rotate to the side lane.
Or just kill the other, right? Arena is like almost a guaranteed kill on the Pango, and Pango's Rolling Thunder is probably a guaranteed kill on the Mars.
I'm just going to be expecting both of them to be on pretty high resources come the minute 4 rune. So
yeah.
Like for me, as always, if you die in the mid lane 1v1, it's always a player mistake. Either it's greed or out of position. It's always one or the other. Like solo kills should never happen.
Yeah. I never die in the mid lane solo. Crap it.
You know, believe it or not, I played a lot of mid lane, especially in VG. I was one of the only players that would never die in the mid lane because I'm just, you know, okay, I'm losing the lane, but I'm not gonna feed you, bro.
Yeah, that is one of those things that just like changes the lane so heavily if you happen to die.
Yeah. And I was always one of those players too. Like if I'm owning the lane, I'm literally just denying every creep. I'm gonna make you feel like crap. It was one of my recipes for success, man.
This is a really sick rotation mid from FY, just to guarantee that bottom rune doesn't go on over to the Mars, and it will give Emo that XP advantage now. It is costing Tiny, obviously, right, as he just can't contest the lane at all, but he's not dying.
Terrorblade is a big problem, though. 25-16, man.
They found the Warlock. There's the damage, like we were talking about, the level 3 power spike from these two, and Fly will just... He's going to be fine. He's got plenty of strength to morph away, but... Yeah, the rebound into that dispose right on top of the head of the Starbreaker. That is a ton of damage.
Yeah, we didn't even talk about the Psychic either on top of every swipe.
Oh my gosh, I hadn't considered that.
Yeah, it is what, plus 20 per swipe as well. So technically plus 45 per swipe and smash. It's kind of ridiculous, like how much damage you amass there.
And the lifesteal out of it, like you get a lot of sustain.
Yeah, yeah. With your own additional like luminosity already. Lane's not gonna get easier, that's for sure. Well,
speaking of lanes that aren't getting easier, bottom is now going to be way more difficult as Hara gets level 3, so the 2 points in that poison attack mean that there's no contesting the lane at all, right? Like,
and Terrorblade has threats too. So now the movement speed is there, the attack speed is there.
Mid lane, goes for the Rolling Thunder. Mars gets a little bit of a speed boost. He could dispose him away, but he's so fast, yeah. He should be all right, and he's got to be careful. He's got the arena to try and follow it up. A nice swashbuckle away, but Hara is here. Going to start stacking up the slows. Can they close the gap is the question. A regen rune's going to spawn. And the arena comes out. They got Emo. They pin FY to the wall as well. Oh, the 2 hero swashbuckle plus the fairy fire. Emo, is he going to live? The damage reduction from the shield crash, it's enough. It ends up being a 3-0. Greedy play there by Phoenix on the Mars. He could have speared the Pango.
He had to spear the Pango 100%, and then that fight goes completely differently. And we don't have the shield crash and the swashbuckle on all the heroes. It's unfortunate. It could have been so good. That's always Dota, right? It could have been so good, but it's not. That's the difference between, you know, just skill levels.
Yeah. Emo baited out well. The wand, or the stick, I think he had full 10 charges plus a fairy fire. And then, of course, the shield damage, the shield crash damage reduction, what was like almost 40% or something, over 40 or like almost 50%.
Yeah, I think it's pretty ridiculous. If you hit a, what? How many did he hit? 3?
I think he hit all 3. Yeah.
Yeah. And this is the problem with the draft, though. When you have Viper, right? It's always very easy to just become like a paperweight and not really do anything in the game.
Oh, they found Ollie again. And that's, oh my god. Rotation from Emo, Rolling Thunder. There's going to be a bonus move.
Run away.
Pretty quick. But Emo, he's not giving this one up. And I think he's... Oh, the ankle break at the last second. All right.
Emo said he's a China mid lane god, got ankle broken. And Phoenix is waiting for him with an arena.
I don't think he has the damage alone, though. So he's just going to back off, yeah.
You can you swashbuckle out of the arena? You can't, right? You get pushed back in.
You can't swash, no, but you can like walk into it and shield crash out, or walk into it and then swash out.
Yeah.
Because it has like that half-second ICD on the actual pushback of the arena wall.
You know the biggest reason why I don't like this Mars last pick is, back when I played with Ice as Ice, we literally always counter-picked Mars with Pangolier, just because you have like a couple of very good ways to get out of the arena for free.
Yeah, it's a little bit more difficult now, but still, it's... Yeah, it just makes his time a lot easier.
Might
He's
just
gonna
get
get
arena
scouted by
here.
an Invis Mars. I don't think he needs arena.
Don't even need it.
They're just gonna kill him.
Meta, I like the
Gives the
meta.
kill on over to Kaikyo.
Yeah. Gives an excuse to just farm faster in the jungle, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. Why not? I mean, this being said, JT is kind of quote-unquote trying to recover in the bottom lane. He is so poor, though. 2,500 net worth right now.
I don't actually like that Kaiko went into the jungle. He's kind of just giving Tiny a free lane. Like, Emo already TP'd top. There was no real danger of anyone rotating on him. And as you said, like, he gave Tiny quite a bit of space now.
Yeah. He's gonna go back to the lane and farm it up. I mean, plus lane creeps are worth so much money.
Yeah,
Right,
they
like-
really are.
That's the other thing. It's like one creep wave is worth like 2.5 jungle camps.
Like,
So
as TB, I never jungle unless I'm really forced to, because you can literally just send your illusions to farm jungle camps for you. And farm the
Yeah.
lane at the same time. If you can just 1v1 the enemy. But Emo is becoming pretty damn big. Already
Yeah.
halfway to his diffuser blade, which is gonna cause so many problems for all these heroes. So mana dependent.
do you like the diffusal first?
Yeah.
Because of that, this game, because of the mana issues.
Yeah, big fan. Like, they have 5 heroes that are super mana dependent and they don't have high mana pools at all. They probably don't even have they don't have an arcane boots builder either. I guess Viper could, but you're just a 5 Viper with 900 net worth.
I mean, you can build it on Marcy. She doesn't really like upgrade boots for the longest time anyway. She kind of just like
Yeah.
rushes a blink, so like you could eventually go for the mana boots.
Because I feel like if you don't have mana boots and you get swashbuckled twice, your team fight is pretty much over.
Yeah. Stacks coming out from both teams, but for now, Terrorblade continuing to farm the jungle. JT is just gonna go ahead and try and rush that blink dagger now after his like tread soul ring, which is gonna take him a while. You know, this offlane tiny blink's probably not coming out before like the 16-minute mark, right?
Yeah. Depending on whether he can get a kill or two, or maybe he even dies and delays it even more. But I would honestly like to see some more aggression from SHENZHEN. They have the Solar Guardian available, they have Master level 6. I think they could just wrap around and make something happen somewhere.
So it looks
they
like
content
Dome
just
is just
farming?
going for the first item BKB.
Yeah, I think often at Dawnbreaker you sort of have to do that. It's just like your job is to post Solar Guardian, just go in and be that front line, right?
Yeah. Big ancient stack here for the side of SHENZHEN. They're going to commit the Terrorblade meta, and
Yeah.
he's going to get to work on this.
Which also means they are not really planning to make any sort of aggressive movement anytime soon. Viper is just sitting bottom, Nethertox sitting out the wave.
We could see Ollie smoke up here with FY and Emo in the mid lane, but looks like Ollie wants to get his level 6 first
They
on
need
the
to
mid
goal them.
wave.
Yeah, 1 creep or 2 because they're all stealing the experience. Very nice.
Alright, we might see them smoke up now.
Yeah, the stack is gone already though, so they won't be catching TB off guard. And they are smoked up, but it's probably not the easiest kill on the Mars. They're going the long way though.
Diffusal as well on Emo. YP.
they're
Oh, they're just going into Roche.
it. That is
Whoa.
pretty hard to read.
That's a great play, yeah. Everyone kind of forgets that the Serpent Wards, they still do a ton of damage to
What?
Roche.
They're kind of moving there. Or just for the rune though. They have no idea.
There's no way. They're not going to expect this. Really
Probably
sick
like-
play here from IG.
They're smoking bot, guys. Nope. They're not smoking bot.
They're going to be like, huh, what happened?
I guess they do have Shadow Shaman. They're looking
Phoenix
at
with an
Fly
Invis
Fly.
rune. He's looking for Fly.
He morphed down all the way. I feel like Phoenix could try something. Oh,
no. I think he had to go for this spear into arena. All right,
Yeah.
rebound for a little bit of bonus movement speed, and Emo's roll
Little
not
bit.
going to connect.
he 500 movement speed.
That's
little
true
bit
for a
of
lot of
movement
extra movement speed.
But yeah, like, I don't want to say he's not a comfortable mass player, but like an expert mass player there, the Morphling is dead.
You just
100%.
definitely spear into the arena, right? You don't try to pin him
Yeah.
to a tree.
Yeah, 100%. And you spear first before you put the arena down.
Yeah, exactly.
But that's honestly a pretty advanced master, because it's not easy to pull off. Like, if you're
Yeah.
just playing mass because it's a good hero, you won't be able to do that.
Yeah, I remember very vividly at the major. Saberlight on TSM had one of like the most insane blink spear into arenas on a puck, and it like won them the game. It was so sick. But it's like you watch anybody, you watch like other Mars players try it, and just they miss the combo or something, right?
Yeah, the thing is, it's very quick. Like you gotta know the exact range of everything. If you don't, you're gonna miss. It's like literally pixel perfect. Like you don't even get speared into the wall. You're like your body is in the middle of the wall. Is kind of how it ends up being. You know, there's like no wiggle room at all. I'm always very happy when Mars players are able to pull that off. I mean, I can do it like really reliably in demo mode, but like in a real game, it's so much harder.
Yeah, with ping and all that stuff, it's not easy. I remember watching another content creator streamer from the North American zone. He was doing a guide on Mars. He was like, "Yeah, watch. I'll show you all how to do this." And it took him like 19 tries to get it right to do it for once. And I was like, "Yeah, that's not easy."
Sounds about right. Yeah, it's not easy. It really isn't.
Oh, ooh, off the mark again. Phoenix not having a great time on the Mars, and this is what feels so bad about the Mars right now is when you pick this hero, you have to put this arena spear combo to good use early on because it starts to fall off as the game goes on. People get BKB, they get more health, and like your combo isn't gonna like guaranteed kill anyone.
Tiny gets a blink dagger.
Yeah, he's gotta find him. Wifey actually hiding in the trees, but they do manage to get on top of the Mars. The arena does come down. Dolma jumps into the center of the Serpent Wards though, and FY. He's got his hands on him. He's got no way out on the Dawnbreaker. A disaster here for SHENZHEN. He's going to be able to even find the Viper and YP. Oh my goodness.
I mean, if the Mars doesn't nail his spells, or rather if Mars gets initiated on, there's just no winning any fights. He is their team fight, pretty much the only team fight they have. He died first. There's no fighting after that.
The only damage that SHENZHEN did in that entire fight was another Toxin, and then of course the Solar Guardian. That was it. They got like 2 spells off, and their whole team died.
It's looking pretty bleak. They're looking at the morphing down there again. They have to be so careful because everyone's there, man. If they don't get this kill instantly. Oh, he didn't
morph
up.
Be able to, yeah. Okay.
You know,
it's like when you get the blink spear on top of him like that from melee range, you're not gonna be able to react. But
it actually, like, if you like expect it, it's definitely possible to react. But Fly has a history on his morphing for where this happens. Like he's not the quickest when it comes to just reacting.
Lunch, toss back. He's found Hara. The Hex comes through from 5, and nice. Wow, they're able to get the shackle onto the Marcy. Dolmite did pick up a kill. But that Marcy in some trouble. A spear off the mark again from Phoenix, and Emo just responds with a rolling thunder. He's going to use it, just dap close onto the Mars. They get a double kill for JT's Tiny. And Dolman has to walk away. SHENZHEN crumbling in these fights right now.
Well, it really isn't them. It's more really just on Phoenix right now. It's always tough to single out one player, but he really needs to get his stuff together. Now, his team is very, very reliant on him. Without him, they cannot fight.
Yeah, I feel like mid lane, there's so many heroes that they could have picked that might have done pretty well, but the Mars just feels weird, right? Like, it just...
Yeah. It's a player expert, like special hero.
Yeah.
If you're not super comfortable on a hero, I feel like it's very rough to pick it.
Alright, Kaiko right now is still the highest net worth in the game, but... I mean, when you're this farmed on a Pango, dude, he's going the Aghanim Scepter. He's only 300 gold away. At that point, this game becomes so difficult because that mana burn is going to double, right? Like, that just becomes so many problems. Emo bottom lane, he's found Dolme. He's not going to be able to get away here. Swashbuckle, oh, he actually swashbuckles defensively. Doesn't want to chase. Just doesn't see the rest of the team.
Yeah, I have to admit, I'm not... I don't know, rather... Once you get that Aghanim Scepter on Pangolier, I think the hero becomes like next level broken again.
Yeah.
It's just way too good. Especially if you have, what, minute 18, Diffusal, Orb of Corrosion, plus Axe Scepter. Like, you're going to rip those team fights wide open.
Yeah.
Is there any BKB on the horizon? TB has his, and Dawnbreaker has hers, but Mars is so far away from his, and we already said it, right? No Mars means no team fight. The more he gets shut down. Did they drop the wards or someone, or Hara again? Yeah.
Nah, they found Hara. He's going for a D ward. Pretty easy pick up there for FY. Here's the thing, though, that's so interesting is, like, at the beginning of this game, JT was in the dumpster in terms of net worth, but somehow Phoenix is now substantially behind him.
Yeah. I think the biggest problem was Kaiko just going to the jungle prematurely, kind of misreading the situation. That gave JT the opportunity to get like a minute 14 blink dagger, which honestly should really have been like a 16 or 17 minute blink. Then maybe the mid fight doesn't go so badly, you know. It's always a snowball in Dota. Like one mistake leads to another, and it's really just a team that capitalizes on more mistakes that wins.
Man, that good old butterfly effect almost.
Yeah. Also, Dawnbreaker.
Smoke up from SHENZHEN. They want to fight.
Link, X. Yeah, I mean, they do have the tools to fight. They have the BKBs, of course. It's not, they need to single out the Pangolier and kill him before he gets his roll off.
Ollie's going to break the smoke.
That's the worst
That's a big
again.
one, is they were going to get the the Morphling potentially on the high ground. He was right there.
Yeah, I do want to note, we just saw another missed spear. Sure, there was like miscommunication with the Marcy, but it feels real bad when you're the Mars player. Like, you start to doubt yourself more and more.
You can kind of get in your own head, you think?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I don't know if that ever happens to you when you play this kind of heroes, but even on Pudge, it's such a feeling hero, right?
Oh yeah. There's certain games as Pudge, like you hit every hook because you're just feeling it, and then other games you just miss like your first 9 or 10 hooks because you're something's, you know, you're just in your own head, doubting yourself.
And then you start to like, misjudge the speed of the heroes and of the hook itself. You're like, oh my god, I keep missing. I really hope something good happens to Phoenix soon, so he gets sort of his courage back.
Do you remember when Hook used to be like significantly faster?
Yeah, I really hate that, like, speed nerf. You can't hook people at max range, it's impossible.
Yeah.
Unless they like don't look at the hero.
Dire are scanning.
Which happens
Dire's
way more
smoked
than
up
you
and
would
they're
think.
scanning. Looks like they're gonna head right on into the triangle. Shadowblade reveal here on JT, but they actually get a sentry down. Kaiko walks right into him. He's got the BKB, he gets it off. Does he even have the mana for Sunder? He's gonna pop the stick, pop the meta. JT in trouble. Ollie on the backside trying to do what he can to keep his team in this, but Dawnbreaker ended up walking in without the BKB.
Yeah.
It's just a 2-for-1 and they back on out.
Luckily they don't get Kaiko, but yeah. If Dormant pops the BKB there, how much is it actually gonna change? He probably won't die because he can just TP out. He
He just got mana burned, right? Like that's also a big deal. Like if he has the BKB, he doesn't lose all his mana. Like maybe he kills the Warlock or the Shaman.
Yeah,
It's hard to
did you
say,
see
but-
Terrorblade? He lost like his entire mana pool instantly.
Yeah.
Had the stick at least, or the wand rather.
Single like the shield crash during Rolling Thunder, it just instantly mana burns him.
Yeah. It's... Yeah, Pangolier is still very silly. Very, very silly.
Arguably probably one of the most. I would say, in my opinion, I think the best designed hero in Dota right now.
In terms just of design or balance?
And just design, it's not
Okay.
balanced, but just in terms of design.
It is not balanced at all.
Yeah, I think it's like Pango and Mars have like some of the best designs in all of Dota.
I agree. Very original. I don't like the newest designs, if I'm completely honest. I kind of feel like they just want to give the new heroes like a little bit of everything, all the time.
And it kind of started with Pango, right?
Yeah.
And then they're like, yeah, give everyone like some form of a mobility / stunning kit. Like we haven't seen like a real carry come out that's just like passives and damage in a long time.
Yeah. Missed opportunities. Maybe next hero. Maybe.
Yeah, maybe next hero. We'll see.
Copium.
Copium indeed.
Hopium.
Just give us Harkon's blade so we can actually like adapt some real cool new carry ideas.
Dude, Storm would be the most busted hero.
You think Storm over heroes like Lina? Like Lina, Nature's
Well,
Prophet,
Hakon's
those
blade
types
just made
of
it so
heroes?
your damage is magical, right?
Yeah, it gives you like a ton of like good stats for int heroes, and then in magic, and all your attacks are magic. It's like a toggle, like an orb modifier.
Then aim is gonna be top tier carry hero. If that meta ever arises, takes no damage. You're like, whatever.
Well, it's toggleable is the thing, so you can just not have it on.
And it costs mana per hit, right? That was the downside.
Yeah, it costs mana. It's kind of like Silencer Glaives in that regard.
Yeah.
Well, they did get Emo's Rolling Thunder here. So
Yeah.
that's on cooldown, but I mean, Shenzhen
50
failed
seconds.
smoke. Yeah. Once again for them.
My TB is pretty close to the Skadi, which is usually your like anti-morphling tool, right?
Yeah.
It's just so scary for TB to play this game, honestly. They have the instant shackle, they have so many good stuns against him.
Fly finds an Arcane and a Marcy in the river. Rebound for some distance. YP's out. Alright, so Fly has his Scotty as well.
Yeah.
They're going to scout the Roshan. Blink Dagger picked up on Emo as well. That's a huge item.
What do you go next on the Penguin? Like a Basher?
I'd go Basher, for sure.
Yeah.
Right, just get that Abyssal Blade eventually.
Yeah. Does he have a shot yet?
Yeah, he does.
Of course.
Dude, he's so farmed. He's enormous. Ara mid lane, gonna be the unfortunate soul to walk into the smoke here. Better than a core, but that will open up Roshan potentially. Terrorblade scouting it with his illusion. I was gonna say, does he drop wards? And he does. They're gonna buy back the Viper.
No cast from Fly yet.
Dude, it's falling fast. These wards do a lot of damage. Emo pops Rolling Thunder, but it's just still that Roshan falls inside the pit. They take down YP so dang fast. And Emo, he's still looking for heroes. I mean, again, this is the Arcane rune. This thing's gonna be back on cooldown in just 40 seconds.
Like this is also such a team fight changer. I can't believe it doesn't have like 2 minutes cooldown or something. I think eventually it will have 2 minutes cooldown, like in 10 patches, but
then people won't just like roll up or like Rolling Thunder all the time, right?
yeah, for everything.
People use Rolling Thunder for like vision late game. They're like, I'm BKB. I'm just gonna Rolling Thunder and see what I find.
Yeah, because you also get the dumb cooldown talent. Where's they put it at? 45 seconds. Some even get Octarine Core. It's like 30 seconds. Like, alright. But yeah, Phoenix needs to come alive. Like, it's still nothing from him. He's basically playing a poor offlane right now.
Yeah, he really is.
Which,
like, trying to pressure tier 2 top, but Fly takes the bottom one first.
Yeah, I mean, so quick as a Morphling. That's one of the Morphling strengths, right? You deal so much building damage.
And he's got the shard now too, so the extra adaptive strike multi-shot.
Yeah, it's actually really underrated. Like, there's so much damage from the Agi one.
Yeah, also the increased stun duration, right?
Yeah.
What does the strength one do? Oh, it's the same thing for both. Okay. Alright, they're gonna walk on into Kaikyo. Emo's gotta be careful, pops the roll up, but he's pretty much out of mana. He's trying to hobble away, but there's gonna be the shackles holding down YP. He goes down first. Kaikyo only forced the TP out, but there's the golem. He needs help and fast, but where is it? The team not there to make it in time, and Kaikyo controlled up by Emo, the Rolling Thunder, doing work. They won't find anything else, but that is a very big fight for IG, now selling their lead to 12,000.
Yeah, I have to question what the motive was behind that move, because Mars was nowhere to be seen. And we already spoke about it, right? He is the guy you need to rely on for initiations.
Dude, those Shaman wards were so well placed too, because they blocked off the choke point there. So
yeah,
he actually couldn't chase on the Terrorblade. He had no way to get through there, so he had to just turn and run.
Probably wouldn't have gotten the kill either way, because they're really damn tanky. Oh, they're going to morph. He's full Agi.
On an Agi morph too. All right. Fly goes down. He doesn't have a BKB, but the arena, he's not going to drop it. You can always just wait for him out, right? So You get the Aegis, doesn't really cost you a whole lot. Not a bad find there from SHENZHEN, but still, you're not really getting anything out of this.
Yeah, he also now has a BKB, so yeah, you killed him, but it's not really like during one of his weak timings, you know? So the problem is still there. Like, they need to win a big team fight.
And JT walking around the Shadow Blade, just hunting for heroes. Emo finds his 3rd arcane rune of the game.
Yeah. He's
Like
actually
this
going
dude's
to
had an
Lincoln
arcane
Sphere.
for like the last 8 minutes.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, arcane rune on Pango. Paradise, right? Probably the best rune you can find.
Radiant's middle
Yeah,
tower
it's so
is
good.
under attack.
I played him earlier today. Had the spell prism. You know, I was like level 30 with spell prism, and it was just like, yeah, this feels fun.
Oh, FY is running to Kaikyo.
Yeah, what a scout here by FY, dude. He is so good. They're gonna try and come in here on Dolme. He's gonna get the BKB. Sunder out onto FY, and Wipey's gonna throw him in. They just double TP out, and Wipey dies in the process. Okay, that is kind of funny. That's a get down, Mr. President, if I've ever seen it.
Yeah, nice save though. If they lose Terrorblade there, I mean, they're already in a bad spot. Losing Terrorblade there might make it almost irrecoverable. So yeah, nice save. I mean, where do you go from here? Like, it's gonna be high ground camping territory soon.
This is the thing about this patch, right? Where it's like, even though you're 15k ahead, unless you're able to like take down one of these heroes like Terrorblade, Mars or Dawnbreaker, you actually can't really threaten the high ground, right? Like, it just feels so dangerous. Someone can just get blink disposed by Marcy and then speared into the backside of an arena, and then what your team just can't show up. So
yeah,
they have to be very careful on IG.
It's very hard to get out for SHENZHEN, of course. So they are gonna get gradually out farmed, and it's on them to really make a move happen. Break open the map, get something out.
So you're gonna go for it. There's a smoke. They actually don't have BKB for another 15 seconds here on Kaikyo. Dawnbreaker about the same. Obviously, they used him in the last fight, so see what they can find. Phoenix has that blinker. Dude, look at Ollie. He is ready and waiting to drop the rock. He's going to do it for the blink up from Phoenix. He gets the arena, but Emo responds with that Rolling Thunder right away. Kaikyo with the BKB. They'll take down the Warlock on the backside of the fight. Dolma completely zoned out. Emo doing what he can on the ping layer, but Kaikyo, that BKB's expired. Fly comes in. He gets the Dawnbreaker ult. Will it be enough to keep him alive? He needs a Thunder Target. Besides, he goes down anyway. And now Fly, he's got all the space in the world to just dump the damage here into the Dawnbreaker. And Scotty just slowed him down forever. Emo's being the one that picks up the kill. JT looking for Avalanche toss, finds the Mars, a third to fall, and a Shackles inside the Roche pit. Marcy's gonna join him. 4 dead on the side of SHENZHEN. IG cleaning up. Dude, what a prediction from the Warlock.
Yeah. He knew, like, all the lanes are pushing in, they're not showing anywhere. It's very likely they're gonna smoke into our jungle, and they did. They jump up the high ground blindly. Terrorblade has to use his BKB prematurely. Post BKB, there's just nothing you can do. Morphing, turns to Terrorblade, uses Reflection. Right, you get a Rolling Thunder, you get a Shackle, you get a Hex, there's just nothing you can do. Like, you need that
Just
BKB to
such
fight.
good play.
Yeah, IG is just really outplaying SHENZHEN this time. And although I do think they're still not playing up to the level that we expect, they're gradually getting there. You know, getting better and better each series.
Emo's looked
ignore the
amazing.
CDC one.
Yeah. Emo's looked amazing in pretty much every game here, right? Like in Division 2. Like, he has been definitely like the all-star for IG, like the real stable like performance in all of his series.
Yeah, kind of reminds me of what Paparazzi did.
Yeah.
In Division 2. Made everybody look kinda bad.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Spider Legs, big drop there. JT gonna be very happy about that.
But you see what I mean, right? Again, you don't have enough damage already, but you can't make a comeback anymore because, at least in my eyes, because Kaikyo is just, yeah, I'm dying, I need more survivability. Really, what you do need is way more damage. You need like a Daedalus and the Butterfly or something like that. Like, you need to kill heroes. Survivability is not your issue right now.
Yeah. And Morphly's got the Butterfly himself, right? So you just, that's where you're gonna struggle.
Yeah. The Sanj Yasha so late, the pickup is very strange.
Dire's middle
Is it just? It's got to be just for the status resist, right? I can't imagine it's for anything else.
Yeah, but then is it really worth 4,000 gold? It's literally almost a Daedalus.
I don't know. Maybe it'll give him that the ability to get that one Sunder off that changes a fight. It's hard to say. JT, he's underneath a ward. The Marcy might go for him. Wipe. Oh, he jumps him the wrong way. The arena does come up, but he gets hexed. JT with the BKB doing what he can, but Kaiko holding his ground on the backside. FY will be the first to fall. Tiny able to walk away. Kaiko might not be as lucky. Emo just destroying the backside of the fight. The Rolling Thunder comes through, and there it is. Terrorblade goes down. They're just getting crushed here. Emo just absolutely dismantling the side of SHENZHEN, and the GG comes out. Game 1 goes the way of IG. Man, if that... It felt like they're just slightly off on their initiations every single time here on SHENZHEN. Like, he blinks just a little bit too far on Marcy, throws Tiny actually away from his team, and it gives the time for the Mars to get hexed. No follow-up from the arena. It just... So many things did not go right for SHENZHEN in these fights.
Yeah, it was unfortunately pretty much an outplay from beginning to finish. Like, IG just outclassed them. They outmoved them, outspeeded them in every regard. And yeah, IG just showed that they're a class above SHENZHEN. I wouldn't even say that SHENZHEN played like bad necessarily. Sure, Mars did miss a lot of his spells. It's probably not his forte. And it's probably the last time we see him on Mars in this series at least. But yeah, like IG just performing to what we thought they would, right?
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised at like how one-sided this was. I mean, we definitely know that IG is like the on paper the better team, right? Just these guys have an incredible amount of experience. But yeah, I would hope that they put Phoenix on something different here in the mid lane, like still a definite playmaker, because it like he was making the correct rotations, like he was where he wanted to be. I feel like most of this game, it was just the execution was a little bit off. The follow-up from the team, of course, was just not there as a result, and just didn't really come together. I think Kaiko still played a pretty okay game. There's just not a lot you can do at this stage of the game as the Terrorblade, right? You can't 1v5 the side of IG, right, with the amount of control that they have.
Yeah, that's pretty much what it comes down to, right? They were on the back foot. They had a bad carry matchup, which means they're always going to be on the clock, and every single team fight that you mis-execute hurts just that much more. You know, puts on that much more pressure on you to perform next time. You miss it one more time. You could really see, like, Phoenix, he never recovered in this game. You know, like, mentally. Like, he, even at the very end, he missed his spear, and you're like, it's... I feel for him. I feel for him. It's one of those heroes, but really, if you're not absolutely confident on the hero, why would you 24th pick that hero, you know? Just put the Viper middle, dominate the matchup, pick something different for the safe lane if you really want to go that route.
Yeah, you're right. That's the thing. Like, it's why we really liked the first, like, 4 picks that came out from SHENZHEN, right? Like, they are all really strong lane heroes. They should be able to dominate. This is, I don't want to say this is when it all really kind of fell apart for SHENZHEN. It's 6 minutes, but this is kind of when it all fell apart for SHENZHEN. That absolutely catapulted Emo in terms of XP. He went from like level 6 barely to level 7.5, and then was like shortly after a mid-wave level 8, just way far ahead. But yeah, you're right. Like, if they had just picked a slightly different hero, maybe it goes much stronger for them in the lane phase. But
yeah, that didn't end up happening, right? But as you said, must-win series for IG. Like, if they don't win this, things might happen, you know? Sad things might happen. But they're on a good track. This game was very one-sided, and nothing tells me it can't go the same way again in Game 2, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, this is another situation here, right? Like, he just tries to BKB TP. Ollie says no. It's just a rough one. And then, of course, Ollie once again, which is the beautiful prediction, getting that 3-hero Golem stun, Phoenix jumping up onto the backside, not really finding a big target. You know, they get the Warlock, who's already dropped the Chaotic Offering. And then once that BKB expires, you pointed this one out, it's just a reinitiation. It is way too difficult for Kaiko to survive these fights.
Yeah. It's all going to happen in the BKB. Once BKB runs out, there's really nothing you can do. Shadow Shaman is an expert at that. If you delay fights as a Shadow Shaman, it's always your paradise. You get this nice hex off, super long range shackle, you force the enemy into really bad positions. I love the ward placement of FY this game. I feel like every time his wards are so in the way, that it makes it very difficult for them to actually maneuver on the SHENZHEN side.
Yeah, absolutely.
But yeah, Emo, he was like 10, 0, 15. As you said, probably the MVP of the team yet again. He has a point to prove, for sure.
It was just like a perfect game from him. Like, he didn't really make any mistakes, and he punished SHENZHEN in every moment. Like, his targeting in fights was always good. His itemization, absolutely perfect. And they give MVP to FY. This one, it's not that surprising. Like you said, his ward placements were always super sick. He had some really big pickoffs. And he was probably the one who made the call to go Roche, right? He gets level 6 on Ollie. He's like, yeah, let's go to Roche. Yeah, we can go solo it. It'll be fine. Did not expect it.
They still did like 250 damage per volley, which is kind of ridiculous. They kill in like 30 seconds, no problem. Yeah, good recognition, good gameplay overall by IG. Would expect nothing less. In fact, I would expect even a little bit more. You know, like against teams like, well, can't really say LGD right now because they're not looking too hot. Like Extreme Gaming, RNG, it's not going to be that easy.
Yeah. Absolutely. Well, we'll see. It is definitely it is still a best of 3, right? IG.
Yeah.
We'll see if they can close out the series, right? It'd be a big win for them. It's a must win for them, rather. And SHENZHEN obviously would love to be able to put IG on the cusp of keeping them in Division 2. So a lot on the line for both of these teams, of course.
There is a lot on the line, and if the track record will hold, though, then this should be 2-0 for IG, because I believe they won every series 2-0. Against CDC, they lost the first map. So if they win the first map, they should win the second map. If, again, the track record holds true.
Indeed. Well, we're going to find out in a little bit, but until then, we do have to go to a short break, everyone. So stay tuned for more here on the CNN DPC. We'll be back with game number 2 of SHENZHEN taking on the likes of IG. We'll see you then.
不曾拥有姓名。通向终点的路很长，但谁也无法预知结局。有人前倾暗影，谋而后动；有人拼尽全力，克敌机先。没有对与错，只有速度是唯一的答案。奔跑吧，在到达终点之前。
Hey there, everybody. How you doing? Welcome back. Hope you enjoyed the short break. And you may be noticing something. Well, what's going on here? We got an immediate substitution. B-Cop joining the squad. How you doing, buddy? Welcome. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, I'm doing good. No problem. I'm always awake at these great hours. And it's called not really having a lot of sleep in the normal day. You guys are used to it, right?
Oh yeah, I don't even know what sleep is. It's a kind of
Thank
a
you. Yes.
foreign concept.
That's what I wanted to hear.
So you weren't here for game number one. Black and I had the pleasure of catching that one. IG looking incredibly strong. But Black, I'm gonna ask you this question: what can Shenzhen do here in game number two to swing this momentum around?
Keep it simple.
Ooh.
Is pretty much the only answer I have for them. They try to be cute with that Mars middle, which we have seen work out in the past, but really it could have been so much simpler. You just destroy Emo in the lane, make sure he can't play the game. You pick another 5 if you want to, or another offlaner if you want to put the Dawnbreaker 5. You have so many options, you know. You chose to go for one of the riskiest, and it backfired a lot. So,
Yeah, makes sense. So I am a little bit excited to see how this one goes. B comp predictions, obviously for you. Just curious how you feel about these two teams. Obviously, IG seems to be one of the strongest teams here in Division Two. But how do you feel about Shenzhen lately?
I kind of like them. I was listening to you guys talk about Dolem or Dolme or Guevara. He's had 3 different names. He's definitely been like one of those standouts to me. I really enjoy watching him, but it is hard to beat these guys on IG. Like especially with the addition of FY, I think it's become a bit tougher. And Emo maybe not thinking of himself too much as a god, but now more on the level playing field, and that's why he's playing a little bit more consistently. He's not under classifying what his competition is.
Yeah, absolutely. Um, Question for you guys: do we have a draft by chance? I'm actually a little bit curious. Is that underway? Do we have one of those ready to go?
just started, my friend.
We do.
I'm super excited. Okay, quick prediction, Black. What do you think? First phase, are they going to do anything different here, or both teams kind of looking at the same stuff?
Dude, honestly, I love the Shenzhen draft all the way until the last pick. So I hope they don't do too many things differently. They were very flexible. They even had the last pick. That's where it really crumbled down. Same for IG. They look like they're in a comfort zone. So I'm not expecting too many changes at all.
Right on. All right. Well, without further ado, let's see what these teams decide to cook up here in game number 2. We're going to go right on into that draft.
Ooh.
And first ban is going to be,
10
a
seconds
Tiny. And then,
remaining.
of course, the Death Prophet. Probably one of the most sought-after heroes here in the DPC. But yeah, like the opener they had last time, they grabbed themselves that Viper Marcy. It was super strong opener. Like you said, super flexible. They even got Dawnbreaker after the second phase of bans, which I feel like is super rare. That hero I don't feel like really makes it past that first phase very often. But they get rid of the Tiny this time around, it seems. No one wants to let the Tiny through.
Definitely been a shift since that first week, right? Like Marcy, it felt like has to be first phase ban, but then we've seen a lot of good Enigma players forcing it to be a first phase ban in a lot of these games. Like a lot of teams, I think, have a handle on this hero, and I'm not exactly sure why. I mean, demonic conversion obviously makes the lane a little bit harder, and you're getting a lot less out of it, but we've been seeing it be utility. Like, is that like? Do you think that's first phase? Like, I don't know. Maybe I'm just so out of it.
I think the biggest reason why it is so highly prioritized nowadays is mainly because of Wraith Pact and how strong it is with the time that you can get on offlane Enigma. You have it at minute 14, 15. You run in a team fight with 5 Eidolons. You're near unkillable because you reduce all the damage of everyone. And it's just a perfect build-up on a hero like Enigma. On top of that, it still gives you that mid-late game security of a BKB Black Hole and eventually even Refresher. I think the hero right now, with the current items, is quite a bit too strong, in my opinion.
It's really not the support we've been seeing all too much.
I'm a little bit confused on the Bane pick, to be honest, but I guess it's just something Ollie wants to play. Like, it is just a strong lane hero.
Bane.
The Monkey King is at least flexible, right? It is one of those things that, we could see go into the hands of FY. They could just take it to the safe lane, though, which is where it's probably seen the most play, but you don't really see the off lane, right? And without seeing the off lane, you can't really guarantee this to be a safe lane Monkey King.
Yeah, you never know. Could be a 4. Great vision hero, right? Great laner also, especially against a hero like Void. No problem. And I'm always a little bit afraid when I see Kaiku Void. You already know why. Itemization doesn't butter my crumpets or whatever British people say.
I believe that's the phrase of some kind, yeah.
It might be the Nomad Classic go-to, butter my crumpet. Aren't crumpets really
That's
dry?
the one, yeah.
I swear crumpets are like super dry. I feel like butter must be so a necessity for crumpets.
Yeah, yeah. But that's also the thing. Like, it already sounds pretty unhealthy as is. Then you butter it up. It's like a disaster for your heart.
No, just feels like you'd be talking like where you're trying to just get moisture in your mouth because you just can't breathe with how dry it is now.
Uh,
What do you think they're looking to ban here on the side of Shenzhen, right? Because you have this Faceless Void. You got to get rid of the lane dominators, right? So they actually banned the Viper and the Beastmaster. But you've got to get the damage to dump into the Chronosphere still, right? So what do you think is like some of the possible picks here for the side of Shenzhen to kind of make this Void pick worth it?
usually comes from the mid lane. Like heroes like Zeus are very strong. Lina. I was going to say Keeper of the Light, but that one is banned. Yeah, just your typical long-range caster sort of heroes. I mean, we have seen some Quap too, not really popular anymore. I'm a big fan of Winter Wyvern Void too. Like mid-Winter Wyvern plus Void, I feel is a great combination. You can either set up the Chrono with the Winter's Curse, or you can set up a good Winter's Curse with the Chrono, a ton of damage coming out from the Wyvern. But I think Chinese teams are very much more reserved when it comes to those mid laners. I feel like it's really only 7E that's trying them out, from what I've seen.
Always giving it a shot.
Yeah.
Have we really seen this Void work? I feel like Faceless Void's been getting picked a lot, but not winning a lot. Or at least in the games I've watched, it just has not won.
It's an upcoming hero again. Like it used to be not so popular, but now in the sustain meta, he's quite a bit more popular again, just because he is so easy to sustain the safe lane as a Faceless Void, and you also have very strong mid late game scaling, of course. But yeah, the hero can be a little bit underwhelming depending on how your start is, depending on the itemization as well. It's a tricky one to figure out for sure, because your early game damage output is really not there most of the time. Like it would have to come from other sources, and then as the game progresses, you can sort of make up for that yourself.
Yeah, it's only won 50% of its games in Division 2. It's 5-5.
Which isn't terrible, right? It's still okay.
I guess it's 50-50. But like
not broken sort of level, but
yeah,
not bad.
Overall in China, it's 16 games at a 56% win rate.
Yeah. Void is a decent hero. It's one of the best shots in the game, I believe. It's just so annoying to play against. Time dilation is super annoying. Counters like a lot of these backline spammers. You just jump in, time dilation, jump back out. Suddenly they're like, oh my god, I can't defend my high ground for free anymore. What do I do?
I like the Razor ban. I think that was like one of the things that could have really caused IG some troubles here. But does that kind of lend things to this being a Monkey King in the safe lane? Right. If you're worried about the Razor, in my opinion, like I feel like that's got to be a one position monkey, right?
It very well could be, yeah. Flyfa likes it a lot. But honestly, like Monkey King is not terrible against Razor, so we'll have to see. It could still be a 4. Lanes pretty well with Mars too. But yeah, there's the Zeus that we spoke about. The damage in the Chrono, plus the Fatal Bonds, Thunder God's Wrath combination is pretty deadly.
Okay, so let's talk about the Zeus really quick, because this hero has been... It kind of started popping up in NA about a month ago. Got a lot of attention for being like one of the most like ridiculous 4 position, just dumps out damage. And it got, a little bit more popular because specifically the Storm Spirit nerf, right? Which we see IG pick up here, presumably for emo. So do you think it's a little bit of a bait by Shenzhen? Could they just run this as a 4 Zeus with a 3 Marcy?
Have we seen 3 Marcy at all?
We've seen core Marcy from several teams. I think mid Marcy actually might be pretty sick into Storm Spirit. What do you think?
you can definitely destroy the lane early on. Yeah, and you get a fast BKB, and you shouldn't be able to do much anymore.
Okay, what do you guys think about the Storm Spirit? Is it good enough to warrant the Storm Spirit pick here?
It looks pretty free. There's one Chronos feed, that's pretty much it. Zeus hates playing against Storm Spirit still. I mean, the biggest problem for Storm is the sustain, right? Like you get one kill, then you need to go back to region because you don't have that mana cost reduction anymore and whatnot. But for like just jumping in the backline and killing the heroes, you're still just as strong. So in that regard, I still like the hero a lot. But yeah, it's just much more inconvenient to play the hero now, just because you have to make so many trips back to base, or like you have to find a lucky rune, something like that.
And there's not going to be like a Keeper of the Light or a Pugna or an IO here to like really top off the Storm Spirit. They are going to go ahead and ban out the Ursa specifically, as they're a little bit worried, I guess, about this being that supports Monkey King. And SHENZHEN do have last pick. Or they do have last pick, right? Isn't IG picking next?
Yeah, it's SHENZHEN who's picking first on that last phase.
Yeah, IG has the very last pick.
Oh, okay.
FY's not really a big Monkey King player. He's only played it once, and that was 11 days ago. Since obviously he took a break, but you know the time before that was 2020, and then it was only 2 times in 2020 and then 2018. I feel like I'm more leaning towards that being a fly Monkey King, but we'll see.
We'll see what they decide to do here to round out the SHENZHEN draft. Again, we've seen SHENZHEN pick up these heroes that can kind of be played very flexibly. So I'm curious if like what they want here is their last pick in the mid lane. They could swap the Marcy somewhere else. But we've just seen so many teams still play Marcy in that support role, despite, you know, maybe having the opportunity to flex it into a core.
It's always a possibility with heroes that have multiple positions, right? But it's probably just going to be Zeus for the support Master, support Warlock, and they're going to pick... I mean, it could be an offlane Zeus, and they pick something to counter the mid. That could be an option. Like something like a Quap could be. Or they actually banned that Quap, never mind. One step ahead of us. What about like a...
Mid Snapfire. Hear me out. Mid Snapfire.
It could be. There's been a couple of people playing that.
Yeah. And it's also a pretty good answer to Storm, because your initiation, Blink Dagger plus the Blast into Cookie, it's a pretty reliable way of locking Storm Spirit down. Yeah. Offlane Zeus could suffer, though. But you have a Marcy there, because, again, Zeus, he has a little bit of mobility, but he still is very much lacking in that department. You got a Marcy there. No problem whatsoever. I like their lineup again. Not bad at all.
And when we were looking for Chrono, like abilities that like synergize with it, it's the first thing that always comes to my mind is Snapfire, but I wasn't sure if they could fit it in their draft with the Marcy Warlock. But one of the things, you know, if it ends up being a mid Snapfire, the damage from those Mortimer Kisses comes out way earlier. Like you get the level 2, level 3 version of that ult, and that Chronosphere becomes way more deadly. So if it ends up being a core snap, I would really like to see it. They go TA for the safe lane, I would assume here. Last pick for IG.
Yep.
It's going to be a mid Mars. Or I'm sorry, mid Mars. It's going to be a mid Zeus.
Okay. Hopefully,
but it is an off-lane Marcy. It is going to be the 3-position Marcy, like we were talking about.
Oh, interesting. Honestly, though, into TA, I mean, you have YP there on a Snapfire to get rid of the reflections, so there's still a lot of kill potential. And the Void TA matchup is very much Void favored in the middle late game, but early on, the TA can, of course, out-tempo you quite a bit. I mean, both teams will certainly have their timings in this game, and it's going to very much just come down to execution, which last game IG showed they're quite a bit superior in that.
I'm really worried about this Marcy offlane. It's only been picked twice in Division 2. It's 50-50. Again, like it's usually just that 4, but we'll see what it does with some levels. Sometimes it feels like Marcy can be super broken if given the right opportunity. I don't know if this is exactly the lineup for it, though. They are putting a lot of things into the Chrono, which I'm excited about. We've seen a lot of teams pick Void and then have nothing in the Chrono. So this is totally different to that.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. It's like, at least you have something that can just secure a kill in Chrono. Like the Mortimer Kisses from the support will still kill almost any hero that gets caught out with that one. But you know, whether or not it ends up panning out, we'll find out quickly. B-Comp, what do you think? Which draft do you like more? Which team chances do you like the most here?
I like SHENZHEN's draft more, but I think IG still has a chance to kind of like outplay them. And they're just the better team, in my opinion.
Black, you feeling similarly? What do you think?
I would agree, just because like the mid late game is super strong for SHENZHEN's side. But yeah, the outplaying potential is still very much there for IG, and it's Emohon's famous Storm Spirit. So how can you go against them in this matchup, right?
That's a good point. Yeah. So we'll see if Storm's actually still a viable pick. If anyone can make it happen, it's going to be Emo. So we're going to go ahead and jump into the second game here of the evening. Black and B-Comp. Take it away, boys.
Thank you very much. See how this all goes for SHENZHEN. And how it's going to go with Fly and the TA. I'm excited to see Emo on the Storm, too. Feels like that's one of those heroes that he does get to be godlike on quite a bit. But Dolme, early with the dispose, and it looks like FY is going to be first blood. Both teams just kind of looking at each other until that happened. All right.
Easy.
The battle begins.
Odd. Interesting.
Well, FY, you know, showing who's the monkey, who's the king.
Definitely him, of course.
Yeah, he's both. I miss FY. Have you seen him in the camera? He looks like he's gotten a little bit more chatty. You know, he looks more like a chat now.
I think that was he? Marshall, did he say something about that? In our Discord, where it was like the Chinese community was talking about his new look. I swear he posted something like that.
I just noticed because obviously I played in a team with him for quite a while, and he was not that wide. Let's put it that way.
My favorite team of all time. Ooh, Kaiko.
He's definitely been putting in some work. Oh, of course you would know, but you know, the viewers wouldn't.
Looked like he was wearing like a Demon Slayer shirt as well. A little plaid Demon Slayer t-shirt. It looked real good. He's got the look. I feel like a lot of people thought he was like one of the more handsome Chinese region players.
He's so handsome, dude. He's
Ollie?
so handsome.
Just eating a scatter blast. No.
I know.
I know. I get caught for a few seconds, you know? Ensnared in your tricks.
It's okay. It's okay. I laid out the web very intelligently.
Yeah, you already got that shard. Laying out that web for me to trip up in. What is it? Silk Snare? Silken Boa?
I have no idea. I think Silken Bola is the third spell. I don't want to be associated with spiders though, so please don't call me that.
Alright. It's fair enough.
Like, there aren't many things that terrify me, but that thing, dude.
Fi is eating a lot of harassment down here bottom.
Yeah, I mean, this lane there is a ton of kill potential for sure. And if they want to have a good chance to win this game, they need to make sure this TA doesn't just free farm in the lane. Throw the Bane, jump the Bane, and Bane doesn't care, because he's Bane.
Throw the Bane, cookie the Bane. Looking very fun to deal with, that's for sure.
Mid lane should just be a 5-5 farm trade again. And then the problem in this matchup is just really... Oh, they do?
Dispose as well as the cookie in that. Looking like it should be enough.
Yeah. Sidekick is just so strong to heroes. It's like an additional 40 damage per attack cycle, basically. And it's just so strong. Now it's level 2, so 35 damage, 70 damage per attack cycle. If all is out of position, he will just die every time. It's once again on Emo, I feel like, to really make plays happen. You know what I'm a little bit afraid of for IG? They're very much reliant on Emo to do very well in pretty much all of their games and drafts. And that can work out here because he's having like paparazzi-ish-esque performances where he just makes everybody look sort of bad. But in Division 1, it won't fly anymore.
Yeah, Division 1 has been real tight recently.
Yeah, it's a completely different beast.
Not really able to get away with many mistakes in these matchups.
Or if any, even. How's our top lane looking? Void should just be farming here. And so is Mars, of course.
He's been taking some pressure. Both safe laners not exactly getting the most out of their lanes. It's really mid that's been actually quite one-sided. At least from what we're seeing in terms of CS. How much is he up in terms of experience? About a quarter level. They have the ways to jump this Zeus, and Zeus is going all in for it, doing a lot of damage to Emo. Phoenix was thinking, hey, maybe I've got it with the Arc Lightning and a level 2 Heavenly Jump.
I mean, there is a lot of damage potential coming up, but FY top also NJT, one more bash could kill him. Oh, got a little ankle broken.
Time walk forward, God's Rebuke, JT, the damage on him. They've also got the Fatal Bonds. FY's fighting, but he's real low.
Zeus is getting
quite
very close to
dangerous.
6.
Oh, FY died.
Zeus is 6, TP back to base and ult, or does he not want to do that? He walks back to base instead. Oh, and JT also TPs back to base because, of course, the communication of Emo is like, Zeus is 6, careful!
Yeah, FY was trying to TP back as well, and he died mid-TP.
Oh, Ollie down
end.
again. Now Fly under a lot of pressure once more. And this is looking a lot better already for SHENZHEN. Like, this is what I wanted from them in game 1. Just focus on strong lanes and make it work that way. Simple, yet effective. You know, flashy doesn't always mean good B-Cop.
Yeah, it's true.
Like, just keep things simple, keep it in your comfort zone. And Fly taking a lot of trouble, but this time Ollie is here once more.
Melt Strike in a second. Does YP have a way out? He doesn't have a cookie for a while, but he's able
just
to
walk away,
the
B-Cop.
damage. Yeah, at least for now. Dome again. He's got the
Dome,
dispose.
what?
Refraction. Oh, the God's Wrath.
Nice.
We've got it.
And he doesn't
And
die.
Dome doesn't die. Yeah. Yeah.
And they deal with the war too.
Yeah, they get split. They don't actually get one or the other. These lanes are going horribly.
They are, but no real like gold to speak of yet. They're still farming very well in those lanes. And Emo does have an Invis rune, so we'll see if he wants to make a rotation or not.
Now it's going to come down to, really, I want to say whether or not Emo can kind of make his way and do something. But I'm a little worried, like if Kaiko gets to level 6, Emo tries to make a rotation, and like he ball lightnings into a chrono or something like that, he might just die. Like, that's worrying.
Yeah. It is a very tight rope he's going to be walking on this game, right? Like, between initiation and getting caught. And obviously, if he gets caught, there's an abundance of damage on the dire side.
No level 7. Zeus also there. Everything for them is just about even now. Except for the gold. It's a slight advantage for Emo. Things can get dangerous soon. YP getting that to level 6. Dome close to level 6. Like, both these heroes bottom are level 5 ready to go.
Going in again. But just melt. No sentry ward down. Do they have a dust? No dust either. But like the next level of pain is gonna come when Marcy hits that level 6.
Yep. It's gonna be in line with Snapfire.
Stupendous.
Yeah.
Like, actually,
Storm?
Snapfire has more experience.
Wait, he just leaves the bounty rune there in the storm? Maybe
YP?
Emo not looking.
Balling in, dangerous. Heavenly Jump away, avoids the Scatter Blast.
And steals the region away in the Warlock. Very well done. Zeus ult up in 1. So they could be looking for a kill, maybe on the top even. Void is about to hit 6.
Is he strong enough to kill JT with the help of the Thunder God's Wrath, though?
If he gets a bash or 2 before he Chronos. But yeah, like Mars is very tanky with a double bracer, Soul Ring build.
And 1300 health.
They might be looking at bot again. Very close to that Unleash. Just like 2 or 3 more creeps.
Level 6, there's
Storm's
the more
still here, though.
Kisses. Storm more concerned about farming at the moment.
It's kind of weird to see this. He's just like next door, but he's like, yeah, I don't really care about killing you. So they're actually up 5-0, but they're behind in gold. That is a little bit worrying.
Yeah. Definitely find it to be interesting, all things considered. Like, the lanes haven't exactly held up that well, but they haven't lost much of an advantage in the gold lead. And I think that's also due to how well mid's going. Like, Emo's got a decent chunk ahead of Phoenix, at least for now. Some obs placed down. I don't know if he saw that. I don't know if FY even has a sentry. Yeah, he doesn't. And he's actually gone to the early orb of corrosion, too. And you can see, like, FY is kind of finding his footing despite the fact that he's been pressured so much. He's second in the net worth. Way ahead of this Void.
Yeah, definitely a little bit worrying. They picked up this pressure lane to pressure the TA a lot, but it hasn't really worked out. They found 1 kill on her, which isn't bad. But yeah, he's still doing very, very well for himself. He's actually rushing that Desolator, what it looks like right now. Maybe we'll change it to Dragonlance.
An early net worth lead, if you're SHENZHEN. Like, is that really that necessary? You have so many
I wouldn't say
tools
so.
of comeback.
I think their late game is very strong.
Yeah.
Like, the mid late game is super, super strong. I would love them to see, oh yeah, Kaiko actually smoked up. They're trying to look for Chronosphere on the Storm, but they read the map very well. They know the Void isn't top, so the communication, of course, like, yeah, Void isn't here. He wants to find a Chronosphere somewhere.
That movement right there is they're going to go for
Wait,
Fly.
why
They've
is
got
he there?
everybody over. Fly is very dead.
Why was he even up there? Like, he walked up to the enemy secret shop.
Where, did he buy anything from there? No.
No, he didn't.
I was gonna. You know what? I was actually gonna praise IG because it's map movements like that minus the Fly part that puts them ahead in the net worth, right? Like, you're spending all this time on Kaiko going mid and 4 heroes sitting mid, not doing anything, not getting anything, and now they're gonna go for Phoenix. This is dangerous. Emo hit with the fire staff. Quickly, the balance strike is there. They get the kill on Phoenix, falling out. Fatal Bonds are on, looking for the Chrono. You saw Kaiko pump it.
He's slowed down. He's slowed down still. Speed boost.
Oh,
They're gonna get the Chrono.
Yeah, they've got the Chrono. Do they have the damage, though? Scatter Blast? He doesn't have the mana to get out. Regardless, I would say. Cliffs himself with the Ball Lightning and
Oh
just
no.
TP? Oh, he
Okay,
got the
okay.
cookie.
That was way too close.
Can't believe that almost turned into a just TP, but they did get the Chronosphere out. It does grant them that kill, but there is now that moment of time where they should feel pretty confident around the map, knowing that that control's not there. And they still, like, despite losing Emo, despite losing Fly, they're still up 2,000 net worth. Like, they're farming the map really well.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
FI's only level 4. That feels pretty bad. Level 12, still level 4. Now he's level 5. Is he at least getting the tome, or is that... I would assume it went to Bane, considering he's level 7.
He's super high level. Level 4 Nightmare. No joke.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Like, both teams had a really good read so far on each other's, like, smoke movements. Still, though, top 3 net worth all belong to IG. And they're smoking up just before Mars blinked, I got timing, which is a little bit curious.
Certainly, yeah.
But they just want to make sure that they use and punish their chrono downtime, right? But again, as I said, they're reading the smoke movements very well.
It should be pretty
Just
easy to
start
read
to
it,
tell.
right? Like, Mars, who theoretically should just be sitting top because his lane was so free, now leaves. Like, you should be able to be like, all right, well, he's moving. He's trying to get something. Bane's off the map as well.
So, Emo's doing what I thought he would be doing, which is just go for that assassination build. Again, Storm nowadays, you get 1 kill, maybe 2, your entire mana pool is gone, you need to go back to region. That's just pretty much how you itemize. He's looking for Kaikyo, he already jumped.
Bottom lane. And they're going to jump FY in. He's got the Balance Strike, procs the
Emo
Jingu,
didn't
and
chase that?
Taiko. Emo
Needed to do 1 hit.
if he was there, they would have killed him. Now FY might be the one who dies. He's trying to use the pig pull to juke back and forth. But the Thunder God's Wrath gets used, and they turn and get the kill into FY.
Wait, out of any place, Emo didn't go for that kill?
That's
He's the guy that dives to 2 towers at minute 8.
not great.
And now he's scared of hitting the guy that doesn't have anything? Okay. What happened, Emo? Has it been humbled, B-Cup?
I don't know if I'd use that.
Oh, Void jumped again.
They've got
So close. They're looking for the Void, but they only
They've
get
got
the
JT with the blink, but now they know he's got the blink and they'll get the kill. FY taking it from a distance with the Primal Spring. BKB next for JT. FY is going into the Orchid. Do you like the early Orchid on the 4 Monkey King?
Yeah, especially in a game like this where Zeus's best tool of getting away is that Heavenly Jump, right? It's good against the Void, who
He's
again
going
is going
Ags
to the
first.
Lincoln Sphere rather than a BKB. That could prove to be a problem in the mid game as well.
Look at this. Like, I understand that he wants to block the Fiend's Grip, right? But there are kind of plenty of other ways to make sure that Void is still. They got the scan from the Dire. They'll throw down the Arena. It's actually zoning them kind of well, but they drop the Chaotic Offering. They look over at the
Oh, nice
Chrono. It
Chrono.
lands onto 2. They've got the Fatal Bonds, and now they'll get the damage from Phoenix to get the kill into Fly. Ollie's there to die as well. Good movements from SHENZHEN.
Middle tower is under attack.
The kill difference is massive. The net worth lead, though, is still in the hands of IG, and it looks like they may want to go. Blink, spear, onto the tower. Oh, Emo! What are you doing? Getting blown up so fast, and JT is gone. IG, that's not playing with portals.
And that's what we kind of alluded to, right? One mistake. Oh, FY! Ooh.
He's still dead, potentially. I think he's definitely dead.
The fact that Monkey just kept jumping there is so stupid. He should not be allowed to do that.
They just team wiped him.
They did. They did.
And
And
got
now
the
gold
3K back.
to even. Yeah.
Whoa. What?
I mean, I already spoke to Ricky about this, but this is not as serious that IG can look weak in or lose. In my opinion, at least. Like, they can't afford to. Just if they want to make impact at TI qualifiers.
Emo died in a split second.
Oh yeah, man, Marcy's damage is ridiculous. With that Unleash plus level 4 sidekick, you go ba-ba-bum, that's 600 health gone. 700 maybe even.
Like, why make the jump down 2 heroes?
On the snap, I mean, Emo, you know, he's known to be a little bit cocky. Who gets the kill?
the
Fly,
kill.
fly. Emo gets the kill as well. Now, this is where SHENZHEN needs to be careful. They have a lot of pick-off potential on IG. If they crumble now, SHENZHEN, IG can win this game very, very easily.
They do push pretty quickly, right, on IG? They take Roche pretty quickly. Like, any opportunity could turn into objectives for the Radiant side.
Tower is under attack.
Although, off that fight, like, Zeus, he's basically got Ags now. So there's that extra level of damage. And they're going to go for Roche. Like, they want this.
How
Zeus
easy is
maybe-
it to have the Desolator? Oh, the kisses are
maybe
coming
waiting.
in.
They don't have Chrono, though, for another 6, so it kind of lines up that they push him out of the pit.
That's the thing, though. Kisses were used. They still have Chrono.
And they
still
have
Golem.
Ags coming out for Zeus.
Oh, he has his axe already. Oh, wow, okay. That's a lot of additional damage in the Chronosphere. Pick up potential as well.
So who do you go for? What's the target? Your IG, you're looking to now play into the chrono. You don't know Zeus has that Ags just yet. Like, is Zeus your target?
Zeus needs to die. If he is allowed to just freely cast spells from the backline,
How do you jump him with chrono available?
Dire's middle tower.
So the thing is, even if you jump him and there's a chrono, like he will still die, right? So yeah, you just have to make sure that not too many people get caught within the chrono, I suppose.
Maybe.
But like if Storm kills the Zeus and dies for it, very much worth it, because then the TA has free reign. Wait, they're just going to the pit now
They
instead.
dropped Nimbus too.
Yeah, this Roche is really easy.
You use the unleash, and they're not coming over. Like FY is bottom.
Oh, IG doesn't even know, I
Fly is
think.
coming in. The
Now
trap.
they know.
Thunder God's Wrath, and they've given up Roche.
For free.
Nothing important was used by SHENZHEN to get that, and that is a massive victory for them in this game.
Yeah, potentially Zeus ult is a pretty big investment nowadays, because the cooldown is pretty long. Like, this is the cooldown I would expect Pangoli ult to be at, you know?
I wonder if, like, what was the mindset on that one? IG, they completely backed away from that Roche.
Honestly, team fighting SHENZHEN right now is pretty
Dangerous.
impossible. Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, they give up on Aegis, but Void doesn't really have defensive toolset anyway, so if he dies once, he's going to die a second time. But IG's main focus now is just going to split the map, get big, get a TA up to a BKB, then look for fights.
Radiant are scanning.
Bottom
Dire's bottom tower.
lane will lose its
Dire's
tower.
bottom tower has fallen. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Zeus came over, but unable to really get anything there. Now you've got the Shard coming through for the Faceless Void. That's going to slow down his Lincolns. Which he, I would assume, really wants to just be defensive with. FY needs to be careful. Phoenix, I wouldn't be surprised if he just throws a lightning bolt. Oh, the arena! Oh, FY! The chemistry's not there with these heroes. We've seen it so many times, and it looks as though they're gonna lose both. That is some
gone.
anti-synergies.
I mean, we have seen
We've seen it so
also
much.
in the last game.
Oh, Kaiko
Oh, he's going to deep. He has the Aegis, of course. He doesn't need to be scared at all.
pulls the
Bash.
nightmare off. Needs to get a right click. Needs to get a bash.
bashes.
There it is. But ball landing in. They've got the Orchid. There's the brain sap. Mortimer's kiss is
He's out of
coming out.
mana,
They've got
though.
the silence on him still, and he loses the Aegis on the Orchid
Nice
burn.
one.
Emo's gonna
Well done
TP
by
away,
Emo.
and they don't lose
Yeah.
anything for that specific fight. Obviously, they've
No,
lost the two heroes bottom.
I'm just going to say, B-Corp, if he had an Ogre Axe instead of the Perseverance, he wouldn't have died there. I am a big Lincoln's hater. You know it.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of it in this game either.
We'll see if it really backfires. Huh? Like, I love what Dolma is doing, though. Like, I feel like Dolma is really the backbone of SHENZHEN.
Mm-hmm.
His itemization is great. Blink, BKB, going to the Basher. Like, if he gets the first hit Bash on the Storm, he can kill them pretty easily.
Well, Dome is like the most experienced player, right? Time-wise.
Yeah, I would think so.
Because Kaiko was Ego, who played with eHome, and then he hadn't really played much competitively after that.
Dire are
At
scanning.
least nothing crazy. If I recall correctly.
Stupendous.
5-man smoke, and they might just catch Ollie, which Ollie is happy about. And like, that's how quickly too. Like, the net worth lead got to 0, even favored SHENZHEN for a second. Boom, 3K again. They farmed the map really well on IG when given this kind of time and space.
It's honestly a little bit worrying. Dolme is getting caught out of fit.
Oh, Emo with the Nimbus down on him.
He has BKB Blink.
Oh, whoa.
He missed.
He's got no mana.
Yeah, he misclicked that quite a bit. Didn't get the disposer. That's Caster's curse right there. Praise someone, they'll make a mistake straight after. Always is. Always is the case. Now, I think IG still has a couple more team fights in them. It's not like the game's just gonna end or whatever. They do have scaling heroes as well, of course. It's just Void, Zeus late game is very scary. He's going for this again. Lincoln Sans Yasha on Void. I mean, this game he won't have damage issues, but I don't know.
It really kind of reminds me of something God King would do with a Void.
Yeah, and then God King was wondering why he dealt like 0.3 damage per gold.
Yeah. Get the kill on to FY.
Yeah.
Have that.
Wherever Marcy is, there's easy kill potential now. Like if you time that Nimbus with a potential bash with the bash later, and then you get like the bash, then a Nimbus stun, and to another bash, pretty much anybody can die. The chance is practically 100% bashed, right? When Unleash is there, especially level 3. 5 hits in like half a second.
Yeah.
It's like a better Ursa.
It really is. I guess it does take till level 6 to really feel that strong, but do you think there's a case to be made for Marcy to be in a position 1?
I think it can work, but I think also that the strongest position for Marcy, if you want to run her as a core, is the mid lane. You can snowball out of control so hard from the mid lane. In the off lane, you're still sort of doing your job, so it's also a good position for it, but as a 1, it's very flimsy, you know? Like, things can go wrong very easily.
One of those heroes that can't afford to die.
Yeah, exactly, because you don't have any flash farm abilities.
Looks like IG want to go, but they need to be careful about how they approach this. Smoke gets broken, blinding in. They'll look for Dome, who goes into the BKB as well as the Unleash. Fly in some trouble. They've got the Chaotic Offering. The damage is coming out of the Dome, but the BKB still going. Emo now onto the backlines. They've got the Nightmare onto the Snapfire. Wukong's around Fly, but there's the Chrono. And the Arena to follow it up, but he misses the spear on Kaiko and walks into the Chronosphere. They pop the link as they got the Orchid, and now without that help, Void's in some trouble. Kaiko gets the Time Walk just barely. Time Walk's back.
He jumps back in.
Is he out of his mind? Time Walks
and
again. The right clicks are through. They've got the silence. Thanks to the shard on Fly, and they land the spear. They get the kill on a Kaiko. Kaiko technically gets a kill on a FY, but what does that matter? The trap is down, the heavenly jump. Emo's dead to Hara. Phoenix trying to TP out, but they cannot stop it. They did not need to lose that Void. That was very ambitious of him, but they do take out 3 on the side of IG.
Did he die to Shadow Word on Storm?
I want to say that's the only way, right? It would
Yeah,
have to
that's
be
like a Fatal Bonds. But yeah,
Shadow Word, yeah.
Again, I feel like every time we see Kaiko, I just keep having to come back to his item build. He's kind of like the Erika of Division 2.
In which ways? Because the reason I didn't like what Erika... Yeah. Well, because for me, the reason I wasn't really liking what Erika was doing for the longest time was they were forcing him and shoehorning him into every lineup as a Wraith King.
Yeah. But nowadays, it's just like he's really itemizing very...
They have Fiend's Grip.
Nice spear.
Spear to the tree, right clicks in, that's the damage. Kill. There's the balance strike, and they're going to look for more. They've got the trap, the grip is there, the Fire Snap Cookie to get him away, but they've got the Primal Spring. They'll get the kill on a Phoenix, and things start to crumble even more for SHENZHEN, because Hara, he's on the run, and he'll be hit with that spear from JT. JT pretty on it with the spears, and they get yet another kill. 3 heroes dead, and, well, look what's up. They've got a trap. They know it's there. Fly with the shard purchase. I love this shard. I think it's one of the stronger shards in the game.
Yeah, I would agree.
Silences can be horrible to deal with.
Yeah, it kind of feels like SHENZHEN is running out of steam a little bit here.
Well, hey, Lincoln's is the steam giver, isn't it?
Wow, well, Beak up. Just wait until the Sanjasha is done. He's gonna show him.
Radiant's top tower
Ball lightning all the way through. They've got the Orchid onto the Snapfire. Kaiko can only just watch at the moment with the BKB being popped. He goes to the Chrono. Now the Arena. Kaiko, where can you go? You're stuck here. Time Walk away. Gets back to full health, but they end up losing YP anyway.
Yeah.
That's a
These
Chrono
are
for
cutting it.
nothing. Dome
Hara.
on a Fly. Melt Strike. There's the Dispose. They've got the right clicks with the Unleash, but now Fly taking a lot of damage with the BKB being used. They've got Fatal Bonds on these heroes, and the BKBs back and forth. Time Walk in, looking to get the kill into JT. Ollie on the run with the God's Rebuke, pushing back Dome. Dome still chasing JT. He'll stay on top of him.
Down.
They got the kill into Fly, and they also killed off Emo. That actually worked out. SHENZHEN catching IG maybe way too confident in that exchange.
What the hell was that? They killed literally everybody and lost like what? Nothing?
They lost YP.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
They did. They did buy back.
Radiant structure
So I mean, massive team fight, and I didn't expect them to lose a fight like this on the back of an Aegis too.
Yeah, Fly had 2 lives, and yet he died. That second time,
Radiant's
it
middle
was the
tower
kisses that came down. They had the Chaotic Offering, and I believe the last blow was Kiss/Arc Lightning.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, IG really wasn't supposed to lose that fight. Like there was like the really strong timing. They're getting the shot. They got the Desolator.
They weren't
Now-
focusing on any target, it seemed like.
Yeah, they weren't. Very split. I thought they had a good opportunity to kill Hara there. Jump on Dorma instead. Dorma gets his BKB off. Somehow, in the middle of the spear, I still don't know what that happened. Maybe we can get like a replay of that later. But yeah, this is not a fight they were really supposed to lose, as I said. And the late game is still very much in favor of the Zeus Void lineup.
You just need to keep these heroes alive. They've been able to pick off Phoenix a couple times, not many.
Double damage.
Maybe IG slow the game down just to posture potentially for Roche, but it's so far away that in 5 minutes' time, SHENZHEN might be at that peak capacity for themselves.
Yeah, the Zeus is also getting stronger. He has a BKB now, so he's not really afraid of anything anymore. Love that itemization.
Bane now also has the Psychic Headband and the Aether Lens, so he can get this Fiend's Grip, can get these Nightmares out from quite a distance away. This smoke doesn't look like it's going to latch on anything. You're going to start to head towards top where IG are currently sitting, but FY, he's in the trees. He'll break the smoke. They've got the Thunder God's Wrath. They'll spot this Monkey King. FY, not happy to die in that sense, but he does defend what could have been a gank that goes SHENZHEN's way.
Yeah, better him than a bigger target, but as you said, he's still worth quite a bit of money. Like he's not like he's very poor either.
Is under attack.
How's Doma looking? So his bash shot's done getting into the Abyssal. Ooh.
Time dilation, TP
By
attempt,
Ollie,
Dome's
right
there,
back to
toss
the-
him into the Nimbus.
And now it's IG getting picked up all over the map.
Yeah, losing their 4 and 5, not terrible, but we'll see what they can do. Wonder if Fly's damage cap has kind of run out.
Radiant's top tower is under
Ah, there's
Now,
no
last fight
Swift Link, you know.
Yeah, it just that last fight didn't exactly look promising. If you're gonna die twice like that, real quick.
Yeah, there was definitely. I mean, just the power of Marcy, honestly. Like, if you're singled out anywhere, that hero deals a
Marcy's
ridiculous
coming
amount of
over.
damage. Yeah.
Trap down into the meld. Chrono, that's
Oh.
used. They'll catch JT, and they're looking for the high 5. They've got the Nimbus. Pick off after pick off. Starting to fall
One by
for
one.
IG.
scanning.
Yeah. One by one by one by one. We have seen the story many times.
He's gonna
But
win
I
this
thought
game
it
with
was
Django.
like the IG of the past.
Apparently, it's the IG of present.
And so the thing is, FY is an amazing player, but he's never been like the sort of leader kind of player, which I feel IG sorely lacked. They got better in that department, but you can still see that they're quite lost sometimes, just being in places they shouldn't be, not really having the most sound game plan.
Do you think they should be splitting the map like this the way they have?
You mean IG?
Yeah.
Radiant's bottom
Initially, yes. Until they won that really big Roche fight, then it was more than fine to take the big 5v5 fight, but they got destroyed in it. Like, super one-sidedly, and that was the big timing. Now it's really, really tough to fight. They have the Chronosphere on cooldown, so now it's gonna be another big window.
Mid lane.
Which, yeah, you can't afford to bleed off any more heroes now. Like, you need to have that 5v5.
2 minutes till potentially Roche is back. Chrono up in 60. Under God's Wrath in 100. They did use the BKB on Marcy, so the question becomes, do they want to go in? He did pick up the Abyssal Blade on Dolme, so he's going to have quite a bit of lockdown to make sure these heroes suffer in these fights, potentially.
Yeah, Dolman is suddenly pretty rich himself. As we already said, like, his damage output is not a joke at all. Want to catch a Zeus? That's a big one.
And they could get Phoenix in this fight, and by could, I mean they do very quickly. Time walk in, time walk out. Chaotic offering with the Abyssal. The Abyssal is going to be through and out on a Fly. They've got the Wukons, but this is in a position one Monkey King. Fly is already dead, and FY trying to TP out, but not in time. Fly, 94 seconds, no buyback, and the net worth lead is officially in SHENZHEN's hands.
And Dolman's damage output is an absolute joke. Like, the way he locks them down so easily now, with his sidekick as well. Void getting buffed up by the Marcy as well. Yeah, like, this is what can happen when Marcy in the offense snowballs.
Marcy's out of control.
Yeah, and of course, Kaiku with his signature BKB Sanshasha Lincoln's build. I can't believe it's working. Again.
And that was damage without Zeus.
Yeah. Yep.
JT will try to push in top. Roche potentially up in 30 seconds, and that Aegis Cheese and potentially Refresher Shard, maybe an Ags. They found the Mars. R0 with Dolme, but there's the BKB, and they get a kill on the JT. Emo, he's in apparently. It with the Scatter Blast stunned up that way, and Dolme, he has so much damage with the Unleash that he just gets both kills. I'm not too certain what you're doing in a fight like that for Emo, but giving up a death like that just cannot happen. And it's an instant Roche.
Which means, well, they're not scouting it right away.
Perhaps
no,
not.
they will.
It's an Axe Blessing.
Yeah, no, they will. So they know.
And you even go and steal this. I don't think you can. FI might.
We said we liked the draft better, right? But we thought that IG would out-execute. That certainly did not happen in this game.
FY. Oh, Time Walk. Nimbus. They found him.
And you're gone.
There goes Roche. Who do they just give the Ags Blessing to Kaiko, or are they going to pass it over?
I think the Kaiko.
Yeah, Time Walk.
Pretty annoying.
I don't think IG can win this game anymore. I think once they lost that fight in the triangle on the Dire side where they just didn't kill the Void, it all fell apart.
Yeah,
but it has always hung in the balance in this game for IG.
I mean, they were the ones on a timer, sort of. And yeah, like, the pressure definitely got to them. They mis-executed like 2 or 3 team fights. And it just can't happen against the lineup like SHENZHEN's. And it's surprising to me. It really is. Like, I thought against CDC was sort of just like a fumble, you know, but they actually do look like they can lose to quite a lot of these teams now suddenly. You think that loss against CDC like disheartened them a little bit, or am I reading into it too much?
I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think it's that much, but we'll see. This is also only one game. They didn't win the first game, but you can tell by the movements it's a little bit out of sorts. Dolme very, very far in, but it's not going to matter. Bane is so dead. Time walking in, but there's a spear. Kaiko? Forced to use the chrono.
That was definitely panic chrono. That was not necessary. And now the disengage. Again, this was kind of a window for them to close out the game. And now they're like, nah. We'll give you a chance to get back into it.
I don't know if it was more. It was maybe more of a more than a nah. It was like, am I dead? Oh my god, I'm in the fountain.
Yeah, fountain unfortunately is not that strong. If you're in the fountain in the other game that we're not allowed to talk about,
you basically get one shot.
Yeah, that deals way too much damage. And by way too much damage, I mean
it deals the right amount of damage. I wouldn't mind if the fountain scaled with time.
Blessings.
Yeah, and the fountain's range too, so eventually can hit the
Other fountain
towards the throne.
No, just the damage. You know, if it's a tight game, maybe you just don't dive tier 4s and dive into the fountain. Like that only happens because the fountain is weak.
Why did he even jump into the base like that? That was a little unnecessary, perhaps.
They're keeping an eye on him too, and they know there's no chrono now. So for 50 seconds, they at least have that ease of burden.
Indeed.
Fly. Only got 1,000 gold surplus on buyback. Bottom, Dome looking for a way in, and they find Fly. Scatterblast stun, Fire Snap Cookie, and Fly. Oh, Force Staff, not enough. Got the extra refraction instances, and they don't mean a thing.
Nothing. Well, this has been the story of the game pretty much, right? The last, like, what, 10 minutes now. Another solo pickoff. No BKB used yet again.
IG seem to be constantly
they're done with this game. They're done.
They're just constantly in different areas of the map.
Tilted too. You think IG's tilted? They feel very tilted to me.
Let me see if I can get a look at their cams when the players come back up. Maybe by posture you could tell. Time walk in, Ollie. Scared of that. Emo picks up an axe, so maybe there's some sort of possibility
FY caught.
to come back, but FY is dead immediately.
Can't even talk about it because he's just dead. Oh, look at that massive shadow word on all the creeps.
Lightning, Emo.
Ooh, that's a good ball.
Free man, Balance Strike, the damage with the cheese. Oh, wow, it was close. Chrono's there. It's on a Fly. Fiend's Grip comes out from Ollie. Phoenix needs to go over to stop this. He finally does, but there's the Nightmare, keeping Fly alive. The Time Walk comes in. Kaiko trying to do the damage to get the kill on FY for the second time. He's got himself the Hurricane Pike. He'll take out the Golem. They ball lightning in once again with the Vortex.
Age expires in 5.
Up a couple. Oh, Time Walk away. They don't lose these heroes. They've got the Shadow Word on all of them. There goes the Aegis. The look. They've got the Trap down. God's Rebuke. JT, this might be too far. But he lands a Spear. Dome looking to get into the backlines. They've got the Abyssal Blade. They have themselves the Melt Strike. The God's Rebuke. Ollie ends up dead. He's got himself a buyback. Dome, YP going after Fly goes up onto the high ground. They land the spear through, but it doesn't do anything for them. They're still trying to chase. They're still trying to find themselves this TA. Time walk, time dilation, Fire Snap Cookie. Whoa! Fly. Now he's got the blink, but there it is. Thunder God's Wrath. They've got the silence. Fly still trying to run. He's got a Hurricane Pike in just a moment. Uses it. Ooh, blink.
That's it. They're gonna know he's there.
Lightning bolt, and they got him. It was a journey, but eventually they get there.
Well,
basically.
Yeah. Now, usually it's the journey that matters, but this time it's the destination. And the destination is going to be game 3. I'm surprised they didn't call it yet. They're probably hoping that Emo can defend for a while longer. But, yeah. Like, they should just be going high ground here. They got the Shadow Word for sustain. Should be easy peasy. Emo has to be careful. He has a Lincoln's, so the Abyssal Blade won't be able to harm him. But he's not even trying, really. He's like, yeah, maybe.
King Wukong's goes, Balance Strike, Ball Lightning. They've got the silence. Now Emo needs to do something with this. Fire Snap Cookie comes in, and JT's already called good game. Very Kaka-esque of him to call the good game before the fight's over, but it doesn't matter. There's the Chrono inside the throne, and we go into a game 3. SHENZHEN evening it up at 1.
Yeah, did certainly not expect that, especially after what happened in game 1. But yeah, well played to them. Punished them, out executed them. Yeah, of course. He's like, hey babe, I just owned that G-man. I jumped on Emo, killed that kid. It was super easy. Emo was super tilted right now. You see his camera.
So he probably goes on like socials. He's like, and this guy calls himself a god? ? Send.
Yeah. After he jumps in and dies, like, God, puny God.
Throw a little question mark in whenever you're really feeling spicy. But dude, Shenzhen, like this was a solid performance from them this game, right? Like, yeah, the lanes didn't go super well for them. It looked like, even though they were getting a bunch of kills, the top of the net worth was pretty much IG for a long time. But it was IG that fumbled the ball this game, and Shenzhen's late game was way stronger. The Marcy absolutely owned. Faceless Void eventually has damage for his Chronosphere, which he struggled with for the first, 20 minutes of the game. But I'm a little bit surprised.
I don't know if it was his damage in the Chronosphere. He definitely had a lot of damage coming out, but
late game he had damage. He had damage late game, but yeah, it was for the most of the game he was getting the big assistance from the Snapfire from the Zeus, right?
Yeah, definitely. And then that early Ags, you have the Nimbus to add on to that. The Fatal Bonds have been pretty deadly in that whole exchange. I really think IG dropped the ball on that one. But they were on a timer, like we spoke about that. It was a rough timer for them to be on, but IG certainly had a pathway to victory that they closed themselves.
That's what scares me also, though, right? Like, that is so reminiscent of other Tier 2 teams and other Division 2 teams that you just can't perform on a timer, which, again, in Division 2, you cannot be like that. Like, you need to be a step above that. And if IG is showing already weakness, like, I don't want to down talk at all what SHENZHEN did here. They performed great, but if IG want to get to a TI, which is obviously their aspiration, this is not going to cut it.
So let's talk about the Zeus here a little bit, because they picked the Storm here as the counter to the Zeus, right? A hero that received some pretty substantial nerfs as a result of the Null Talisman change, and it didn't really seem to find the Zeus at all this game, right? Like that's the reason you picked this hero. So, what is it a dead hero? Is it like a misplay by Emo? Like what, or is it just really good play by Phoenix this time around? Like what happened here?
You could see the Zeus have potential, or the Storm have potential, right? Like, I thought there were opportunities for Emo to do more. Maybe if that Ags was an item earlier, I have no idea, because that Ags looked pretty deadly with the lineup that they had. But I don't know how you get to it even much quicker than he was in that specific game.
I feel like it was really just like it looked really great until like it was really just that one fight at the triangle, right? It lost him the game completely. And I think the biggest issue is that he was always jumping on not Zeus. It was either Kaiko he tried to jump on or Dolme like 5 times in a row. Zeus is just sitting there casting all his spells. Eventually gets up to a BKB, so he's not even like here you see it. They're trying to jump Dolme for some reason. And
weird positioning for this fight. Like, this fight takes place in the corner of the triangle. Why? Like, FY's there trying to have a Wukong's in the corner. Fly's trying to, like, corral them in the corner, but the fight's happening elsewhere.
This is still an okay fight. I think the Backbreaker was the next one, right? With that Aegis they had.
This fight was good. Phoenix happens to bottle a regen rune right on the tail end of this fight, though, and then suddenly, like, your Zeus just starts, becoming an issue. But
this is the fight. Look, jumping again,
is kind of a disaster.
On YP this time, it doesn't even matter. I think they do end up getting the kill, but then YP
he buys back.
Yeah,
they get YP, but they could have got the Void. I think if they played it right. JT steps into the Chrono. Like, also it gets very split. Like Fly's away from.
Fly's getting destroyed by Dolme this fight, and look, the spear cancels somehow.
He God's rebuked him.
He tries to get the God's
JT did that. He griefed himself.
Yeah,
He did
I
the
saw it
Chalice
on the
move.
replay, like when I was watching. He God's rebuked, which allowed him to get the BKB off.
Yeah, so he
And the other
griefed
thing about this
himself.
fight is Fly BKB to kill YP and trying to kill the Faceless Void. So off that Aegis, it doesn't really matter, right? Your TA doesn't have really a second life.
Yeah.
This fight
You can
goes
just
far
use
away
pick-offs
from
here,
us,
but-
too.
But that's it.
Fly just
Void
takes
is
so
too
much
strong now.
damage.
Almost too strong now. There's just no outs anymore for IG at this point. The timer has run out. Game is pretty much over. They tried a couple more fights. It looked somewhat close, I guess, but wasn't really anymore.
Dude, I'm looking at all these replays, and honestly, Phoenix was never anywhere remotely close to his team. Like, look at the Zeus. In every fight, he is just like halfway across the map.
Mhm.
And he's contributing so much by just Nimbus, ult, and then once they've seen Storm or someone commit, he kind of shows up to the fight after that. He like kind of starts beating up his team to dump damage. So maybe this game like actually was Phoenix just playing super well because
he did play
just
super
never,
well.
This
yeah,
looks so close.
he just never put himself in harm's way.
Yeah, he itemized for that way as well, right? With
Yeah.
an axe first, which I like a lot. Like, Zeus into Storm is only bad if Storm really snowballs hard, but the way he itemized axe into BKB, Storm can't really touch him anymore.
Yeah, not at all. And late game, you get the 1.5 second magic immunity off the sidekick from Marcy, which on the high ground push ended up doing work with Kaiko. And every single time they try to make these like aggressive plays, they just run out of damage, it seems like, right? Kaiko and Dolme are pretty much unkillable at this point. And it's a really heavy commitment to kill even the Zeus. And Storm doesn't have the mana pool to do that anymore, right? Like, he doesn't have that that super long range zip like we saw out of the last patch.
Yeah, this game just went so badly for IG towards the end. I don't know where they're gonna
So
clean that
badly,
up.
so quickly.
Yeah,
Dude, look at the damage difference this game. My lord. 43-12, and this game was in IG's favor for probably the first 30 minutes almost. But
it was pseudo in their favor though, right? Like, you knew the timer they were on. You saw that they weren't really breaking too far ahead. Like, their biggest net worth lead was what, 3K? It wasn't like they were massively out and ahead. I think they could have been way more ahead, but they found themselves making some pretty poor movements. SHENZHEN did a
I mean,
really
they had
good
like
job.
9k lead, right? They had 9k lead at the very end. Or not at the very end, but like at that high ground fight, they should have dominated. Then they didn't dominate it, and then the game was pretty much over. But yeah, the fact that they amassed the lead like that, despite being down and killed so much, it's pretty impressive, to be honest.
It shows that they knew how to farm the map. The problem was their fights and their timings. It felt off. It felt like they didn't have a solidified game plan.
dude, Dolme's scores is ridiculous. 14, 2, and 20. I mean, very, very well deserved MVP this game. He found a lot of big kills. He was a big part in securing the kills onto Fly. His targeting this game was always on point. And honestly, this is what I like to see out of the Marcy. I feel like this hero is somewhat underwhelming from the support position unless you're able to like really snowball the lane stage. But yeah, sick game plan here from Shenzhen. I'm really curious to see how they do in game 3. Obviously, they managed to come back here in game 2 with the right mental state. The question is, will IG be able to do the same for game 3, right? Like, are they, still tilted from game 2 is going to be the question, right? Because it definitely felt like they were feeling the burn here at the end of game 2.
Yeah. And it's definitely a team that is pretty tilt prone, right? Like players like Emo. Like, I don't know if you guys saw that one thing. I mean, I mentioned it in the game, but when he didn't go for that void kill on Emo, I was like, really? Because there was a free kill, and he just decided to like not go for it, which is super strange for a player like Emo, like who's usually very aggressive and all in. So yeah,
Very
I wasn't
timid.
entirely sure what's happening there.
Absolutely. Well, we've got a big decider game coming up here. We've talked about this all day today. It's a must-win for both of these teams. So we're going to go to a short break, and we'll be back with Game 3 of IG versus Shenzhen. Stay tuned. You will not want to miss it. We'll see you in a bit.
雄之前，你不曾拥有姓名。通向终点的路很长，但谁也无法预知结局。有人前倾暗影，谋而后动；有人拼尽全力，克敌机先。没有对与错，只有速度是唯一的答案。奔跑吧，在到达终点之前。
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Very short break, like we promised. We are ready to go. It is going to be an exciting Game 3 Shenzhen versus IG. And let's just break it down again real quick why this series is so important. IG, they are currently sitting at 3-1. Winning this series would put them tied in first place. Or no, 4-1. Are they 4-1? I think they're 4-1.
4-1.
They'd be they're currently tied at first place with CDEC, but if they lose, it will force a 3-way tie for second. And that's not the position they want to be in. They don't want to have to deal with tiebreakers. They do not want to have to risk being, out of that promotion zone and staying in Division 2 another season. So a lot on the line here for this team. We'll see what happens, though. My name is RCryptic. I'm here with Black and BComp, of course. BComp, I saw you there. I'm sure that fan in chat is very happy about that.
I hope so.
Reminds me of Hades, the one red guy in the audience.
Yeah. Oh God, I love that game so much.
Yeah, so good.
Black, tell me, what has to change for IG here in Game 3, or what needs to stay the same for Shenzhen?
I really feel like I've seen both teams just struggle way too much when there's a timer on them. So I think just secure your late game. Because again, you had the choice to pick a better late game here. You chose to go for the TA, right? Put yourself on a timer. Didn't work out. Just again, play a simple game. Maybe Storm is one of Emo's best heroes, but again, it's one of the riskier ones. It's not super strong in the current meta. Just keep it simple. On paper, you should be the better team. Outplay them. Do what you do best.
I like it. I like it. BCop, in terms of the drafts, what do you think is going to happen here to start it off?
I think they get rid of potentially the Marcy, something that they might have struggled with, or even the Void. I know the Void didn't exactly feel strong in the first 35 minutes of that game, but you can't be up against the lineup that's going to put you on a hard timer. Like, I think IG kind of recognized that, and they should draft in a way that makes that not as possible for Shenzhen to put themselves in.
Right on. Yeah, curious to see how they end up playing this one out. Do you guys know if we have a draft available? Is that one? Are we back in the game?
We do.
Ooh, there it is. All right. Whoa. A hero that does not see the light of day very often, the Death Prophet. They actually first phase banned the Faceless Void. And they are that terrified of Kaikyo's Faceless Void, despite the kind of abnormal. Yeah, it's kind of like his abnormal item build that doesn't really have a lot of damage, but IG just doesn't want to deal with it, I guess. So first phase ban leaves the Death Prophet available, and they get the Marcy. You do manage to get F-Wise, Shadow Shaman, and of course the Monkey King here. So what do you think about this, Black? Is this worth it? Is this worthy of that first phase ban?
I believe Faceless Void is in a very strong position right now. Like, I gotta admit, it's one of my guilty pleasures to pick Faceless Void in pubs right now. It's just a very strong hero. The shard, honestly, is just ridiculous. Like, one of the best shots in the game. We've seen in this game also how impactful it was for him to stay alive in some of those fights. So, yeah, I do believe if you just want to secure your mid-late game, just get rid of that hero if you don't want to pick it yourself. Because it's just always so tough to play into late game, right? When there's a Faceless Void.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, looks like that's just something they don't ever want to deal with. So they go ahead, they ban out similar heroes to what we saw last game here on Shenzhen. They get rid of the Beastmaster, just a lane dominator, early tempo hero, someone that can help close out the game. And when you pair it with a Shadow Shaman, it's a lot of pushing potential, and they just probably don't want to deal with it. Puck somehow making it through the first phase, so it is going to receive a ban now, rightfully so. For IG, the question I have here for you, B Cop, they played this Monkey King in position 4 last time, but now you have the Shadow Shaman. So how is this going to change things up for them?
It should go on fly. I guess it kind of gives away their hand pretty quickly. I'm a lot. It's one of those things that, like with IG, there's the Morphling. I'm not confident when fly has it, though he won with it today. Then there's also like the Monkey King, which I'm really confident when fly has that. I don't know if I'd want to see FY on it again. It felt like he was a little uncomfortable. There was also some anti-synergy with the lineup with the Mars Arena. But like something like Shadow Shaman that's blinking in, making plays, getting locked down, pretty simple standard hero for him. I think I'd like to see more so in the hands of FY. So yeah, I like this too. I like this cover up for the Monkey King, the Tree and Protector. It's a good team fight for sure. Wukong's Overgrowth maybe keeps the Marcy in place, potentially the Death Prophet.
Man, you know, Bad Rider right now looks so insane. I know Chinese teams aren't super fond of the hero, but against the Tree and Monkey lane, Bad Rider is like so free.
I'm trying to
And
think.
Bad Rider DP is also a strong combo. And Bad Rider Marcy is also a strong combo.
Yeah, they have a lot that actually that hero would work with. They end up just going back for the Warlock. I mean, it's won every game so far this series. It's a good hero right now, it would seem. So I'm curious to see what the answer for that is going to be on IG. The team fight pressure, obviously, Fatal Bonds have done work. Great job at sustaining the lane.
Oh, I love this. I really like this. I think this Bristle's so strong in the one position.
Okay. Yeah, it's got to be a one position. Like, there's no way you lane the offlane Bristol into a Monkey King.
Yeah. We've been seeing a lot of teams start to pick this up.
Can't they just change it though? And put the put the Monkey in the offlane now with the Shadow Shaman? That sounds like a great lane against Warlock and Bristleback. They have no cancels with the Shackle. You get the Monkey King Bristol matchup, and you get another scaling core in the offlane.
I actually like that idea a lot. That does make a lot of sense. You could even do like Monkey Treant, but
dude, anti-mage right now, and you put the Monkey in the off, and you just win the game. It would be such an outdraft.
And then you just play that split pushing like farm on the anti-mage. You have no catch really on Shenzhen. Is that kind of what you're going for? Is that what you're thinking?
Yeah, and you just get like a Diffu plus BKB on Monkey King. He takes over your entire fights. Then you for mid game with anti-mage with the Manta Style. Okay, they go for the Bristol option. The Timber option instead.
Interesting.
Okay. Timber against Bristol, of course, is one of the better matchups as well.
This is not really a hero we see in China that much. I'm gonna look up.
It has a very low win rate. It has a very low win rate in China right now.
You need to look
what
up
about
JT.
Overall? I feel like a lot of teams do decently well with it, actually.
Overall, in all regions, it's at 47%. Has not done exceptionally well.
There's also a time where this hero felt really strong, right? Like the shard felt really strong. The push forward felt strong. Just the
I have a theory.
Ooh.
I think it's because this hero doesn't build BKB. This hero wants to build other items like Kaya Sanj, Lotus Orb, Aghanim Scepter, all these different items that's not BKB. And I think in the current meta, it is just too important of an item.
So JT plays this hero not that often. 34 times total. 50% win rate. He's played it once 18 days ago, once 3 months ago, and then 6 months ago, 9 months ago. Kind of a little bit in that span of time in I-League. But it's not like a breakout star for him. He has won 3 of his last 4 with it, though.
He used to do really well with it when they were in Division 1, though, right? Like the older IG with Kaka.
Yeah.
So.
Yep. He had 4 wins in a row in that top league and in 2021. Beat LGD with it, beat Vici, eHome, RNG. Actually lost to Magma with it, of all things.
There's the Bat Rider and Ben. I actually was going to mention mid Coddle actually could have destroyed IG's lineup, but they end up getting rid of the Coddle here. It just plays so fast. Like, I actually don't know what you do when Coddle, Bristle, and Death Prophet just run at you this game. So Shenzhen gonna have to come up with their mid lane option here, would be my guess. Offlane DP is usually the case, right? Am I mistaken for that?
Yeah, DP Marcy, Bristol Warlock, mid lane. What though? I'm always a big fan of like a tank buster. When you play against these Bristol heroes, something that just deals an absurd amount of damage to Bristol. Not Bristol, sorry. That the Timbers can't just tank. What would that be though from the mid lane? They could go Zeus again if they wanted to.
They could pick a different offlaner, right?
They could also put DP mid and pick a different offlaner, yeah, against the Monkey King.
Although
I
Death
thought
Prophet and
Bad
Marcy
was really
feels
good. Dude, I thought if they picked Bad instead of Bristol, would have been super sick, their lineup. But now Bad is banned, so what about a Beast is banned too?
Underward?
And her Monkey is a bit tough. That's the thing. Most traditional offlaners are not great against Monkey.
Oh,
so
boy.
it's a Zeus again. Okay. Yeah. I mean, we mentioned it's a possibility, right? So it's a lot of damage.
This kind of feels
Played
like the
super
same
well
as game
last
2.
But
But
not really any sort of lockdown. Marcy Dispose is the only thing you have.
Yeah.
So now, if Storm can't win this game,
It is a much better Storm game. You are right. I feel like he's got to go for it, right?
we'll see if Emo's still confident in it or not.
yeah, I do worry a little bit about it. Like, yeah, your lockdown's not great, but your chase potential is pretty good on Shenzhen in terms of like moving forward the Death Prophet, having the Spirit Siphon, going in with the Exorcism, Viscous Nasal Goo, like
What
the
about
jump
Ember?
forward from Marcy and the Dispose.
Sure, Ember works. Same reason why Storm is strong, right? So yeah, that's definitely a good
Instead,
pick.
they go for a Kunkka.
Kunkka against Zeus. Okay.
All right, I'm really curious to see where these heroes end up going. Obviously, right now we do see Kaikyo on the position 1 Bristleback. There's going to be off-lane DP. YP will be grabbing the Marcy and Phoenix again on the mid lane Zeus. So pretty much what we expected in terms of these picks and where they were going. This is a pretty strong draft from Shenzhen. Black, how do you feel about this Kunkka, man? It is the 24 pick. It is your last option here on the side of IG. Is it good enough?
I feel like they're gonna snowball again, and I just didn't really show, even against CDC when they played snowball lineups, they didn't really show that they perform super well when they do that. Like in the mid late game scenario, when you play this Kunkka Timbersaw into a Zeus, it's gonna feel so bad. Like the static field is gonna deal so much damage. You're gonna have an abundance of physical damage from the Bristol DP. I think the game is going to play out in a similar way as last game, where they will have their chance, they will have their timing, somehow budget, and then Shenzhen just wins the game ultimately.
All right. B-Comp, what are you feeling?
I feel like it's similar to game 2 in my eyes. I still want to say IG is the better team, but Shenzhen's draft I have a lot more confidence in. And I'm a little worried about IG's mental state. I guess I have a question for Black really quickly, and maybe we could do it when we jump in, but like, is that like a real thing when you play professionally? Can it like really meld over into the first game or into the next game if you lose that badly?
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, especially if it's to a team that you have no business losing against, right? There's definitely lots of times where you start doubting yourself. So it could happen. I hope it doesn't happen to IG, but it definitely happened over the course of the last 2 seasons. There's no way they're not wondering why the hell they're still here.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we're going to find out what really is going to happen here in game number 3. This is going to be Shenzhen and IG, a big game on the line for both of these teams, bringing you all the action. Of course, going to be B-Cop and Black. Have fun with this, guys. I'll see you when you get back.
Thank you very much. Sure.
I gave him another hot friend, but he didn't see it. We had transitioned into the game very quickly.
Yeah, it's because we're the transitioners.
Yes. Kunkka's got a 75% win rate in Division 2.
3 out of 4?
Yeah.
Good guess.
Is he gonna build? Has to build like a Silver Edge in this game, right?
Yeah. I mean, Mikey could do it. I want him to go for fast BKB and just play that snowball timing kind of game.
I mean, I'm a little worried. I will say a lot of the Bristle lineups
Begins.
that they've been up against haven't had a Silver Edge builder.
Yeah, there's
Like-
2 in this game.
Yeah, Bristle's been that, like, final pick. But giving an opportunity here, I guess, to have that Kunkka to potentially have that Silver Edge. We'll see, like, what happens to the Bristleback.
Yeah. We also have to see what item build Monkey wants to go for. A greedier Battle Fury or a more early game focused Echo Saber, maybe even Diffusal. It's a great Diffusal game. But yeah, Dolme is on a hero that can definitely impact this game massively. Like if he gets a fast BKB on this DP, the team fights are gonna get quite rough.
I like this YP Dolme lane with the Death Prophet Marcy. It's similar to that, like, Tusk Death Prophet lane that was so popular.
Yeah, it is. Also, Death Prophet with that bonus movement speed of the rebound is literally hasty when the spirits are on. So there's good synergy there too.
Dispose early, but level 1, that's not going to get the kill.
Why is he disposing of trees? We need our oxygen, man.
We do. Kind of anti-synergy there, I guess maybe in lore sense. Timber and
Yeah.
the Treant.
Yeah. Timber is also an oxygen hater, in case you didn't know.
He literally does have a tree watching him, too. Ooh, gosh, Whirling Death doing a lot of damage on the Keiko.
Yeah, and he has normal sustain. Shadow Word was also used offensively. I mean, JT is suffering a little bit here. He has no more regen left on him either. Come on, FY, be a bro, give him a tango. Why is he healing himself? Never mind.
Also,
Korea
by the
was
way,
a
the
bro.
Bristle. Yeah, getting that Soul Ring. So, we've seen a lot of these 1 positions in the right moment go sans healing.
Dire's courier has
FY?
He's fine.
Ooh, maybe.
Fairy Fire. Man,
Maybe.
Warlock is fast.
Maybe. Uh-oh.
Where?
He's got the shackle, but does he have the help? No. AT kind of was like, all right, whatever. He dies, he dies.
Yeah, I can't really do much there. If he dies, he dies.
Remember the ironwood tree?
Of course.
With with a JT Timber right here, just plant the tree, Whirling Death. Always fun.
I mean, this lane is not easy for the Bristol so far. He's suffering. He's bringing out a salve.
Uh-oh. Ara?
No stick, no nothing.
Ooh, a little block there, and he's gonna dive the tower, go to the Whirling. Oh, almost got them both. FY? Ether Shot gets the kill. That's big.
Yeah, losing your Bristol lane never feels good. Alpha
Hero
Timber is
that's
considered the
snowball
counter, but yeah. I mean, you're kind of setting yourself up for that. That's why I said like this early Bristol pick was completely unnecessary. They could have done so many more things with that pick. Like, if they pick the Bristol last, for example, they don't have the Timber. Suddenly they feel a whole lot better about everything. But by all means, Bristol's still
Ollie.
fine here. Ooh, Ollie
He's in
is
trouble,
fine.
but
Dolben
he'll
might be
get
dead.
out. Right click scene. Fly doesn't have a primal spring or anything like that, and Boundless Strike on cooldown. Eventually
Gets
gets
thrown away.
disposed of.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Good, a couple kills there top against this Bristle, and I kind of agree with you. Like, Bristle hasn't exactly been this hero that we're seeing banned out all too often, right?
Yeah, no, I don't think they would have banned it out at all. Because the lineup isn't actually terrible against it. Oh, Emo taking a lot of pressure in the mid. Almost 6 on Zeus, so that could be helping the Saiyans quite a bit. What's the magic number, B-Cop?
Of what? Life?
Zeus ult.
42. Oh,
No.
I know this.
Yeah. I mean, I talk about it all the time.
200? Something?
225.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There
I
we
see a lot of, even pros, they ult when they have like 230 HP, and then they're probably wondering, why didn't it kill him? Because it didn't do the math. 225, B-Cop.
2.
What about Lion?
5. I'm not sure off the top of my head.
450.
Right.
Level
You've
1
said
ult.
that to me.
Yeah, 450. Important numbers.
Numbers to know. That's like a post-it number. You put it on the post-it. You put it on your monitor when you play those heroes.
Yeah. 100%. Level 3 into the reactive armor now, so yeah, this lane is not very fun anymore. Especially, like, if Timber gets ahead in this lane, it's not really fun. But it can also go the other way, of course, right? Where Bristol gets ahead, then Timber doesn't have a whole lot of fun. But today, JT is the lucky winner. Hooray!
So far, things are pretty close, all things considered, right? Bottom lane,
Yeah.
Fly, Thunder God's Wrath, Boundless Strike, Fly on the
One more
run,
hit.
Spirit Siphon with the
Nice.
Crypt Storm.
Dire's middle tower is
Thunder God's Wrath, why didn't I get the kill? Well, it wasn't
Yeah.
225.
225. It was like 233.
I've got the jokes. Fly coming over, Kaiko. Not a lot of mana to work with. And there
Liar.
should eventually be shackles there, which there are. And he's throwing out
One more.
the kills. He's got himself a wand.
And wah. No, can't get in range. I love that sound.
Which one? The
And,
whirling death sound?
Whirling death sound. Like, wah. Yeah, okay. Kind of sounded more like a duck, probably.
A duck?
No, I mean, I
you
sounded
sound
more like a duck.
duck. Yeah.
Exactly.
You know how to do a duck call with your hands?
What's a duck call?
Like when you're calling a duck. It's like what the...
I can imitate a duck with my mouth.
Well, you got to do the duck call.
Dude, I sound like Donald Duck, like, actually.
Let's see if I could still pull this off these days.
Dire's
Right.
I'm not good at it. I used
I'll
to
be
be
very
able to.
impressed.
I used to be able to do it with a blade of grass. Back in the day.
Back in my days.
I don't know if you guys can hear that.
I heard it. I don't know if they heard it.
I don't know if that
Probably
came
if I
through.
heard it, they did.
That yeah,
wasn't
that's
bad.
exactly what whirling death sounds like. That's
Yeah,
the point I was trying to
totally.
make. So, pretty quiet game. Obviously, IG got those 2 kills top. There was that kill onto Fly bottom. When you look at the net worth, you do see that Fly not farming amazingly well, but compared to the Bristol, he's kind of close. And I'm a little bit surprised, despite the fact that there were 2 kills. Top that JT's really not gotten much more out of the lane.
Dire's top tower is under
Well, he now has the chip vest as well. He has a Warlock
course.
heal. He has everything in the world. Makunka's rotating top. Hara says hi, but they're running at the Bristol. He gets torrented. Yeah.
Do they have the kill though? And they've got the Chakram on him. Here comes the Ghost Ship, Thunder God's Wrath, and they'll pull him back. They get the kill to Kaiko, but they lose Fly bottom for this.
Well, you're looking at Ollie too. This pose in 5, so it won't be. Oh, the ghosts are doing too much damage though.
Yeah, I was
very
gonna
nice.
die too. And the
I
tier
can't
one
actually
tower
believe
might get
Ollie was just sitting
killed.
there. Like, he just sat there, started hitting creeps after the monkey died to an exorcism. I'm probably so I'm dead.
Radiant's middle tower is under
I mean, this game looks pretty bad for Fly, all things considered. Both carries are really struggling. It comes down to the mids again. I feel like that's been the case a decent amount in this series.
But Bristol has such an easier time catching up than a Monkey King does, so.
Especially once he gets this Ags and he can just run at you constantly at full charges on Warpath, right?
Yeah, I'm a lot less worried for
Hara's
Kaiko than I
dead.
am for Fly.
Shackle, X, Tidebringer, and the Chakram pull.
He just TP'd back up there.
Yep. They're trying to get this tower top because I thought they were going to lose that tower bottom, but they didn't commit with the rest of that exorcism.
Yeah, he should respect that too. Like these sort of deaths are unnecessary. Let's put it that way.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
So
Dire's top
there's the tower kill.
Radiant's middle tower.
It is also bringing Emo into a little bit of a quicker start. He's towards the top of the net worth, but of course Zeus is a little bit higher. He's got a little bit easier time farming it with the Arc Lightning. Just a touch though. It's pretty close with the Tidebringer.
And once this Bristol axe is online, the team fight should get pretty annoying. You have Upheaval, you have the Goo to worry about, you have Zeus to worry about, the DP ghosts flying around. There's so many distractions on the screen. Like, you might actually just like pass out from everything that's going on.
That's the thing, right? Like, we said their lockdown wasn't great, but we did say their chase potential is decent.
Chaseability.
Track them down.
Is under attack.
If they had a bounty hunter,
Are fortified.
Mid lane.
There's a
as they
golem
drop
ready.
the Serpent wards.
hit the wards, Hara, be a man. Yeah, hit it.
He got hit with that Tidebringer. He's a little bit scared. But
scared, you
maybe
got
a rebound. New dispose? No. Just going to take out the Serpent
You
wards.
suddenly got the whole family there. Everyone wants to get a ward. It's like a party box.
Bottom lane.
Ooh,
They look for the
Dolmen this
Death
time you're
Prophet.
dead.
Dolme shackled up, and with 3 heroes here, they'll get the kill. Ollie will get credit for that one. And mid, JT just kind of standing his ground. And you might want to be a little careful. Dispose stops the Timber Chain. The damage on the JT. Thinking about the Thunder God's Wrath, the YP takes a lot of damage. Now they've got the
Dire's
Fatal
top tower
Bonds on
is
him.
under attack.
Would it have done enough damage with how
No,
low
hit the
JT
hood.
was with the Fatal Bonds?
No, I thought they were gonna drop the rock on him. Then it would have dealt enough
Yeah.
damage.
Is under attack.
But they kind of just cast and cancel both of them. Oh, we've seen it so many times in the past. You remember? Especially Armor did that a lot. The off of corrosion, even though you're losing the lane, like delaying the battle fury by like 2 minutes.
Yeah, it ends up being a massive difference.
Yeah. Flyfly also doing it this game. And he only has 1 level in Tree Dance right now, which is your farm ability, your catch-up spell, so to speak. So his farm isn't really increasing a whole lot.
Dire's middle tower is under
Flyfly
attack.
gonna TP towards bot, potentially try and make something of this. It's Bristle and the
Yeah,
Death
only two
Prophet.
here.
They need to be careful. Ollie comes in. They've got the Hex. There it is. Overgrowth to follow it up. They're fighting into the Exorcism. They've got the Soul of the Torrent as well as the Ghost Ship. They get the kill on the Dome. They'll take out Kaiko.
What?
They drop the Golem. They've got the Exits on the YP. And with the Hex now onto this Marcy, will have a tough time getting out of the fight. But has that rebound.
What is happening? Where are all the heroes? Like, if you commit that hard, you need your Warlock there. You need your Marcy there.
That was a hard commitment from SHENZHEN, and it really bit them hard.
Yeah. Like, again, if Warlock is there with Fatal Bonds, Zeus ult and whatnot, this fight goes super well for them. I'm beyond confused right now by, like, their commitment choices.
This Bristle isn't getting off the ground like we've seen Bristles get in the past.
Yeah, that being said, he's
Axe
still
is
doing
usually a little bit
okay,
quicker.
but yeah, it's definitely not where he wants to be.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
They're going into the pit
Going
with the
in
wards.
Roche. Just got a tank for him. Oh. A little dangerous there for JT. Dropping some items and getting bashed.
Yeah, they all use the TPs. Very good recognition again. I mean, as you would expect, right, from veterans. You know exactly what to do. And so now freebie, this time going to
JT?
JT.
I don't disagree with it. I could have gone to either of them, and I feel like I would have been okay with the choice of the Aegis, but with the game that JT's happening at the moment, to just be able to stand in the front, and if he dies, he comes back and does it again, like, I don't hate that.
Yeah, I thought they were gonna give it to Emo, but he's about to finish his BKB, so they won't really have the tools to kill him. That being said, though, SHENZHEN's draft is really good at extending team fights, right?
Yeah.
So those BKB timings, they can be kited, and if they do, I'm gonna be careful.
So
Our
2K
goal
lead
difference is
Friday.
still not too massive, which
Yeah.
means it's still recoverable.
Certainly still recoverable.
Bristol, how
YP's
close
over
to
here.
the axe? 2 components.
Yeah, 1900 gold. He's still trying to farm as best he can. He's inside the triangle, just trying to stack and farm where he makes the most gold.
Do you like this Battle Fury choice of the monkey?
I don't hate it. It's very the Ame build, but I don't know. My thoughts on the Battle Fury, I feel like are reserved to how quickly he gets it if he's gone into that orb corrosion, because we'll see like Ame go straight Battle Fury, no orb. And sometimes you get punished for this, but at the moment, I would say Fly's team hasn't been that punished yet, right? YP is getting chased. They've got the ghost ship, but Phoenix is here. The damage on the Fly. They get the kill there on a YP. JT moving forward. Phoenix got the Thunder God's Wrath, but not much to use it on. Maybe thought about going in onto Fly, but now he's a partner of another kill, and that makes potentially the Battle Fury come a little quicker, and Hara ends up dead. He's deep on the Radiant side.
What was that Zeus ult for?
Maybe thinking Fly was...
Then you should have done it right away. Well. But yeah, how did Hara even get there?
Yeah, I don't know what he was doing over there.
Get some
Maybe
deep Watson, I guess, or
Walked his
try
way
to.
over.
Oh, Ollie's already into
JT.
the Blink Dagger.
Over on a Kaiko. Torrent at...
He says no.
I was going to stay as paused as long as possible, but I feel like dead air. I gotta say something.
There's no way you would... I mean, holding your breath?
I was just frozen. I was kind of breathing
Oh,
a
okay.
little bit, but
I thought you were going to hold your breath too, because you would be dying.
production was probably looking at me like, is he frozen? Is he going to move? You think he's dead here? You know what? Wait. Don't say anything yet. Chat interaction. Do you think Kaiego's dead? Put 1 in the chat for yes. Put 2 in the chat for no. Put 3 in the chat for yes, he dies and IG gets a +1. Put 4 in the chat for SHENZHEN, Kaiko survives, and they turn the fight. 4 options. Okay.
What about 5?
Well, what do you think 5 would be? Nothing happens and they just walk away.
They don't reconnect and the game gets postponed.
And then
I think
we
you guys
have
are getting a little
to.
bit ahead of yourselves here. I don't know if people can count to 5.
Ooh,
Ah.
that's true.
I mean, you got to keep it simple, you know? 1, 2,
Yeah.
maybe a 3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, that makes perfect sense.
All right.
You got me
Good luck,
convinced.
boys.
Air, and there's the torrent hit.
Wow, he's dead.
And they're going to chase. They'll go for JT. Maybe a little bit too far. They've got the check on the YP. The Serpent Wards come out, locking up YP for a second. But they're in on these heroes. FY ends up dead. Dolme gets 1. Down to the low ground is JT, avoiding the silence coming through from that Death Prophet. And SHENZHEN do kind of turn it around a little bit.
Dire's bottom tower
Well, a fight's a fight, right?
So,
should
4 would be the
use ult,
victory.
but- Yeah,
If you chose 4, you've won something.
nothing.
Go to your nearest desk and find your prize.
Host station
It'll be in the mail.
and get your B Cup autograph.
I don't give those out. Dolme getting chased here by Fly. Jingu goes off. The Wukongs is there. Dolme still
It's
running.
never gonna
Phoenix
happen,
is
Fly.
in, and yeah.
Well,
that
he jumps
is-
into it. Whoa.
Phoenix. There was somebody to connect. They get the kills, and hey, look at that. JT is here to connect. They get the kill on the Dome. They're still chasing JT in. They've got the dispose. Now they need to start running. But that should put the pressure on the bottom tier 1. We'll see if they end up just going for the tower.
He did not expect that burst damage. He could have easily BKB'd there if he did. Yeah, it's a lot of damage real quick. So can't really blame him for it, can you?
Not at all.
Now the Bristleback is into the Axe though. Do we have a BKB? On Kunkka we have 1. Monkey no. Alright, so that Axe should potentially have a lot of impact. He can still die very easily though. So especially if you get broken by neutral creeps.
They don't have much else, so it is time to run.
It took a total of 50 damage. It's pretty good.
So Timbersaw, he's got an Ags in his queue as well.
So he's going pure damage. I mean, I like it. I think it's good.
He wants, I believe, the Lotus Orb, and then we'll see him go into the Axe. And then Silver Edge for Emo, by the way. I don't know if you said that. But he's going to end up being the Silver Edge buyer, which is something we talked about.
Yeah, they might potentially even go into 2 later in the game.
Wouldn't be the worst thing in the world, right?
Yep. But again, I'm just a little bit worried that Zeus might be too free in those team fights. Because they don't have a whole lot of backline jump. You got a DP in the front, you got a Bristol in the front. It's a perfect Zeus game. You just sit in the back and have a good old time.
Radiant are scanning.
Smokes from both sides.
Or region bottom, it's gonna be bait on bait.
Yeah, though you go to the rebound with BKB being popped by Emo. They've got the damage on the YP to start, but he goes into the unleash.
BKB on DP, oh no.
JT in trouble, and they'll get the kill on a Dolme. But Kaiko, he's in on this one. They've got the overgrowth. They've locked down this Bristleback. Now into the Wukong's command. They've got the balance strike. They're controlling him up and up. Kaiko down low, down bad, and down dead. They still go for YP. The Timber Chain going into the back lines, maybe looking over at Phoenix. The Fatal Bonds, as well as the Shadow Word. It's out into JT, but there's the Primal Spring. They go after Hara. On the other side of the fight, though, Emo and FY, they'll finish off YP. They'll take out Hara. 4 heroes down on the side of SHENZHEN. IG,
yeah,
they got everything to go their way, and like you said, no BKB from the Death Prophet.
You know how it's like. You want to get the perfect BKB timing, getting greedy. Oh, I got hexed. I'm dead. If she BKBs there, I actually think they crushed that fight. Would have been so different. But yeah, now again, 7, 8k gold lead soon for IG. We have been here before last game, and they did manage to close it out, so let's see if this lineup suits them a little bit better or not.
Yeah, this was about the biggest lead IG had in that second game. So Ags and about 1,200 gold for the Zeus.
Wait,
Silver
so
isn't too far gone for, or too far away for Kunkka either.
it's just IG and CDC that had 1 loss, right?
If IG win, yes.
Yeah.
They'll stay with 1 loss.
And they each have 1 more game to play?
Yes. Is that this would put them at 5-1,
Yeah.
and there's 7 games in there.
So if both of them win the last game, as they should, they'll both just move on, and there's no tiebreakers or anything.
Correct.
Okay.
And I believe IG plays Magma next, and CDC plays LBZS.
Yeah, for Magma especially, it's like a super big match. Like if they win it, they can force a tiebreaker with IG. For CDC too, of course, though. Like if they win their match, they just go to the Div 1 for free. No tiebreakers. This game isn't over yet, so... DP still strong, Bristol still strong.
Ooh,
oh, they found the
rebound.
Bristol, the Timber, I mean.
JT, he's got that Lotus Orb, he's trying to run, and that purges the silence, so he's able to get the Timber Chain onto the low ground.
This feels terrible. Committed to DP ult as well. And You know when things start going south is when you anchor
committed.
team.
And that gets immediately stopped.
We're still going in.
The Overgrowth comes out. They look to go after FY. They get the kill there on the Shadow Shot. The Torrent lands on it too. They've got the Lotus Orb bouncing things back and forth. It's the Arc Lightning that continues to bounce. They get the kill on the Kaiko. They look over now at Dome. Dome's BKB. It's only got a second longer. JT's still alive. And now the Ghosts, they're coming back. Dome needs to be careful with the Primal Spring. Ooh, no. So Fly moving forward. There's the Silence coming out. He's got the Lotus Orb. Purges the Silence once again. They go back in. It looks like they're just going to take their winnings and leave.
Man, Kaiko's game is non-existent. 0-5-1 on a Bristol. Haven't seen it for a long time.
Low impact Bristle.
Yeah. Needs to get into the BKB to stay relevant. Maybe they can sneak a Roche with the next Exorcism.
Gonna be
Or
rough.
finding the Bristol again.
And they've got the scan. They know exactly where they are because they went and filled the other way off the scan. Kaiko on the run, just too quick.
FY already into the Blink Dagger. He is pretty rich. Caught YP.
Yeah, they've got themselves a kill on the Marcy. No, not yet. Well, not until Fly is done with him.
Dire's top tower is falling.
Really breaking ahead for IG. They could just go Roche in a second.
They used the wards for the top though.
Yeah, it makes it a little bit tougher, but yeah, they still take it at a decent rate, just the two of them.
I think they need to fight this. Like they kind of give away free Aegis again.
This time it probably goes to Emo, right?
Yeah, but this should not be allowed to happen. Like they have no wards. This takes quite a while. A lot of room to punish.
They're starting to move over
They
there
smoked
now.
up.
But Ollie's just going to overgo the second they step in. Maybe they can.
Yeah. They were too slow. Much more too slow to realize.
Gave the sharp. Oh my god, JT. You're griefing. And he knows it.
What
You
happened?
saw that, right? He timber chained onto the tree that Fly was standing on.
Ah. Did you stun him at least?
Yep, he did. And then he threw the chakram on top of Fly like, I see you.
Well, they know they're in a commanding position, of course, so
Dire's middle
having
They're
some
having
fun with
all
it.
the fun. Yeah. I would let you know how Emo and JT look in terms of morale in their webcams, but JT's is off, and Emo, you can only see his ear.
Or the classic.
See? Oh, who was that? It was just their hand.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Right. You know, valuable webcam.
Yeah, we know how good DPC players are with the cam setups.
Fly focused in on that empty chair behind him. So Fly got away with it, right? The Orb of Corrosion into the Battle Fury. There's no way around saying that he did.
Oh yeah, for sure. The scary part is that JT's even more farmed than him.
Yeah, JT, well, he also got the benefits of the free shard. And that's like the difference maker here in terms of being from first to second.
Yeah, but then let's not go into semantics here, because we're beyond that.
You know, maybe.
We're beyond that.
Also, JT almost has the Ags. He'll buy the 3 components and then wait on the point booster. FY just
15K.
bottom. JT
FY's
standing
waiting for
forward.
the
Does he
ghosts.
really need to be scared? YP jumps in and just takes a quick bit of damage there. JT gonna go farm the bottom wave, and then I think he's hoping to have the gold for the for the Ags, but he could sell something, and he does. He sells the wand. So here comes that courier.
Clear as clean water. That's lovely.
4% chakram slow as well. So if anyone's ever caught in a double chakram, it's probably about 100 movement speed that you're working with.
Fun.
Great,
So they've got upheaval with the chakram.
basically.
He's going Shiva's next, so good luck. Good luck running away. Monkey King is on this, and they saw him. They've got the Dispose. They're starting to do some work on the Fly, and there goes the Aegis. The rest of the team needs to show up soon. And they'll throw a sentry down. They're going to move in, but they've got the Hex. The Lotus Orb is out onto this Bristleback. Here comes the Ghost Ship. The Balance Strike is there. They get the kill on a YP. They'll take out Kaiko. They haven't lost anything on the side of IG just yet. The Chaotic Offering was committed by Hara. On the other side of the fight, they've got Dome locked down, killed off, taken out by JT, who's wicked sick.
Dire's bottom tower is under
Is he going for more?
From
I go for the Warlock.
More of a wicked.
There was movement speed 100.
Hara, 100 movement speed. Now he's on a monster kill streak. 18k lead.
Dire's
I'm
bottom
going up onto the
All
high.
right. IG finally coming through in game 3. They had to be mad after game 2. And they look kind of mad in the way they play.
And the question is, was the mindset going to be too much for them to overcome? But some people play better map.
Yeah. Like Kratos, for example.
Yeah.
Do you hear the news?
No,
Ragnarok, 9th November.
I've never played God of War before.
Oh my god.
I didn't have a PlayStation
Ridiculous.
growing up. Overgrowth
I know
used,
what
lands on
3.
3. They've got the Serpent Words down.
Look at the shotgun
YP with the
damage.
rebound, but they've got the Torrent hitting on a Phoenix. They can kill Nahara. They'll take out Dome. 3-0's dead immediately with the buyback being used by Phoenix. JT's got the Lotus Orb. He's feeling confident. Kaiko going after Ollie, but Ollie ends up surviving. There's the Torrent. There's the Dispose. YP gets the kill on Ollie. They take out Kaiko. They've got the Shackle and the kill on a YP once again. Kaiko
that's lots
tapping
of
out.
Gs.
GG.
That's a lot of G's.
GG. Good game.
I wonder if there's some beef going on.
JT spamming it.
Because
Spamming
JT tipped Kaiku when they won, and Kaiku said something in Ultra 2 to JT when they won in game 2. Oh well.
There you go. You could see the guys smiling. JT and the boys looking happy.
Very short shorts. I like it.
Yeah. FY
That's what I do as
soaking
well.
it in, I guess.
Yeah. It's like, oh, victory. So it feels like.
And it's got to be a
Sweet.
sigh of relief, right? Like you probably put yourself in a Div 1 position of all
Absolutely.
things. But the way I've thought about it, like, yes, Div 1's great. But come the end of the day, the biggest goal is TI, and Div 1, at least in the Chinese region where there's normally a pretty significant shuffle, kind of doesn't mean much for these Div 2 teams. Like, there could be some poaching that happens, or there could be like players that are on IG now that don't play in Division 1 because they maybe get dropped, or they go to a different squad that's already in Division 1. I feel like with the rosters you have to focus on TI, and I think we had a couple interviews where we asked that, like, what's the focus? And it is literally just TI. Like, Division 1 isn't even like the biggest focus for some of these teams.
I mean, for IG specifically, like obviously they'd like to get back into Division 1. I think just to start next year there, because that's like a big deal. Like they'll own the slot. But one big issue, of course, would just be like at this point they know they can't qualify off points. It's not possible, so they have to win the like open qualifiers, essentially the regional qualifiers for China. That's their only avenue to TI right now. So for them, obviously that's their top priority. But getting to Division 1, at least for next year, starting there will make a big difference in terms of DPC standings if they can remain in Division 1 and earn some points that way. But this puts them in a really good position to do so as they now go up to 5-1. They will take the number 1 spot here in the CNDPC Division 2, which is kind of where we expected them to be. Before we talk too much about that, though, we need to recap some of this game here. This fight, really big. This is right when Dolme finished up that BKB, and it just doesn't come off in time. I honestly thought Shenzhen was looking really good after the lane stages, but boy, did this safe lane Bristleback fall flat.
Yeah, but this teamfight was supposed to go the complete opposite way. I feel like if DP gets the BKB off, him and Bristleback, they're just going to destroy the team fight, undoubtedly. But he gets hexed, the classic, right? Yeah, I'm gonna keep my BKB for the best. Oh, I'm dead.
Yeah,
it's a tragedy. I think the team fight they should have crushed, should have won. After that, Bristleback just died one too many times. He doesn't really get his timings anymore. Dolme doesn't feel that strong anymore either. Zeus can't output enough damage. It's just a lot of problems suddenly amassing because they just started losing every fight. Got nothing.
Yeah, Zeus did damage, but the safe lane Bristleback was a little bit weird. Like, this is one of those games where if like you wanted to pick the Zeus mid, you could have probably just picked it. But as soon as you see that Timber, in my mind, like your best hero almost every single time is a Bloodseeker, because it is just absolutely impossible to play into the late game Bloodseeker, as the Timber saw. And I mean, obviously they picked the Timber because of the Bristle, but what would you have thought about like moving the Bristle into the off lane, running like DP mid, and then grabbing like a Bloodseeker for the safe lane? Like, would those have been better options, or would they just be lacking too much damage?
When was Bristol picked B-Cop? Second phase,
pick.
right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
pick.
Second phase right before Timber is what happened.
So I think the biggest issue was just that they didn't delay it. Like they could have just last picked the Brist if they really wanted to. Just pick the Zeus fourth. There isn't like super many Zeus counters in the game anyway that are like great or viable. There's always a way to play around that, and just give you Bristol a free game. But instead, they chose to let Bristol get countered, and that's what happened.
Yeah.
Never really had a game.
Also had a pretty great game on the Kunkka here as well. It just felt like IG was definitely back in the zone, right? Like they didn't really make too many mistakes this game. They were kind of just firing on all cylinders, and it makes sense, right? Like this is kind of what we expect out of this team. Game 2, maybe a little bit out of their hands, but I don't know. I like this one. It felt a little bit better for sure.
Yeah, it looked a lot better from them, especially like it felt like they knew what they needed to do in the game, and they drafted well around the Bristle. Like I thought that was a big mistake from Shenzhen, and we talked about that a lot. Like you can't do that. You can't pick a hero that it really Bristle. I feel like is one of those heroes that 5th pick, last pick, sure, go for it. If you don't ban out the counters, if you give them an opportunity to counter it on a hero that really does well snowballing, you could be in a lot of trouble. Like it didn't snowball at all. It didn't have the opportunity to get really far ahead. We've seen Bristles be up 2-3K and all of a sudden like they're unstoppable. They get to that point where Warpath is just too strong and they right click and kill you all the time.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm excited for when we get to an interview. A little bit of spoiler alert is we are going to have a very special guest. I'm very excited to speak to him.
There's a spoiler on the screen right now. I won't tell you what it is, but I have very much ready for this interview. I took a look. I don't know if anybody saw, but my face, it glowed. It glowed.
Yeah. Black, obviously IG feeling pretty happy about this win. Do you think like they're satisfied? I mean, I guess we can ask in the interview. Do you think they're satisfied with how they played this series?
Not for game 2 for sure. They just showed like a very glaring weakness in their playstyle and gameplay that they need to rectify eventually. Because again, like in Division 1, you need to be able to play all sorts of styles and play them well enough to a certain level at least. And yeah, like game 2, they're definitely gonna. It's a good loss though, right? That's a very good replay to look back at and be like, oh my god, we had like such a big lead. This is what we could have done better. This is what we could have done worse. That's what a BO3 is for. You're allowed a loss.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you are kind of allowed a loss. You can't expect perfection all the time, despite having pretty insane talents on that team. But IG, they make it happen. They secure themselves the first place spot, and I'd imagine they're pretty happy. Like we said earlier on, this was a must-win for them. They could not afford to go into a 3-way tiebreaker for that second place promotion spot. So, yeah, I think looking at what they're what's coming forward to them, their last series will be, if I'm not mistaken, where are we? Against Magma, coming up in 2 days, which has looked pretty good. Magma has looked pretty good, but IG definitely going to be the favorites once again going into that one.
Yeah, for sure. I would be a bit surprised if Magma pulled out that series, but I'm not going to say it's 2-0 material. Like, Magma's shown some prowess at time, and they've been able to sneak their way into Division 1 before and make their way through up and again, and then back down, and then back up. They kind of do it sometimes.
And back down.
And then back down again. Yeah, basically.
Yeah, they just can't catch a break, man. All right, so we're still waiting on the interview right now. As we're and it's a little bit difficult to track down.
I hope he's not gonna run away, man.
Yeah,
he's scared.
Hopefully,
he knows.
Hopefully
he knows.
Hopefully he's excited. We'll see. But we can talk about what we have coming up after this, which is a pretty big series. RNG versus Extreme is going to be starting here in a little bit. This is a massive series for both of these teams. RNG right now sitting at 4-1. They're first place in the division. Extreme Gaming is 4-2. So another situation where we could just see a tie essentially for first place right now. Aster also sitting at 4-2. So these three teams all tied for first place at the top of the division. After them is a surprising standout performance from Aster Aries. So they're looking phenomenal. I'm really curious to see like which of these teams are going to be able to make it to the majors, but Extreme and RNG, whoever wins this one, almost I think are guaranteed. Actually, I think they're guaranteed a spot at the major in the top 4 based on this next game or this next series.
Yeah, 4 wins is top 4 potentially.
Who's Aries playing B Cup?
Their next matchup is against
Aries
Dandelion.
Is Dandelion.
Oh, but that should be very doable for them, especially with how they've been showing up lately. So they should at least force a tiebreaker for the major, which is pretty sick for a team like that. What happens though if Aster and Aster Aries get both the TI? That's not allowed.
Then they sell the team.
Yeah, they probably sell the team. It would be what they usually do, right? They quote unquote sell the team to another brand, and then
they loan the team.
Yeah, they loan the team.
Oh my god, that's the dream, right? You just both Aster and Aster Aries make it. Aster Aries has to get sold, and you hope Energy Pacemaker comes in the clutch, and just they still exist somewhere. Or a Hyper Glory team, or a White Fries Gaming. Somebody save some money, please. Get the branding out there. Energy Pacemaker at TI. Hashtag Energy Pacemaker at TI is what we want, people. Please, this is what we need. I've been dreaming of this moment my entire. Or Team DK comes back. Oh my god!
Yeah, I was gonna say you're missing one of the big old names there, in my opinion.
Are so endless. Oh
yeah.
Oh.
Wings Reborn. So we'll see it,
Team Random, bringing it back.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we'll see. It could be. Oh God, that's a cursed name, right?
Which one did you say? LFY?
Elephant.
Oh, Elephant. Yeah, I guess it could. It's not as cursed as. It's not as. Sorry, I just got the Discord news. I'm sad.
Wait, no.
Oh no, Sag. Okay,
are you serious?
So, yeah, you can go ahead and take your jacket off there, buddy.
I've never.
We're pretty upset about this.
It was literally my reunion with one of my best friends.
I don't want to play with you anymore,
dude. I'm done. Actually, I'm going to message him on Steam right now. I tell him it's not okay.
I'm so
that's super bummer. Apparently they're having trouble like tracking down the IG players. They've got some.
He was at his computer. He was still there. Stop it.
It's hard. I mean, I'm not trying to make excuses for these guys. I'm sad. I'm sure the fans are sad. But yeah,
I had so many questions from him. Well, more like small talk between me and him, but.
I had a great question as well. I was going to ask him if he had more confidence playing with Black or if he has more confidence playing with Fly. I thought that was a great question.
And there's no bad answer there. Because if he talks bad about me, I'm right in Singapore when it comes to TI, and he's in trouble.
Exactly.
Yeah.
All right. I'm so if you guys, if Chad, if you guys didn't understand what we're saying right now, the interview unfortunately is canceled. We couldn't get any of the IG players for that one.
In case you didn't get the memo, it was going to be with FY, him and we have a pretty good history together.
Yeah, that was a fun one.
Wait.
What we'll try
doing
to do...
the last IG game? No, I'm not in the last IG game either.
All right, here's what we're going to do. Here's what we're gonna do. We are going to reach out to IG and see if we can do a little bit of an interview. Either not live and get that the questions out later, or maybe we'll try and track them down at a later point. But hopefully we get them. But for now, we do have to go to a break because we do have our second series pretty much starting immediately. It is coming up really quick here, so do not go anywhere. Again, it's a big series. There's going to be RNG versus Extreme, everyone. My name's Art Cryptic here with B-Cop and Black. We'll see you all in a little bit. Stay tuned. Oh my gosh.
不曾拥有姓名。通向终点的路很长，但谁也无法预知结局。有人前倾暗影，谋而后动；有人拼尽全力，克敌机先。没有对与错，只有速度是唯一的答案。奔跑吧，在到达终点之前。 之前，你不曾拥有姓名。通向终点的路很长，但谁也无法预知结局。有人前倾暗影，谋而后动；有人拼尽全力，克敌机先。没有对与错，只有速度是唯一的答案。奔跑吧，在到达终点之前。
Welcome one and all here to the Chinese DPC. We are now elevating from Division 2 all the way into Division 1 to see some of the hype that today has to bring to us. Very exciting games on the card. If any of you have missed it, please make sure you go back and watch the Division 2 series between IG and SHENZHEN. But now, of course, some more important matters at hand here in Div 1. We have RNG versus Extreme Gaming. Woo, this is one of these matches that one dreams about when thinking about the Chinese DPC, and we now have it before us. So let's get into it. My name's Snare. I'm joined now by R Cryptic and Nef. Nefgun, what's up, fam? We already heard a lot from R Cryptic earlier today. How are you doing, my G? And what do you think about the upcoming game?
I'm excited. A little bit because we finally have a real host in order to lead us into these games instead of, the host you get on Wish. But this is Extreme Gaming's last game. It's going to be very exciting. They've, I think, met everybody's expectations with their performance so far. They're looking to end this tour on 5-2. That would guarantee them a slot to the major. Things get a little bit messy if they end up losing the match today, I believe, for them. But yeah, I'm super excited that I get to be here and that we have you, Snare. And I guess Ricky is also here.
Nice. Yo, pretty boy Ricky. What's up, OG? How are you doing? And I'm sorry this is how they had to start, but don't let him get you down. You did a great job earlier today. But, I will also let you have opening salvo of Flame. You've heard the Flame. What you got to say to this, man?
You know what? I'm gonna be the better man and say, I don't need to flame Neff. I'm comfortable with myself, my performances. I'm immortal. I don't have to struggle in the trenches of the
better
Lord
man,
sphere.
but not the better host.
And I'm just gonna, take that flame that he's got here and build a fire with it.
That's the way to go about dealing with the Flame. Shout out to our Cryptic on that one. But on a more serious note, boys, let's get into this. Neff already outlined a little bit of what we're looking forward to seeing. And just to set the stage a little bit more, right? So here's what's going to happen today. If RNG wins, they are guaranteed top 2 no matter what. And they are one game away because they still have a game in hand that they play PSG LGD, which in prior seasons, playing LGD would be a guaranteed loss. But nowadays, it's a very doable series. So they could very easily, off this victory, careen themselves to the top of the division. And if they do that, they guarantee position at TI. So for RNG, the path towards the showcase of the Immortals can begin right here. For Extreme Gaming, though, if they win, it only guarantees them top 3, and they still need a bunch of other results to go in their favor if they want to be gotten top 2, and it's pretty much not really a guarantee that they can go to TI. So for them, this is more about avoiding the tiebreakers for the major slot, because if they lose here, Ricky, suddenly them, Aster Aries, Vici Gaming, and potentially PSG LGD will all be vying for that 4th and final slot to go to TI. So given those stakes, given the different parts of the league that both of these teams find themselves in, who you got your money on, who are you backing, who's going to rise to this occasion?
I'm saying RNG. These guys have looked super clean all season. Obviously, they don't have a perfect record, but I just think like they have probably shown the most consistency, and I think that's a really big deal. So I'm going to say probably RNG. My second favorites are, have to be Aster.
Your second favorite? Oh, I thought you were going to say your second favorite for this match was Extreme.
No. I mean, like in general, I think for Division 1, I think RNG and Aster have shown to be the strongest teams. I think Extreme is still very good, but I think they are just slightly a rung below them on this ladder. And this should still be a very exciting, very close series. But I do have to say RNG are going to be my favorites.
Okay.
Nefka, you were dousing my hype for Extreme Gaming all last season when I was still extremely positive about them. How are you feeling about the series?
That's a good one. I feel like Extreme Gaming have I'd prefer them for the series. I'm going to be honest with you. I watched Paparazzi come up from Division 2. He had no business being in Division 2. after his stint on Elephant. But I watched this guy come up, and his Shadow Fiend made it look like
was
he
so
was
funny.
smurfing in a pub match with how good he is. You give this man SF, you let him pop off in the mid lane, he's going to carry your entire team. And despite the fact that RNG now looks a lot better than they did previously, they fixed some of their issues by replacing some of their players. They now have some of these old gods on their team. I still think that Extreme is going to be too difficult to overcome. I also think Lou is now at a decent place. He's going to be starting to hit his stride. I know he's broken your heart, Snare. You talked him up like crazy. He didn't end up impressing you enough, even though they snatched him from YBB. But when you're a carry player, you go through this very awkward period when you move to a new team where at first you improve like crazy and results are great. But then you have to start learning to work around your team instead of them just working around you. And I think Lou's now finally had enough time to make that happen. So XG, I imagine they're going to be hitting their stride right now. I'm with them this match.
Oof, for me, one of the interesting things about this match is, of course, the Lu versus Ghost matchup is intriguing. Firstly, because of how hot I was on Lu and how much he burnt my heart. But also, I was very cold on Ghost when they picked him up on the side of RNG. And now he's looking really good. So it shows what I know about the carry players. The thing I'm most looking forward to seeing is these supports. PYW himself from Extreme Gaming mentioned that he feels the strongest support duo, not just in China, but just in general, is X-Nova and Kaka on the side of RNG. So it'll be interesting to see if they've learned anything about how those two players move around the map. The support picks are also quite intriguing here, our Cryptic. A lot of overlap with some of these players with the heroes that they play, especially in that support position. So the one hero that we need to talk about, and that is always involved with RNG, Nyx Assassin, baby. Are we getting Nyx? And party to that, if Nyx is in the game, how much are we going to be seeing of this Dawnbreaker? Because that's also a hero that both teams have been experiencing some decent success with, although not necessarily in the offlane role.
Yeah, I mean, this is just, I think people are starting to realize just how versatile this hero is. And I think when it comes to drafting in the current meta, it's really important that your like first 2, maybe even 3 picks be a little bit flexible, or at least like be able to play multiple roles, whether it be like just different lanes, but just all core. It's been a big deal. Like in a lot of drafts, it's why certain heroes are like first phase pick, first phase banned. But I don't know. I think both these teams have like kind of a strategy that they've set forth so far in the DPC. I don't think they're going to stray too far from it. But in terms of, like you said, the support duo on the side of RNG, I'd say they have a lot to be worried about on the support duo on the side of Extreme. Like PYW and DY are all-stars. These guys are so good.
Yeah.
The way that they've played so far is no joke. So I'm curious to see what both teams come up with. I think, most likely RNG's drafts have been pretty solid. So I expect good drafting from them in this series.
Another place of contention here, Neff, is going to be the mid lane as well. He's talking about how PYW and DY are all-star players. Somnus, just long time god in the mid lane on the side of RNG. Yeah, I know Paparazzi is here on the side of XG. He's done amazing things himself. He's won mid competitions, but he hasn't always been a mid player. His best showings in professional setting, at the very least, have come from the safe lane. Erstwhile, Somnus is it's Somnus. What can we do? However, the interesting thing about this is Somnus's range of heroes are somewhat different to what we see from Paparazzi. So outside of like Void Spirit, Puck, Ember, they don't really have that much overlap together. What do you think that matchup is going to look like today? And who are you backing? I know. Let's assume there's no Shadow Fiend. Do you still think Paparazzi's got that matchup?
I think Paparazzi is the superior mid laner. It's a pretty controversial take. Somnus is absolutely insane as well. I mean, we ended up seeing in Division 1 when we were in studio, Somnus just like refused to lose games. He would carry it on his back. And a lot of people were flaming God King for that one. They're like, okay, look, man, if Somnus needs to carry this hard, maybe you should replace your position 1. Somebody that good is able to adapt to circumstance. And I think that makes you a very valuable mid laner. Regardless of that, though, Paparazzi is just too good. I think that he has the edge in this matchup here. It's a hot take. Ricky, you look like you're wanting to disagree with me.
I'm not gonna like disagree as much as just
you're more professional than that.
Not
to,
agree
just straight
with
up
you.
flame your casters, right?
Yeah, of course. I do think like Somnus is probably one of the best mid laners in the CNDPC, arguably the world. So I will say that this mid matchup should be really exciting, but I will still give the favor to Somnus as long as they give him the advantage in the picks, which a lot of times RNG has done. Like a lot of times they will make sure to give him a favorable lane just because he does so much with that mid game momentum and being able to carry. So I would expect RNG to prioritize that because the mid lane matchup is going to be really important and for both of these teams.
Makes sense exactly what you say, because even after they replaced both God King, then Flyby, and now that they're stuck with Ghost, the assumption was that once you get a more stable carry player, then he's going to peter off in his performances, doesn't need to do as much. But the opposite ended up happening. He's still enjoying this massive amount of kills over and above most players in the region and on the planet. Very high KDAs, game in, game out, knows exactly what he's doing from that mid lane. So even though Ghost has stepped up performances based on what we've seen from other carries, Somnus just feels like it's enabled him even more. And I have to be honest, I've been loving to see the resurgence of this player for the longest time. I remember we had a conversation with Black, and we were wondering, does Somnus only happen to do really well when he has Army in the team? Does he need this guy? And thankfully, he's not necessarily needing him right now. One game away, it feels like, from topping the division. And of course, they still can play LGD and take everything, which would also mean here, Neff, if they get number 1, RNG, that is pretty much a DPC qualification for them. For Extreme Gaming, it's kind of out of reach, but RNG can do it heads up straight to TI. How much do you think it's factoring into their mental state of preparation, thinking about the fact that we're 2 wins away from directly qualifying to TI?
I mean, here's the thing. They're going to end up getting some points if they end up making it to the major. So I think this is something that's being discussed between these teams as well. They're in a very awkward position where I mean, one of the reasons why I ended up delaying this DPC season so much to begin with, season 1, that is, in China, we had to split between Division 2 being compact and then Division 1, was the fact that these teams struggled to get back into China for a little while. That's no secret. I think these teams are probably discussing, okay, what are our odds of making it to the major, winning points there, and then just boot camping before TI, all the way up until TI, which I think is weighing on them quite a bit as well. So I don't think it's these wins that they're looking for. They just want to be able to make the major and get enough points there in order to get through. There's also the theory crafting that B-Cop has been talking about, where he says the people might not be trying as hard if they're already locked in for TI in some of these regions. Some people have been arguing are trying to help each other get more teams into the international. NA with TSM, for example, who have performed, I think, a little bit worse than a lot of people have expected. We'll see if that's the case here in China, but I'm expecting both these teams to go all out.
Yeah. The anticipation between these squads, they've never played a series together where they haven't gone all out. The record between them is really, really close. XG ended up winning the first time out. RNG won the second time out, and RNG has the 3-2-1 advantage as it stands right now. So this game either is going to continue that trend or it's going to tip the scales in XG's favor. The home crowd, the audience there back in China, seems to have very high hopes for the side of RNG, 68% in their favor. But the rest of the stats, Ricky, this is why this matchup is so exciting. Everything else is just so close, practically impossible to call in advance.
Yeah, that's the thing that makes these teams really well matched, right? Like I said, RNG, I think for the most part, has had more consistent drafts and has had better performances overall. But Extreme Gaming is no pushover team. Like, this team is incredibly strong and will punish you for any mistake. And we'll see what they can do if they can hold off like these Titans. The fun thing is about this, Extreme Gaming, if they do win, is they do pretty much guarantee a bunch of tiebreakers.
Yeah,
So,
if Extreme Gaming win, it's guaranteed top 3, guaranteed at least 3 teams that can go 4-3. So part of me is hoping that they win, because it also means there'll probably be tiebreakers for the top slot as well. But if I'm an RNG fan right now, I'm saying, Ghosts, come on, carry me to victory. I must say I've been very impressed with Ghost. Maybe not so much that I'm going to immediately replace him as my up-and-coming carry in the region. My boy Lou still has part of my heart. But Lou, this is your last chance, my friend. Don't break my heart this time around. This is it.
I was going to say, you are such a bandwagoner. Lou comes up from Division 2, they're bringing him on like a top-tier team. He's like, yeah, I love him. And Ghost all of a sudden starts playing, and then he goes, oh, okay, Ghost is my new favorite character. Snare, please, show some loyalty.
I was loyal for a long time, and then I kept seeing Lou pick Ursa, Tell me how much that does for your loyalty, seeing somebody have to carry Ursa. It's not great.
You guys are both anti-Ursa, aren't you?
That hero is
sucks,
like
dude.
pickable in like 1% of games, I think.
Yeah. Oh, Neff, you're going to have a good time today. We're on a panel with 2 people that hate Ursa, and both of us are somewhat fond of Warlock. It's a good day to be Neff Sensei this evening. For now, though, let's quickly take a look as well at all of these matchups. Old 11 versus Chalice. This is also a matchup that's very important. Old 11, I do think, does a lot better when given a hero that he can make things happen with. Most of the losses that Extreme Gaming have copped at this point have come in games where Old 11 is not necessarily enabled past the laning phase. They've given them a couple of Vipers, heroes like this that can win the lane and then just go ahead and lose the game. Today, what are we expecting, Neff? How much fighting potential do we have coming out of Old 11, do you think?
Man's a god. He's gonna pop off. Put him on Mars. Let him set up plays. That's what I say. Let him have all the fighting. Let him have
Mars
all
is
the
an
fighting.
interesting hero, though. In this
Picking
region,
Mars
just...
in current year, kind of a weird
Yeah.
camp, if you ask me. I don't know.
It's still one of the most
It's-
contested heroes. It is
Yeah,
still
but it
up
doesn't
there.
win. It has a 37%
That's all
win
I'm gonna
rate
say.
in the region
That's
right
all I have to say
now.
about it.
It's not looking
All
good.
right.
It's not looking good.
All right, you guys want to go for the same boring openers we see every single time
You
the
guys here.
Chinese
Am I
region here?
Yes.
What?
I think our Cryptic's having a few audio issues, it sounds like.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
Oh,
it's all right.
I'm back.
It's like we never lost him. But we could just see the same openers we've always seen. We will maybe not see the Mars because the most popular offlane picks, of course, have been the Dawnbreaker and the Tiny here in the Chinese region, depending on what gets banned out first.
The
I mean, there's a reason why some of these heroes are
Sorry
out.
about that.
It's all good, fam. We out here. Are you back?
Discord
Can you
was
hear
yeah.
us?
Discord was just like, yeah, we're gonna just mute everything and just disconnect for a while.
Well, fortunately for us, as Discord was having issues, Dota 2 client was not, because now the draft is ready. The heroes are being picked up. Neff, you were talking about how you want to see consistency from this XG draft. Is this what you want to see? This opener of Puck, Dawnbreaker, and RNG? Don't
It's
grab
not what
next.
It is not what I want to see, Snare. Let's be honest with each other here. I don't want to see consistency. I want to see unique picks come out here, but this is an effective start. Everyone talks about how Dawnbreaker is like buffed up Spectre at the moment. You know, you're always able to join fights. You're able to play this from the offlane, so you're incredibly tanky. You can naturally build a BKB as your first item. You can do so much from anywhere on the map. What is surprising here, though, is neither Nyx Assassin nor Winter Wyvern, which are two of the normal counters to this Dawnbreaker, have been banned out here. They both managed to make it through the draft.
Especially considering that RNG had second pick, so XG had to have known that that was an option. Not seeing Nyx being banned, they just go ahead and pick Puck, Dawnbreaker, and then RNG still don't pick Nyx. Explain, our Cryptic, make this make sense. I know Zeus is a very strong hero right now, but certainly it cannot be more priority than Nyx Assassin for Kaka into Dawnbreaker Puck, can it?
So my initial thought process here is that the Zeus pick is like definitely going to struggle against the Puck. I could see it being a quote unquote counter to the Dawnbreaker if you're really fast, but it is not going to be easy. Like if you happen,
you mean with Aghanim Scepter?
yeah, like if you happen to get the Thunder God's Wrath to scout it and then the Nimbus to like cancel the Dawnbreaker ult once it's initially started, it's pretty funny. Like that's a funny use of the Nimbus.
That is a funny haha for sure.
But I was gonna say, but I think that's only good if it's a 4-position Zeus. If that's like your mid Zeus whose like goal is to like cancel Dawnbreaker ult, then I don't know. It feels kind of sus. But I think RNG relying on the damage here from these two heroes is still pretty good because they do a lot of damage.
Yeah, it would be really fun to see that. My only issue with that is you're like committing 2 spells that are a large part of your team fight to like interrupting the Dawnbreaker ultimate coming out instead of just like a Winter Wyvern ultimate or a Nyx Assassin Spike Carapace, which has a 10-second cooldown instead of a 120-second cooldown. Like
But
Thunder
it
God's
would be
Wrath.
funny.
It would be funny.
Very funny. Yeah. I hope it happens at least twice. Like, if it is Kaka on the Zeus, it could easily happen. But I mean, it's not necessarily a guarantee that that's the case, right? XG is still leaving the Nyx Assassin in the pool. So they're anticipating most likely that Kaka does play this Zeus here. So let's see where they go with the rest of the draft. They ban out the Faceless Void from Ghost. Ghost heroes, he's played Void, Juggernaut, Lifestealer, some of these old school right-clicking carries in the Chinese region. I'm really glad they actually did ban Void, because looking at the Zeus already, and there's still a Warlock in the pool, Neff, could easily have just set themselves up for tons of damage coming out from RNG in a short span of time.
Yeah, I can already hear Black off in the distance, angry that Anti-Mage has been banned out as well. Yeah, that one
Second
is
phase AM ban. Oh, I'm so glad they banned Beastmaster. Old 11's one of his classic heroes. He's very, very good on it. And that hero is a little bit busted right now. A lot of the Chinese offlaners haven't been picking it for a while, but it's starting to come in vogue. And as it does, we're of course expecting players like Old 11 to immediately snap that up if available. So very good ban from RNG, I think.
Oh, interesting. They go for
All
the
right,
Visage
Extreme
here.
Gaming won. GG.
You think the Visage is that good? It's just over. It's done.
It depends. I think this is Lou's Visage, which I think is terrifying. If this is a one position Visage for Lou, then I think Extreme Gaming's lineup is going to be very scary to deal with. Like, this Zeus doesn't have a lot that you can offer to the team. I think you have to play it as a support now. This is I really like Extreme's draft. I think this is really smart so far. RNG's gonna have to bring a lot of team fight to the table here if they want to like really fight this.
There's the counter that I was talking about.
Nice. Wyvern coming out here. So there's the counter you wanted, Neff. I would also prefer Lou Visage, y'all, but I don't think it's going to happen. Every time XG has played this hero, it's either been Old 11 or DUI that has played the Visage. So not a single time have they put this hero onto Lou, 5 times that they've played it so far. So I'm hoping that today is the day that changes, but it does feel a bit unlikely. What does feel very good, though, is this Winter Wyvern. Yet another healing support, which we've seen just be amazing in this meta right now. There's one of the other heroes that Ghost has played in this patch we're talking about, in this Juggernaut. So that is going to be some way to be able to help against the puck. Good setup as well from the Winter Wyvern. Decent lane, just to make sure you never die. There's actually so much healing in that lane, Neff. Winter Wyvern and the Juggernaut. I don't even think you need Cold Embrace now, actually. You can just go Healing Ward, be as aggressive as humanly possible instead with the Wyvern.
Yes, assuming this Wyvern is going to be played as a support. It's actually been played as a mid laner in the last couple of games. I believe it was played in mid lane in EU Rejects against Nigma.
Bro,
in EU Div 2.
Somnus is not playing Winter Wyvern.
Yeah, there's no way we're going to see Somnus on Wyvern.
Somnus is not playing Winter Wyvern. I'm sorry. I will give, I think I owe you a generic energy drink already. I will triple or nothing that. If Somnus
You're going to triple or nothing this? I'll take you up on that one, Snare.
See, this isn't fair. Neff owes me like 20 generic energy beverages at this point, and I still haven't received a single one.
That's true. In fact, you bought a ton of energy beverages for me. You're the only reason I'm alive right now.
It's true.
When we were like, when I was
studio,
overseas and over in studio, I forgot to tell my bank and they just shut down my card.
Yeah, so little Neffy here is following me around, at the hip as I buy him all of his candy and his snacks for an entire month. All right, no. I take it all back. Extreme Gaming
Ricky,
lost. I'm going to go with RNG now.
No, sir. You said they won. You said that they guaranteed win. Now you have to be the one
I
that
said
defends
if it was Lou
Ursa.
Visage. I don't know. It is definitely going to be DY's Visage at this point. It's going to be five Visage, 1 position Ursa. With the draft that they have right now, I think you have to run Tiny into the mid lane. It's actually not that bad into the puck. You run the 4 position Zeus. You pick a better offlaner here that counters out the Ursa. I would love to see like a Centaur here.
A Centaur.
I actually
one of the few people that genuinely believe that Centaur is the thing that counters out the Ursa.
Centaur absolutely destroys Ursa in the lane. It is not even
I've
close.
become a believer as well, Neff, unfortunately. I played a little bit myself and I was like, yeah,
Ooh, they're
I
actually
had to
getting out the
concede.
5s.
Yeah, they're getting rid of sustain for this Ursa in the lane, and if they did plan on picking up something like Centaur, it would make sense, just due to the fact that the reason that Centaur does well against Ursa is the double-edge spam, the hoof stomp, in order to quickly burst him down when he's sitting around half HP. So if he's constantly topped up, if you can dispel the stun off onto him, if he's sitting at full HP, he does win the trades with the Centaur, but if he's at about half, then Centaur wins those engagements, right?
Yeah, Extreme also have last pick here, which is really smart because they can really flex this Visage now between the 3 and the 5, and you don't really know exactly what that's going to be here on the side of RNG. So you kind of just have to pick, your best option here into the Ursa lane. They get rid of DP, they get rid of Viper. And Viper would have been pretty strong, but they need something that offers team fight and stuns. I think Centaur is the hero. I think it is very strong.
Yep.
This could actually be a good Centaur game, give them some mobility as well. I'm expecting XG to put this Old 11 Visage and give that a try. I'm thinking for their 5 position, Tree might be nice in this game. Some BKB piercing lockdown onto the Juggernaut during the spin. Some kind of way to make sure that you don't just get overwhelmed in the lane as the Ursa. And later on in the game, it makes this Visage extremely difficult to kill. For RNG in the off lane, probably the best bet is Centaur right now. Enigma's banned.
Yeah, I was gonna say if
Beastmaster's
Enigma
banned.
wasn't banned, this would have been a great Enigma game.
Yeah.
That's a weird. It does have 4 legs, but it's not the one I thought it would be.
Okay.
So I'm gonna say I
Carter.
was close.
So that makes it what? Chalice Tiny then?
Very likely Chalice Tiny. And you know, guys, I don't want to be the bearer of bad news, but it's starting to look like this Winter Wyvern might be in the mid lane.
Bro, Somnus is not playing Winter Wyvern.
Dude, do you think
He's
they're actually gonna run Wyvern mid over a Coddle mid?
He's gonna play Coddle, dude. He's played Coddle already in this patch. He's looked fairly decent at it as well. He
At
can
this
rise
point, I'd
throughout the
actually be
map.
down for a Wyvern mid. It's actually not bad this game. It's a pretty good Wyvern mid game. Like on paper, this is a very good Wyvern mid game.
Yep.
Dude, they just picked like Slardar or Legion Commander here, don't they?
Anything in order to deal with you want just BKB piercing lockdown in order to deal with
Yeah.
his Juggernaut and his spin and whatnot, stop him being able to get away. Yeah. Again, they banned out a lot of things that would have been super good against them. I think Beastmaster would have been a significant issue. They don't
Okay,
proof that at
Disrupt.
all.
Offlane Visage
Wow.
then is the plan.
Yep. I was expecting
The Disruptor
off-lane
Ursa
Visage.
is
I was
pretty
not
scary,
expecting
though.
Disruptor. It is. You get this. Oh my god! It's Chalice on the Keeper of the Light.
Okay, thank God. I was gonna say if they
All
put
right.
Tiny 3 into Ursa Disruptor, RNG lose. There is no shot. I actually am okay with the Coddle here because I would think it's really strong in the core position against the lineup of Extreme Gaming, and there's no way they can pressure this hero in the lane. It is just way too fast. So I think it's gonna be okay. I think it's gonna be okay.
You're not
I
worried
actu-
about the lack of initiation?
You got the counter initiation game, and Kaka will eventually get a Blink Dagger. So I think that is something to work with.
Hmm.
I don't know if it's enough. I think Extreme Gaming's draft is actually just easier to execute. And if I've learned anything about Dota, especially in this patch, easy to execute drafts that hit BKB timings are very strong. So I'm going to lean towards Extreme Gaming here in game number 1.
Oof. Extreme
Okay.
Gaming, strong prediction from him. Neff, what do you think? There's no BKB buyers really on the side of RNG. I mean, Zeus can buy one from the mid lane. So only having one source of natural magic immunity, one maybe BKB buyer, and the ease of execution for Extreme Gaming, does all of this tilt in the favor of XG for you?
You know, I have to go with Extreme Gaming as well. I think it's too difficult for RNG to be able to initiate into these team fights. You need to get like super sick Wyvern ults in order to disengage and reset. So I'm gonna have to go for Extreme alongside Ricky, as much as I like disagreeing with him.
It's fine.
Damn. Twice, not once, but twice we've now had agreement from y'all in the last 2 minutes. Woo! We know there's going to be a banger of a game if we already have that surprise to begin us with. However, all memes and jokes aside, this game, this matchup, extremely important for both of these squads. RNG and Extreme Gaming could have their tickets to TI punched right here. Let's figure out if that's going to be the case with your two wonderful casters, Neff, the mechanic sensei, the pretty boy Ricky. Take it away, gang, for game number 1.
See how I said I'm the pretty one this time?
Yeah, you know, I'm not looking too good today, so it's fair enough. But you know, I've got other things going for me as well, other than just being a pretty face.
You
Unlike
do have good shirts occasionally.
occasionally, not a fan today. Too boring.
30 seconds.
No, I like it. It's a professional one.
Yeah,
a
you
good
gotta at least look professional if I can't act the part, you know.
Exactly. All right, I want to talk a little bit about this mid lane matchup. It's going to be the Zeus, all right, up into the Puck. Now, in terms of the lane itself, Somnus should pretty much free farm, but going late game, can you actually play the Zeus into it? Is it good enough?
It's super difficult to play the Zeus into this one because, you know, the Puck is able to get on top of you. You're going to need to build defensive items, but you don't want to. If you get yourself caught out of position, you'll simply get glimpsed back. The save in the form of Heavenly Jump isn't amazing, or it's actually like pretty bad against Disruptor. Because he's always gonna have vision over you with Thunderstrike and like glimpse you back into place. There's also like Dream Coil snaps between the two of them. If he like drops a Dream Coil on you and then pulls you somewhere else. So Zeus is going to struggle with the heroes they have to get on top of them. Not to mention, I think this Ursa is probably just going to rush a Blink Dagger and a Basher. I mean, that would make sense if you're playing against a Juggernaut, right?
Yeah. I mean, I'm honestly, I don't know why, but I cannot believe I'm thinking that a team running an Ursa is gonna win. I must have woken up on the wrong side of the bed today, but
He's got
I might
Dipper
regret
though.
this. I mean, he does have the little Dipper. That is true. He's so cute.
We'll zoom in on that one later once the situation calls for it. And for now, we'll talk about these lanes. So bottom, the Winter Wyvern and the Juggernaut. You see the headdress on the Winter Wyvern. This has gotten a little bit more popular ever since salves ended up lasting, what, half the time when you use them on another player?
Yep, you just go like headdress and you just buy a bunch of tangos for the lane instead. Like you just ferry out tango salve on your first courier. Salve for yourself, tangos for your core, you know?
Or, you know, only tangos in the case of the Winter Wyvern right now. You have too much sustain in here for even a hero like Dawnbreaker to be able to reasonably bring down. I'm not sure. I was curious about the skill build that you go for here, but it looks like he's just gone 1-1-0 at the moment, sitting at level 2.
Yeah, doesn't really need the Cold Embrace quite yet. Old 11 doesn't do a ton on the Visage at level 1, right? They're not going to be able to get a ton of harassment damage out from PYW. So that Soul Assumption not going to do too much. Ooh, that Courier of Wyverns. Oh, he does from your mic. Okay, that would have been very scary.
Yeah. Managed to make it away, though, with the salve and some words on it. So this mid lane matchup, Somnus is... decently far ahead. Is Forge and Eyes up on this puck, so an okay XP lead over him at the moment. Does this surprise you? I haven't been watching that much Zeus mid, to be honest.
Yeah,
I know.
it's good. It's gonna free farm. Like there's not really much you can do here on the puck to stop him. Zeus has like 10 more damage than you, and then just like, you know, arc lighting. What more do you need?
Just like arc lighting. Excellent argument there.
You just zap him, dude. Just every few moments, you know.
Yeah.
You think you're safe in lane, just again, you know, it's really unlucky.
His camps beside him haven't been blocked either, so if he gets the opportunity, he can walk over there, stack his own camps, and then farm
Old 11, bottom lane. In some trouble here. Ghost, gonna try and get the last hit. Does not want to dive the tower. Smart decision. PYW turns around. Oh, that level 2 Soul Assumption. Nearly finds kill. He does have the stick, though.
Yeah. Man ran the numbers in his head. He's just too smart. Knew that he doesn't need to commit his magic stick for this one, so he's going to continue to build these ones up.
PYW is very aggressive on the backside here as well. He's trying to get the healing ward, but nice micro there from Ghost. Keeps it alive. He's back, fully sustained through the lane now.
No way he
goes
goes
to the
for
place
this.
area under the tower. He's got him, baby. That slow is enough. Ghost claiming first blood on the Juggernaut. Very strong. That level 2 Splinter Blast, man. That slow was huge.
Yeah, I am surprised that Ghost opted to dive that one, but I guess they just didn't have the punish for him. He has boots coming out for him as well. I think, you know, if he wants to spin him down there, he'll definitely wait for this, but saw the opportunity, went for it, and thankfully tower wasn't on him. Creeps were pushing in there.
That's super smart. Mid lane, Somnus will actually get a water rune. Last time the rune spawned, we saw Paparazzi get the classic like water rune deny into the orb jaunt to snipe the other one as well. So
yeah,
it's a very high skill play.
Unfortunately, he doesn't get the opportunity to do that this time. I mean, Somnus probably isn't going to rely to do that. Top lane, they're running at Chalice and Kaka here. It is like, oh.
A nice start here. Lu's going to turn around with quite a bit of damage here, but Kaka needs to be careful. He's got an Illuminate coming. Will connect, but Lu able to get away thanks to the magic stick. So that is why you can't run a core Tiny into this. So at least it is only the support, but Chalice, he's not getting a ton out of this either. He does have the Illuminate to clean off the big creep, though. So Centaur will end up going the way of the Keeper of the Light. And he's farming pretty dang well here in this offlane. I do think offlane Coddle can be viable in the right games. So if he gets this early Vessel, you do have to be very careful on the side of the extreme.
Yeah. He's
Bottom
farming.
lane, rotation from Kaka. Avalanche connects. They find Old 11's Visage. Toss comes through. X-Nova in trouble. The Thunder God's Wrath will be able to secure the killer for Somnus. And now PYW trying to hobble away. Will be able to do so thanks to those boots.
Yeah, Tiny, I don't think he's be able to catch him. He's got a big enough gap, but he's not going to be able to connect that with Avalanche or Toss. Does he try to go for it? I don't think he should. Okay,
He wants to
he's
fight
gonna
for the
walk away
6-minute rune instead.
Yeah. Did he catch that one? No, he didn't. I thought he might see that observer, but okay, didn't manage to connect there. So both supports rotating in on both sides, actually.
Kaka's scouting the top rune. He doesn't actually know that these other heroes are here. He's going to find DY now. Ooh, nice phase shift there. The toss, not going to prevent him from finding a regen, which is quite nice. Coil comes out, going to lock down the Zeus. DY taking a lot of damage, but it's not going to be enough from the side of RNG. They just trade 1 for 0 and the regen for the puck. I mean, that's huge.
Oh, look how much they committed for this one, though. I mean, yes, RNG ended up committing 2 supports as well, but you placed 2 observer wards on either side of the river in order to catch a rotation in and take a superior fight here by the runes. It is kind of crazy that you dropped like 2 observer wards inside the river for this one, but I guess they figured it was that valuable to like securing the power runes, making sure paparazzi pops off at the start.
You say paparazzi?
Yeah. What do you think about that one?
I tried, you know.
All right, goes to the bottom lane, is almost level 6. They're gonna try to run at him. I'm pretty sure he's gonna walk away instead of trying to trade with him with the spin. I guess the Dawnbreaker just has too much HP for you to like stay on top of her and click spin.
It's a weird game when the Visage is the easier kill than the Dawnbreaker.
Yeah.
I just have level 3 Blade Fury, and he's coming up on his level 6 here as well for the Juggernaut, which does give you a lot of kill threat, so they might play around that timing.
Yep. So he's sitting on 8 wand charges as well, so he does have enough mana to just like drop an Omni Slash plus Blade Fury here.
Really
if
nice
he
wave
chooses to
pull
on
as
top
well.
of these targets. Yep.
So this is gonna pull the Equilibrium. Oh, never mind. DYW also got a pull. So I was gonna say it will pull the Equilibrium back for RNG, but not anymore.
He's playing pretty far up right now on Ghost. Do we have... Yeah, you got Zeus Halt available as well. You actually do have kill potential on PYW here, I feel.
Raindrop's going to protect him a little bit.
Yep.
But yeah, you're right. They definitely do have kill threat coming up.
8-minute.
8-minute runes are coming. Both teams now have wards on both sides of the river. So we'll see which team's going to end up getting the lucky roll. Bottom lane X Nova taking some damage. Top side, though, Paparazzi bottles up a hasted rune, able to dodge out for the moment. Toss on in. He ends up snapping the coil on his Zeus, but the Thunder God's Wrath from Somnus will do the trick. He's like, get in there, buddy.
That is such a scary play when your teammate makes the choice for you.
You're like, I didn't know if I wanted to get in here, but
Yeah, throw it on top
Alright.
of Pokeball Heroes with a Dream Coil snaps. It's not great, but yeah, drops the Thunder God's Wrath afterwards and doesn't find the kill. Just needs a little bit of extra damage from that level 2 toss connecting with the puck there. So Kaka knows what he's doing. He'll make that choice for you.
he's God Gamer.
Yep.
Nice deep bottom, toss back into the Avalanche. Old 11 is dead. Dude, this was such a sick rotation from the Tiny.
Yeah. Like we were talking about, Kaka knows what he's doing. Sick use of that tumbler toy there. PYW comes in on this one. How long
Wait
you've got toss available?
He's got a tumbler? Oh, he could have tumblered.
He didn't have the range, unfortunately. He only have 1,000 cast range with level 1 toss.
Oh, well. A little bit of a mistake there going for the Omni Slash. But putting that one on cooldown. Pretty good by PYW. Fortification comes out bottom.
Yeah. Now they need to decide if they want to make a rotation to defend this one, but it looks like they're trying to set up on Somnus over here in the mid lane. They're bringing this one out, but fortunately Somnus does have vision of Paparazzi, so it's so easy to jump on him.
Yeah, Kaka gonna scout the rotation of DY as well. They are getting close to the 10-minute rune, though.
Yep. Now, I know you aren't a fan of Ursa, but the man has had a basically uncontested free farm. Yes, Keeper of the Light has a reasonable amount of farm himself, but Lou, he's getting too big to fail.
So you say that, but it's still an Ursa.
You really don't like this hero. Not even after like all the damage it did to Tiny in the lane.
Oh my god, dude, Somnus has not gotten a power rune once this game.
Yeah. I mean, they've wanted to shut this Zeus down. His farming speed is like completely decided on how much mana he has to work with. He's bought 2 nulls for the extra regen on this and the arcane boots, which, you know, he will disassemble into useful items later on. But it does slow him down quite a bit from being able to farm the jungles plus the lanes when you deny runes like this. So these observer wards that they planted on both sides of the river to be able to catch the port rotations in have allowed XG to just like confidently walk up to these water runes and always have information about what RNG is doing.
Just throwing some harassment damage into Lu. I don't think he's too worried. He's got a ring of regen, or a ring of health, and he gets handed a tango as well, so he's going to be plenty healthy. Chalice does have his Spirit Vessel completed and is queuing up the Orchid.
Radiant are scanning.
Yeah, I mean, you're playing against the Puck. This just makes sense. You want more things in order to lock him down. You were concerned about their initiation power and whatnot. You know, Puck jumps in with a Illusionary Orb and a Dream Coil. All of a sudden, his ability to like get back out of the fight is severely limited once you have this Orchid completed on the Keeper of Light. It's such a good item now as well. That it just like how they changed like the stats on it around. Yes, you aren't going to be attacking people so often, but just like damage, attack speed, mana regen means you can build it on anybody.
I feel like it's really good against Ursa as well. This is a hero that doesn't like to build an early BKB. Like, he wants to get his, you know, Battle Fury. Ooh, he kind of just pushed Lu into his Tiny.
Yeah. Yeah, I hate to see it. He can't do anything about this.
He's just going to run him down now. Yeah, that is a kill.
It was you talking up. It was you talking up the Coddle, not me, right?
Yeah.
I want to make that clear. But yeah, I need to hold on to that toss in order to get the Ursa off you. So each time it's happened, Lu has punished him forward. Speaking of, they're looking to punish the mid lane. Lu and Disruptor. Now Disruptor with his ultimate.
It's a ball of Haste Rune, and Zeus now caught by the coil. Disruptor here as well, and Dawnbreaker gonna join the fray. There's your Winter's Curse from X Nova. Lu is your ghost. He has the Blade Fury. He's not gonna get sent back off the glimpse. Lu gets that Enrage off PYW. Chase down, DP out there from the Ursa. He's gonna be safe.
Just TP out. It's that easy. I mean, he had the Spirit Vessel on him. No way he walks away from that one. But it is one of the reasons why this Winter Wyvern has been seen as a popular counter to the Dawnbreaker instead of just the Nyx Assassin. Wait for them to come in. You drop the Winter Wyvern ult off from the heroes. It allows you to reset the fight. At the same time, the Dawnbreaker is coming in. So, yes, it's difficult to bring these heroes down because the Dawnbreaker heal, but you turn things around reasonably well. But that said, it's not great losing the Zeus. But we were concerned about that at the start, right? Just how easy it is for them to get on top of this hero.
Yep, that's the Puck, right? And at some point, Zeus is gonna go, like, Somnus will get a BKB. Like, he's probably just gonna go as Kaya Sanj into, like, Ag BKB. They do manage to find this Puck, just taking a ton of damage to start this, but he gets away. It's the burst damage is not quite there. Chalice on the backside finds 11, but he's getting stunned up. Lu wanting to join the fight. DY with a big kinetic field, but he is all alone, surrounded by the side of RNG. The rest of Extreme will just back off and concede this mid tower.
Yeah. Not great that they have to give this one up. Again, more space on the map.
Kaka, Avalanche, Toss, Spirit Vessel's there. He gets some Kaka. Well done, but Lu comes in, wants to find himself his own kill. Ghost on the backside, Omni Slash will take down PYW. Lu with the Enrage. Finding him some time, but they can't chase him down. Somnus with the Heavenly Jump, just too much to deal with. Ghost still alive. Just gonna use that Blade Fury, get out of that coil, committed, and I mean RNG find a big opening here, 3 for 1.
I mean, they come up on you, just walk up your high ground like that. You don't want to give them up too much, but the fact that you like committed to fighting them there made things even worse. I don't think you expected them to walk up your high ground, to be honest with you. Like,
Kaka just
the objective is tier 1 tower. Yeah.
Oh, Tumbler Toy again on forward. They got their eyes on DY. He is not going to be able to... Ooh, big Static Storm and the Kinetic Field. Holding 2 in place. Ghost comes in, finishes off one of the birds. PYW with a big stun for the moment, but Chalice still managed to stay alive. And there it is, the Winter's Curse. It takes down the Ursa alone. And now Old 11's going to join him. They do manage to find 1 kill on Kaka, but Paparazzi with his DD rune. He's got an orb in 1, but he's just taking so much damage and he's dead. Somnus with a double 5-hero wipe from the side of RNG. 2 fights in a row going their way.
Yeah,
oh,
that
what
Winter
a
Wyvern
disaster.
was just too good at resetting the fight. It started off bad and it got even worse. Puck came in with a double damage rune, but all that did was just help him find the kill off on a Lu faster. That Ursa never had a chance to join the fight. And this is the worst possible time it could happen for them as well. Because Lu, before those 2 deaths, he was 1 item. He is like 200 gold away from finishing this Battle Fury when he goes down twice in a row. He has missed his timing by like a long shot when he had like a reasonably quick Battle Fury coming out. You didn't want to fight this quickly on this Ursa.
No, not at all.
This slows down his game quite a bit. So Lu is in a lot of trouble now. Paparazzi's trying to do damage control up in the top lane, but he doesn't end up connecting with Chalice.
Just barely misses him. And do you remember when I said RNG for game number 1?
Yeah, I think I said that as well.
Yeah.
My memory's starting to go a little bit these days.
You are getting kind of old. What are you, like 38?
You're older than me. What do you mean?
Got him. All right, Lou. Maybe gonna try and assist DY here in the mid lane. Again, another static storm connect field onto 2. Dawnbreaker coming in with the save, but PYW gotta be careful. Nice winter or cold embrace there to keep Chalice nice and healthy. The coil doesn't really do a lot here from Paparazzi, and it seems like again spells down on the side of Extreme with a minimal commitment from RNG.
Yeah, they're gonna pull Juggernaut
Wait a
back,
minute.
but he's not
Still got an Omni.
really. He's not in trouble. Like,
Kaka.
he committed
Oh, this guy doesn't
everything.
stop. There's an avalanche. Silence up by Paparazzi though.
yeah, with the healing ward still down, with all the spells on the side of XG committed, like you glimpse him back, but for what?
Dude, the mana battery that is Chalice for the Zeus is ridiculous.
Yeah. So it does make up for the fact that he struggled to get runes earlier on. Now he can, farm without a care in the world, spamming with his Arc Lightning. I thought they might go back for Roshan after that last fight, but they really don't take it that fast, even with the Juggernaut.
Nice bait here on the PYW. They really, really, really wanted him to take the bait on this D ward. End up finding the kill instead.
Yeah.
Lou gonna have to TP top. I mean, he's got this Battle Fury, but I mean, I'm starting to not feel the Ursa pick all that much. It is a 6k gold lead for RNG. Zeus has his Kaya Sange. He's got the Shard queued up, of course, to get himself the static field. Substantially increasing that damage output. And a smoke comes through from RNG here. Who are they looking for? What's their big target?
It's certainly not DY, but you'll take them if that's all you can get. They're not great at going for objectives, unfortunately. Again, XG have amazing
Scan.
initiation power. Yeah.
They don't have the blink on Kaka, but he's going up onto the high ground right into him. No, the worst possible scenario for Paparazzi. He cannot catch a break on the puck this game.
Yeah, that one got scanned out as well, so they knew like a hero was there, and he walked into them at the worst time. But again, they're not amazing at taking objectives on the side of RNG, and it's something we discussed at the beginning. Meanwhile, okay, I'll stop myself short. PYW. I mean,
Oh, he has a haste. Never mind.
yeah, he will take a lot of damage from the Spirit Vessel, though.
And
this sucks.
Chalice has the finished Orchid, by the way.
Yeah, so Puck's game is kind of miserable at this point. He doesn't even have his Blink Dagger completed yet. He has to be so careful with his initiation.
Dude, this Orchid is actually caused so many problems for the side of Extreme Gaming. Like, there's not a single hero this doesn't kind of ruin.
Yeah, like specifically, it'll.
Ooh, Lou. This is pretty smart. Just stealth going for the Roach real quick. As the Morbid Mass, he should eventually be able to get it. The question is, will they scout it?
Couriers don't see inside the Roach
the
pit
couriers
anymore.
don't
Oh
see.
my god, he can't get away with this, can he?
He's
There's
going to get
no
away
way.
with it. And they're getting tier 1 bottom, but they take down Paparazzi in the river. So
Who cares?
I think overall this is
Hey.
big for Lou.
Man needs to TP out. Like, oh, dude, this is so greedy. He's just walking up in the triangle and farming this now. They ping him out.
Kaka's
This
like,
isn't
is he still?
Yeah. Oh no, Kaka's found him. Like, they get rainbow TPs are gonna come in. They
He's got
see Kaka
a
coming.
ward though. Yeah, he's got a ward that scouts all of this. Oh, they know the TPs are coming. Kaka holding the
toss him back
toss.
in the tower.
Oh boy, that is not where you want to be on the Earth. Oh, nice glimpse. I will be able to send the Disruptor back, or not rather the Disruptor getting the save there, and Lou's gonna survive. So the age is not completely wasted yet. Kaka still trying to get his eyes onto something, but he's not gonna find it. They are too fast.
I mean, I'm not sure they're too fast. He might end up connecting with DY or PYW down here. Okay, they do end up getting away. Okay, on one hand, yes, you saved your boy, you got Lou out of there, but you committed an awful lot of resources in order to come down there and get him out of there. So they know that they don't have Static Storm available for the next little while. That was a high-risk, mediocre reward play there by Lou. Go into the enemy team's triangle and farm that one up. I mean, it kind of makes sense given that none of his side of the map is safe.
Yeah, I mean that's a Giga Chad play if I've ever seen it right there.
But you just lose the game if they kill you or like even snatch your Roche attempt there. I will put some respect on it though. You make your game significantly easier by pulling that Roche attempt off.
Yeah.
RNG look like they're out for blood after that one. Met Styles now completed on the Juggernaut, and they're looking for a kill.
They're going to run right into the Disruptor. DY, I guess he's going to settle. They'll settle for it. Chalice has the Orchid. DY just staring at the Abyss.
Stop moving. Always sad to see that when they just give up.
The Abyss Watchers out there. Oh, boy.
Has been killed.
Chalice going to continue the threat here with this Orchid. Everyone has to be careful. Avalanche toss back. Chalice has the Orchid. He's caught Paparazzi. Yeah, that's a rough one.
Yep. We talked about the issues that this Orchid would create for the puck. And yes, they didn't have the solutions at the start, but
Is under attack.
Dude, Kaka's finding so many plays this game. Like, his Avalanche toss combos have been sick. He's always has those spells off cooldown thanks to the Keeper of the Light.
was
And
walking
even though
high ground.
the side of Extreme is the one who got the Aegis, it's RNG who's on the high ground.
Okay, they're doing their best to get as much as they can from this high ground push here. So they took the bottom tier 2 first, and then they took the top tier 1. So they get 2 towers from this in exchange for their tier 3. I'm not sure even
They're going to get the melee.
now. Yeah, I'm not sure they're going to be able to defend this one, even with puck coming back up. Lou isn't going back to defend. It's a sign that they just plan on sacking this one.
They found DY. It's going to cost you Kaka potentially. No, the nice pushback and the cold embrace. They still have Winter's Curse, as well as a lot of abilities left on the side of RNG. Kaka not going to be that lucky here. Avalanche. Oh, Winter's Curse. Try to maybe take down PYW, but no, not quite enough there. Oh, Thunder. Yeah, that'll do it. That's the other damage. X-Nova
And Zeus
TP's
ultras?
out. Ghost will do the same. All right, ends up being a 1-for-1 and a melee barracks. So overall, very good for RNG. And they forced a buyback.
Yes, they did manage to catch DY there. So decent plays there for them. I do like how Extreme are dealing with being this far behind. Again, I like their push down the bottom. I like the fact they took the tier 2, the tier 1 top. They could get tiny on the way out, but they're losing a little bit too much of the map right now. And I'm concerned about them in the late game. Like, they never should have been this far behind to begin with.
So we're seeing a nullifier queued up here on Ghost, but the big thing is Zeus's Aghanim Scepter is done in 900 gold. And Chalice, just about 1,000 away from his BKB.
Yeah, I'm not sure how important the BKB will be. They'll be able to play further up in these team fights in Puck's phase, but that one's not that important. The Blink Dagger being worked on by X-Nova is kind of a big deal. You're always able to get on top of targets and hit them with the Winter's Curse.
It's just impossible to kill the Keeper of the Light this game. Chalice is 5-0-11. I do want to say this. This is something that I've thought for a very long time. And in my opinion, Chalice is one of the absolute best offlaners in the entire world. I'd put him at top 3 in the entire world. I think this guy is an absolute menace in the offlane. And this dude never disappoints. Like, I've been terrified of this guy as a player for so long.
It's okay. He plays in a different region than you. You don't have to be afraid, Ricky.
This guy gives me nightmares what he does to people in these pubs.
He ran into Chalice in a pub. You're just trying to play Pudge or Ricky in the safe lane.
Dude, I actually just want Ricky to be good. Come on. Give me a buff. Smoke up from RNG here. Who are they going to find? They did see the DY kinetic field there, but they have their eyes focused on a bigger target. Give me the Dawnbreaker in the mid lane, which means no global presence from her. It's still just a support, but they'll take it. Kaku just going to TP right back down. There is a ward here that is scouting this. Yeah, they see the ward now.
Yeah. Clear that one out, give themselves even more map control. You're forced to TP across the map right now on Chalice. Surprised that he doesn't let someone else go down, build himself like an Aghanim Shard. Yeah, just like send Ghost down there, build an Aghanim Shard, then recall them back so you don't have your push slowed down at the moment. But maybe they feel like it doesn't really matter. They're not going to push high ground yet anyways. They're waiting on a couple of items.
Yeah.
Chalice wants his BKB.
They wanted the BKB, the Axe, like Juggernaut's going towards the Scotty next. They are going to go ahead and find the Winter Wyvern. He's playing for a little D-ward action there, and DY plus Lou will punish him. So a good kill for sure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, it's something.
Yeah.
He's got the money orb. He doesn't care about being down, though. And they did end up completing that BKB on Chalice as that happened. Come on, there it is. Yeah, it's got to be being worked on by Ghost. So, I'm looking at ways for Extreme to get back in this one. Maybe I'm looking at things too much from RNG's perspective, but it looks like, again, too difficult for them.
They do have the Yules now on the puck, so he has a little bit of a game.
Yeah.
But after that, he's queued up. The Kaya bottom lane, they're going to find Lou. He's going to have to Poppy and Rage. He's stuck inside the Nimbus, not really where he wants to be. And kited up, controlled by this. No way gets to die. Okay.
No.
Nice play there by Ghost.
Well, you did have to commit Thunder God's Wrath to scout that one out, but it is definitely worth it.
They found PYW, Avalanche, Kaka?
Hmm?
Did he just lose control of his hero? I don't know what he just did. I don't think Kaka was paying attention. Chalice, like, pushed the Dawnbreaker, who was trying to TP away, into the Tiny. He just kind of, like...
Did he think that he was going to get him with, like, the toss first? And
No,
I'm
pretty sure he just, like, wasn't looking at his hero. I think he was looking somewhere else. Because it looked very much like he didn't even have his camera there. Yeah.
I'm sure there's a reasonable explanation for it. I wasn't centered on that one either, so maybe Kako was in the same boat as me there. I just caught like the tail end of that one where, you know, I saw the TP go off and the skill was being off of cooldown.
Oh, DY, you win for a cheeky play, and you're going to get punished for it.
No, take the outpost. I mean, in the side lanes, you do have heroes that are reasonably good at doing split push. Like, Kaku's going to TP down here. He wants to deal with Paparazzi split pushing. Paparazzi knows, though. He just TP's out.
Tier 2 tower top goes down. Roshan respawning in 4 seconds. Xnova, unfortunately, leaving the pit at a non-ideal time. But they do see Old 11 mid, and Chalice, he's got the vision of him. Oh my gosh, can he get out? You got a winner, Chris. No chance, son. Lou is on standby, thinking of joining the fight, but I don't know if he can. Stone Form will heal up Old 11 quite a bit, but he's still got that Spirit Vessel on him, and he's going to come right back down into their hands. Ooh, that Dawnbreaker, not really where you want to be. Paparazzi, he comes in. BKB going to save Chalice, but the Avalanche, the toss from Tiny just interrupts BYW. Xnova keep himself alive. Cold Embrace. Lou with the BKB, the Omni Slash completely tanked through it all, but they can't get their hands on anybody of importance, and it's just Extreme falling on 3 just for the Wyvern.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if that knocked the wind out of them here.
Oh, Paparazzi get popped.
Yeah. Again, I wouldn't be surprised if that knocked the wind out of them here. They are not going to be pleased about taking that team fight. And RNG could see what Extreme game we're going for there. The fact that it took Visage so long to go down, like as soon as he...
Disruptor too.
Yeah.
Dude, this Orchid is actually just dismantling Extreme. Like, they actually can't play around this.
Yeah. They haven't tapped out yet, though. That is surprising to me. I see very little realities where they managed to defend their base here. They're going to try, though. Puck's not up for
Kaka's going to just go as soon as he sees someone. Yep, there it is. Avalanche, the toss back. You show for just a quarter second, PYW just throwing the hammer, and that is the go sign for Kaka on this Tiny. This dude, 3, 6, and 18. He's been part of so many kills.
Yeah. A rougher start, you know, he did end up going down twice to the Ursa,
Yeah,
but there it is. GG's call.
They have to. There's no avenues back into this game. I'm so glad that I said RNG at the very beginning and didn't try and put faith in an Ursa pick.
Yeah, you know, I really don't like the stereotypes you have about Ursa plays and, you know, Ursa damage, Ricky. Very questionable. Just completely ruling out a hero, but you ended up being right. Congratulations.
You know. Don't worry, Neff. You weren't wrong. You were just left this time.
Of course. I'd say that would impress me more than anything else this game was, I guess, Kaka setting up plays in various lanes. Xnova's Woodwire was a pretty big deal. There's a lot of fights he was able to turn around on the Ursa just by being able to commit the Cold Embrace or reset a fight with the ultimate. I'd say that fight where Puck had the double damage rune, that's where everything ended up going wrong for the side of Extreme. Ursa died twice in a row. Just like a couple hundred gold away from finishing that Battle Fury. That feels so bad. It completely ruins your game.
No, it doesn't. You know when the game was ruined, Neff? When you picked Ursa and you had to select this hero. Already, the game was done. Nothing you could do at that point. On a more serious note, though, Extreme Gaming end up losing game number 1. They thought they had this in the bag. They had a more, in principle, they had this major timing they could have hit as soon as the mid game rolled around with some strong items. But unfortunately, Chalice just got there first. As much as you want to put some hype and some praise onto Kaka, and he did play really well, enabled pretty much the entirety of RNG's early game. Our Cryptic, Chalice, you said it to yourself the perfect way. This guy is terrifying. The things he did on this Coddle, honestly, I was looking at the farm rates he was going for, right? And when I was looking at it, not only his GPM, but the timings that he hit for the Spirit Vessel Orchid into the BKB, he hit mid-player timings, playing from the offlane. It just looked way too good. There was almost nothing that it felt like Extreme Gaming could do. Aeon discs were very far away. BKBs could come, but by the time you get those BKBs, suddenly you have to worry about Ghost. So what could they have done differently in this game, do you think, to try and address the Chalice Coddle?
I actually don't know if there was like a good answer for it. I think this Coddle was just too good of a pick. Like as soon as you see the Coddle come out in the court position, like in Chalice buys an Orchid, you're just like, okay, well we need BKBs. We like have to get BKBs on Lu. Paparazzi has to get an Orchid, and the old 11 has to get a BKB. So
Paparazzi has to get the Yules, you mean?
Or or Yules. Sorry, my apologies. Yeah. So like it just reduces the damage output of your puck substantially. It reduces the damage output of your Visage substantially. And all of the supports are just food. They show for a second, Coddle has like 1,000 cast range on these abilities. Like you can't get away from him.
Yep. Unfortunately, you cannot. Just the way that those kind of drought functions, if Coddle just even sneezes in your direction, hell, you can be a disruptor. And we saw it happen once in the game. He thought, I'll be safe. I'm going to drop Static Storm. And then Coddle silences you. Zeus hits you with 2 spells and you die anyway from all across the map. Not much you can do under those conditions. Nefgun, this was, as much as you did mention there, the Ursa got set back really badly, right? 2 back-to-back deaths right before being able to hit this Battle Fury timing. Obviously, even if he did get that earlier Battle Fury, he still would have found himself needing the much faster BKB. Should he maybe have gone in straight up for the BKB? Yes, it would have denied him a lot of damage, it would have denied him scalability, but might there have been a different dimension in terms of how he approaches these fights rather than what we saw?
I don't know. You'd never plan on going like BKB your first item on Ursa, otherwise you completely fall off. And yes, you can kind of walk at them, but you mentioned it yourself, like let's keep it light too fast. Tiny able to walk away. Too difficult to close the gap at first on Sombus. You need a Blink Dagger in order to do that. If you pop the BKB, it is walk away from you if you don't have other items. You needed the Battle Fury in order to build yourself up like a Basher and a Blink Dagger. The BKB had to come first. There was like a 5-minute period of time where the Ursa ended up only growing his net worth by like 400, 500 gold because of those 2 deaths that he took in a row. So I think everything came apart with what Lu was doing, but it was a team decision. They took 2 really bad fights into RNG, and then they got run over after that. So I don't want to harp on him too much for individual performance. It looked like it was a team decision for him to join them. But we're going to see some of these things right here. I believe this is was this the second death? No, this was the first death that Ursa took.
This is just the Zeus effect.
They walked up and like you don't expect this to happen. They walk up into the triangle when they could be taking the tier 1 tower because they want to shut down Lu instead. Like this is a psycho play from RNG, but it worked. It was incredibly effective.
Coddle Zeus.
And then immediately after this, you get the double damage rune on the puck for this fight, and he ends up coming in. But look at the positioning here from X-Nova.
Yeah, perfect.
Comes in, honestly. He sees Paparazzi, and then the pushback at the same time, which allows. I didn't even catch that the first time. The pushback into the puck with the double damage rune. Lu just ended up taking way too much damage. At this point, his game is just way too hard.
And unfortunately, the game only gets easier and easier from this point for the Ghost Juggernaut. The fact that you can just show up as the core hero, and by the time you get to any given fight, most of your opponents are at sub half HP. You just spin, GG slash if needed, makes life so much easier to play. And this Visage, though, for old 11, our Cryptic, this did not go according to plan. Normally, when you play this Visage hero, sure, you don't expect to necessarily roll the game 20 minutes from the offlane, but you do expect to have some degree of influence in the fights. By this time, he barely got any damage out. It also didn't necessarily feel like he got to that same level of tankability that we expect from these offlane Visages. What happened to his game? Things went south for Paparazzi, things were awful for Lu, but why wasn't this Visage able to, at the very least, hold things down to give his team time to catch up?
Part of it was just the lane. Like he was off to such a bad start in the lane. Like they found like multiple kills on this Juggernaut Winter Wyvern lane. But on top of it, you have this really fast Spirit Vessel that came out from Chalice. And this just makes your life impossible. Like, you see him go for the shard, so he has stone form, which is usually a massive reset on this hero in the middle of a fight. But instead he heals like 10% of his HP instead of 35%. So it's like there's just so many things that they did, like itemization wise on the side of RNG, that just countered out this Visage. I think overall,
He's net worth at 2 minutes.
yeah, I did. I would say overall, I'm not
2.8K.
sure if you noticed, there just wasn't damage at all from Extreme. The highest damage hero this game was actually PYW's position for Dawnbreaker, most of which was done in the lane stage. Like, no one was able to do any damage to RNG's lineup this game.
Yeah, unfortunately, XG's heroes don't necessarily just get damage for free off of levels. They need a couple of items as well to help furnish that. And especially this Ursa hero didn't really get much accomplished. We saw Kaka being granted the MVP vote here. Neff, do you agree? You were already singing his praises at the end of this game. Do you think he deserves the full MVP vote as well?
Kaka, I mean, yeah, I would say that Ricky was a little bit too hard on him that one time that he made a mistake and missed a, what is it, avalanche to toss. People TP'd out right in front of him.
I mean,
Outside of that.
I'm gonna go on a limb here and say he was like probably like taking a sip of his water bottle because the game was just
the
in
game's
such a
already
good state.
won.
He's
Yeah,
just
yeah.
like
Yeah,
kind
He's
of
talking about game 2, yeah.
And he's just like, hold on, my hand's not on the keyboard. And then he's like, yeah, what can you do? It's just a support. We'll let it go.
Yeah.
Oh, wonderful game coming in though there from RNG. They secure game number 1. The way that the draft looked, it seemed like it was going to be easier execution from Extreme Gaming, but it just turned out it's going to make them easier to execute. So RNG take that very strong game 1. We wonder if they can make the same happen in game number 2, or if we can see Extreme Gaming recover on that front. Unfortunately, Neff, Extreme Gaming have a very, very, very terrible penchant of losing 2-0 whenever they drop the first game. So what do you make of this? Do you think there's potential for a third game?
I mean, according to the script, Extreme Gaming, they only have 2 O's, one direction or the other. So, no third game.
No third game. All right. We'll be hoping that they can flip the script, at least momentarily for us.
You want to see more Dota.
It might be RNG. I want to see more Dota, but I also really want to see RNG looking hella dominant. But mostly, I want to see my boy Lou play anything else but Ursa. It's a 40% win rate now at this point. Stop picking the bear, pick something else, which from him mostly means Templar Assassin, but we'll see if that is going to be the case once game 2 rolls around. Before we get into it, everybody at home, please make sure that you are following the 2 gentlemen that you see on your screen who brought you this hype at our Cryptic and at Neff Sensei. And of course, make sure that you're following at Perfect World Esports on the socials so that you're aware of each future game that happens. We are winding down this final week of the DPC. This is the final game for Extreme Gaming, their last chance to be able to climb up the leaderboard in China and potentially book a direct invite to TI. Will they be able to do it, or is this the end of the road for them? We will find out together right after this break.
之前，你不曾拥有姓名。通向终点的路很长，但谁也无法预知结局。有人前倾暗影，谋而后动；有人拼尽全力，克敌机先。没有对与错，只有速度是唯一的答案。奔跑吧，在到达终点之前。
Welcome, one and all. Here we return to the Chinese DPC. The third and final tour of the 2021-2022 season does continue now with the second game between RNG and the side of Extreme Gaming. Game 1, demolition in favor of the side of RNG. They just made it look very, very easy. Let us hope this time around, though, the Extreme Gaming presents a more useful challenge, brings us back so that we can go to a third and deciding game. Our Cryptic, before we get into the draft here, Neff thinks that we're going to be following the script. Do they have what it takes here on the side of Extreme Gaming to upend that and give us a different story?
I don't know, man. RNG is 7 games in a row right now. They have won 7 games, no losses. These guys are on an absolute freight train of a trajectory, and I don't think anyone's going to stop them.
Why am I with some pessimists today? All right, let us hope that back in the Extreme Gaming camp that they have a bit more optimism than this, and we are already in with a draft. So let's see what heroes that they've got to bring to the table here to make this effective. Of course, the game is going to open a very difficultly, Neff, because they have led through Nyx Assassin, and this time RNG, they're like, really? 2 games in a row, you're going to leave this in? All right, good luck, have fun. You already lost the game with Dawnbreaker Pact without Nyx Assassin being involved. There's no way on earth they go for that double pick again, do they?
Absolutely not. Now, let me break this down for you, Snare. Now that I've had a sippy of my water, I'm built differently. Yeah, okay. They banned out Tiny first on the side of Extreme. You know, they're trying to solve their problems. I realized that was a significant issue. Kaka popped off on the hero. And then RNG, they open with Nyx Assassin when they see that, Dawnbreaker is making it through. We talked about why the Tiny and the Dawnbreaker are such popular openers here in the Chinese Fusion. We've interviewed players about this one. They think that they're incredibly flexible. They're tanky. They're great initiators. But they're blocking this Dawnbreaker pick now with the Nyx Assassin. Now, some people don't feel like Nyx Assassin is that strong because it's a little bit weaker in the lanes, and the enemies can kind of snowball if you open with the Nyx instead of picking it as a counter to the Dawnbreaker. But, you got Kaka. Man's a master of impales. You can't argue with that one. And, all right, Extreme, they lose my vote of confidence already because they open with Warlock, a hero that cannot do anything on its own. You play around your allies. You press W to heal your teammates. You're not even playing Dota at that point. Come on. Give me something more exciting.
What Extreme Gaming has learned, they looked at game 1 and they were like, all right, we picked this Ursa for Lu and we lost the game really, really badly. Yes, it's a comfort hero for him, but it's not that great in the meta. You know what we're going to do instead for game 2, Ricky? We're going to go directly into the meta. First pick the Warlock. I think it's very telling. A lot of the best teams we've spoken to in China, they keep reiterating to us. They think Warlock is actually high pick, first ban material. So now that they have it here, they don't have to worry about being immediately counterpicked by this Nyx Assassin's already in the field, so you know what you're playing into. You know you're going to have a good lane. Are you excited about, look at this damage output, Zeus Warlock. I've seen this in a lot of other regions. I'm so hyped to see it here today. What do you make of it, sir? Or are you also a hater on the big man?
No, I think Warlock's fine. It is a little bit of a boring hero. That is true. Like, I understand, Neff's frustration with this hero, but it is a very strong hero. And they sniped the Zeus, which is also quite good. It is a little bit scary into the Nyx Assassin for sure, but for the most part, I think Zeus is probably one of the strongest heroes of the patch. Like, we saw it getting picked. I've said this before. We've seen this hero getting picked a ton in North America. It was like the only region playing this hero for like months, and it's slowly bled its way into pretty much every other region. And now we're seeing it here in China, like first phase. So.
I'm glad you're here with me today, Ricky. For all I make fun of you, everyone, whenever I talk about North American Dota, everyone starts making fun of me or they ignore me. It's just an awful time. But you're someone who truly gets it,
NA has really innovative hero ideas, right? I think more than any other region, that region does definitely come up with some pretty unique ways to play heroes. That's about all it's got right now, unfortunately, in terms of
Come on, man! I take back all the.
I'm kidding. They've got 4 all-star teams. We don't have to talk about it. We're not here to talk about it though. I'm here to talk about this Razor, which is definitely a China love-hate relationship, it feels like. A lot of teams try to pick this one up, but I've never been a huge fan of it going up in the first phase, which is something that we see a lot here, specifically in China.
I think it was good the first season of the DPC, but given how the meta shift around, that different carries are played now, we're a lot heavier on burst damage, I feel, in the current patch. Razor, who likes to sustain themselves in the team fights, not as useful. BKB cooldown being increased hurt Razor quite a bit as well, because he just does not fight unless he's walking into them. The 90-second cooldown on that one could very heavily be punished. Especially with someone who has a lot of uptime, like Zeus. Like, yes, you have 120 seconds of cooldown on your ultimate, but you're, constantly zapping people and pushing down towers. We'll see if they pick something else that can play kind of fast against his Razor here on Extreme. It's interesting that they get rid of the anti-mage and the Juggernaut.
I will provide the dissenting voice here because I think Razor's actually a really decent hero, mainly because of its flexibility, but you just put this hero wherever. I personally prefer it in the offlane a bit more than the main cores these days, but just buy BKB and provide a massive anchor for your team to be able to fight around. If you have different sources of damage outside of, let's say, you're not just necessarily scaling for the ultra late game and you can fight in the mid game, you just make it practically impossible for the enemy team to fight you on even terms. It does get a bit iffy as things go on, but I think this Razor hero is really, really good. Interestingly enough as well, y'all were talking about it being picked in the first early phases. It's 50% in China overall, but it changes depending when you pick it. First phase Razor has a 68% win rate, 22% going into the second phase, and then third phase only 10%. So it seems to be much stronger when you draft around the Razor rather than when you try to shoehorn him into a
Ricky
draft.
just makes things up.
Nah. Ricky put us onto. Remember before when we also called him crazy?
Oh yeah,
when
he was testing us. He was testing
my
us,
God.
right? And
Oh my God. I want to say shout out to RNG for securing us a game 3. They've picked us Ursa. Yes, XG did go for this Alchemist, and I can see the rationale, have this hero that can just punch through this high regen. But Ricky,
So,
that sigh of sadness, tell me about this.
Wait, is my Discord doing the thing again?
Huh? What do you mean?
No, we can hear you being very sad. We hear you.
No, okay, I can't hear you, but it's fine. It's fine. Okay, so the thing is with the Ursa here is it's like a really good pick if this was going to be a one-position Alchemist, but it's clearly not going to be a one-position Alchemist.
Dude,
and they responded
is so bad.
So now it's going to be a Weaver, and that is just an abysmal matchup for the Ursa. It's also not good for the Razor either. So right now, Lou's going to have the freest game of his life.
Do you think they actually play this Weaver offlane potentially? Put 5 Alchemists. It's going to be support Alch 1 of the 4 most likely. Either way, try to get a very fast Aghanim Scepter. That way you pretty much deny Weaver or the Ursa any kind of damage in these fights.
What do you think, Neff?
I don't think we will be pause 3 here. That one's kind of fallen off, especially ever since they increased the cooldowns of his abilities at the early levels. Way too much of a downtime on Sakuchi and whatnot at the moment for him to be that effective in pause 3. It's at least I'd hope not. It doesn't really fit anywhere else though, does it? Maybe it'll be 4. I think it'll probably be 4 Weaver.
This has to be a position 1 Weaver.
Because if it's,
I can't imagine you would pick a Weaver, into Ursa Razor, for any other reason than it just being a super good core matchup. It is so free. So I feel like it has to be the Weaver one, but maybe they'll do something interesting here. I know Lou's played it as well, so.
Yeah, you haven't had the opportunity to talk down about this Ursa yet, Ricky.
It was. I think I did say it. It's a really good hero if it's into core Alchemist, but it's a support Alch. Almost guaranteed, right? There's no way you run this as a core into the Ursa Razor.
Rocket first, I think. It's very easy for the Ursa to fight the Alchemist at first, but as the game goes on, I think Alch has too much HP and too much armor for him to bring down in a single burst of overpower.
They don't have much burst damage in general on the side of RNG, right? Unless they're playing this core Marcy, then it does feel like they're going to struggle to get any kind of damage into this Alchemist. It's still unclear exactly where the Alch goes. For some reason, I have this feeling it's going to be core Alch. I'm looking at these heroes. I know Lou has played Weaver, But I'm thinking the way I've seen Lou play before, I'm thinking he'd be like, yo, in this game I have Warlock, and potentially down the line I'll get this Weaver to save me, or Weaver can just buy like Vessel or whatever, play that into the Ursa. That gives me more time to play around the fight. I don't know. I just have a feeling that Lou's going to play the Alk. The last time Extreme Gaming were in a game with Ursa Alchemist, they were on the other side of it, playing Ursa into Alk, and they lost that game to Asta. So they might think to themselves, well, the matchup's not actually that bad. It's still playable. And as it stands right now, last pick Lina. Where is Lizard at, who loves this hero? Lina coming in for Somnus. This is not the game state for the Lina. Fairly decent for the mid. Amazing hero for Somnus overall. One of his best winningest heroes. Do we like it here, boys, in this game to round out the drought for RNG?
Yes, this is a sign that Somnus plans on winning this game, taking things into his own hands if he has to. We've seen him carry games on his back on this Lina. This is definitely going to be played by him over the mid lane. And it kind of solves the issue that you have with the Alchemist. Suddenly you have burst damage. You're able to either click Alchemist down or blow him up with spells in the early game. So I think it's one of the best things they could have gone for here. They're not amazing at jumping the backline either. Like, it's just this Weaver who's going to go on him. And actually is going to be position 1. Ricky is 100% correct about that. And Old 11 on the Alchemist, pause 3.
Yeah, so, okay.
Crazy.
I was going to say the only other way you could run the Alchemist in this game is in the 3. And your goal here would be to, like, give an Aghanim Scepter really quick to a Zeus, but I'm not sure if you caught this. There's a mid Wyvern. So you are going to be giving an Aghanim Scepter to a Wyvern very early into this game, and that is terrifying.
It actually is really scary. This game, they don't have much reach outside of Kaka, right? If he builds like Blink or whatever. So this Winter Wyvern, if he gets that early Ags here, Neff, what do you make of it? That's a ton of damage output from them, not that much catch up from the side of RNG. Only like one major source of burst out of the Lina, but Winter Wyvern's not really that afraid of Ursa jumping on top of him. What do you make of it, this last pick, Winter Wyvern, and the fact that it makes this Alchemist a core hero this game?
I kind of like it. The only thing you have to be that concerned about is the Marcy jumping on top of you and finding kills on you in the early game. And that plus Somnus on this Lina could be kind of scary depending on how far back you sit. But that depends on X Nova's performance. I think a lot of this is going to come down to the early game and how much they shut down Paparazzi here. Like, the Ursa into Alchemist lane should be pretty easy in theory as well. You know what? I think that I'm going to have to go with RNG game number 2 here.
Okay. Yeah. RNG game 2, all Cryptic. You agree? Do you like that? Or are you going to be favoring some of this big overall spread burst damage that is capable to be thrown out from Extreme Gaming? Do you like their team fight potential, or do you prefer what we have coming out of the table from RNG?
And I mean, I hate the Ursa so much. So much. It is unbelievably how much.
Are you going to trust your gut here and just say whatever the Ursa isn't doing?
Dude, I feel like I can't vote for Ursa here, so I'm going for Extreme Gaming.
Oh, wonderful. A nice spread panel. I'm going to go with Extreme Gaming simply because I want a game number 3, and also I'm hoping that this bear keeps losing so that it stops being picked. So with that, I'm going to be throwing it over to y'all. Gentlemen, let us remember what's at stake here. RNG, if they win this one, they go atop the group, guarantee at the very least top 2 in the DPC, and more than likely being able to secure themselves direct qualification for TI. On the other side of things, can they make this comeback from the side of Extreme Gaming? We will find out with the pretty boy Ricky, the mechanic sensei Neff. Take it away, boys. I'll talk to you after the game.
Very exciting. Cannot wait to see what happens here. Here's the thing, Neff. Okay, I see this Ursa, and it has no good core matchups. So,
What do you... Okay, hold on. It has a good core matchup. You said it yourself. The Ursa is pretty good against the Alchemist, and you're playing into the Alchemist in the laning phase here.
That is true. But
There's
Alp
one good
is
core matchup.
simply donating his net worth to other heroes this game. Like, he's actually not a real core. All he's doing is he's going to get some items, he's going to get some gold, and then he's going to, like, walk over to Winter Wyvern and be like, "Milady, I have a scepter for you." And then,
the worst.
And then Winter Wyvern is suddenly going to do, like, 5 times the amount of damage, and Ursa will never be able to do anything. That being said, you do have Somnus on the Lina, and that is like your real carry this game, right? We've seen Somnus do it before. It's just, I don't know if it's going to be possible this game.
Yeah. I think Somnus, it's too difficult for them to get on top of Somnus with any of these heroes. Like, it is just Lu who has to do it, and you can potentially block Lu from coming in with this Nyx Assassin. So they've got okay heroes for it. I'm a little bit concerned about the Ursa post laning phase, but during laning phase, if he has a good enough time, and we don't see just like his farm completely put on stall from dying 2 times in a row when he's going for a Battle Fury. And speaking of, I don't even think that's what he's going to rush this game because he's got a Morbid Mass queued up. I think he'll probably go into like I don't know, maybe a Diffusal Blade or something like that.
It's a very good Diffusal game.
Yeah.
I would like the Ursa to go for Diffusal and play more active and allow Somnus to go for like this more damage right-clicking hero and just let the Ursa kind of be utility. Like just Diffusal, Blink BKB, and just kind of run at heroes.
Yep.
Well, that being said, they are already running at PYW. The bonus move speed quite good for the Ursa as X-Nova trying to keep vision here of the Zeus. They have a rebound, not for another 6 seconds, so just peel off for now.
Yeah, that's pretty scary. The slow on to the hero, plus like the boost for the Ursa to just be able to chase people down. You can see why he went Unstable Concoction here at level 1 for that, because you just die in this lane if you don't have something to stun to disengage these 2 heroes. And thankfully you are playing against 2 melee heroes, so if they sit on top of each other while they're trying to run somebody down, they do both just get stunned. It does get trickier here, I think, once he gets level 2. He goes into Overpower, by the way.
I think that's correct.
Look, they're just abusing the movement speed buff from this Marcy.
Yeah, it's quite good.
Yeah, it is way too good. A lot of people argue that it should be heavily nerfed.
It's going to get like a scaling effect assigned to it eventually, right? So it's not 45% at all levels.
For 5 seconds, yeah. It is pretty crazy.
I think the duration's fine. It's just the bonus might be too much. But yeah, once Marcy has level 2, which is going to get on a creep wave right here, they're going to look for PYW. And, well, they might just settle for old 11 instead. He can only pick 1 stun target, so.
Yep. And again, this means that they can't group up on him, so they can't both be hitting old 11 at the same time. They're going to dispose him back. The Unstable Concoction is off a cooldown in a couple seconds. He used his mana for the Acid Spray, but he's got
it. Ghost actually lost his Fury Swipe stacks in the middle of that, so unable to really do much. We haven't really talked about the other lanes, though. We have mid lane, Somnus' Lina doing pretty well in the CS, 12-5 to Paparazzi's 5-3. I'd say that's not bad.
Hold on. I want to pull up a Twitch chat comment real quick. I want to game 3, but RNG means business. Now panel will change their minds about Ursa if Ghost pulls off a win. I believe it's a possibility. You're a flip-flopper, right, Ricky?
I've never once gone back on a single thing I've ever said.
That will never happen. The spare sucks. Never, ever happen.
Oh, Marcy in trouble. The SLA not doing too hot.
Okay. I mean, Marcy just got a little bit carried away, maybe. Yeah. Zeus
too far
effect,
forward.
very good.
Punished. Speaking of punished, mid lane Paparazzi is getting clicked down here by Somnus. Unfortunately, can't finish him off. And
DY goes down bottom as well. Yeah. Yep. Paparazzi needs to be very careful. X-Nova's thinking about it. He's like, do I go for it or no? It's a little bit too sketch.
Yep.
He wants to go back top and help the Ursa pretty much right away.
Yep. DY going down does mean that he's able to come over to the mid lane, refill Paparazzi's bottle, and drop a Shadow Word onto him. So he's going to heal him up. This makes his lane much easier for Somnus. We'll see if he sticks around for the 4-minute rune. It looks like he's just walking down to the bottom lane again, though. Top.
Oh, yeah, X-Nova taking a lot of damage. The Acid Spray doing some work. Being able to slow him down. I'm surprised. Ghost doesn't have any points in the Earthshock still.
Yep. Again, he ended up going... He might put a... Oh, no, he doesn't. Okay, the reason he's doing this is because, again, he just wants to abuse the stun.
Alright, he's dead this time.
And the movement speed buff.
There it is. He gets the 3rd point, sidekick up now, and eventually you'll find one of these burst kills, so...
Yep. That's not much gold, though, considering how much they've zoned Ghost out of the lane and whatnot. But yeah, the reason why he's not putting any points in an Earthshock here is because you have that gap close and the slow from the rebound in Marcy. Like, this ability provides way too many things. It's a gap close from Marcy. It buffs the movement speed of your allies. It slows the enemies. It does damage. All in a single ability.
Yes. I don't understand what's the question here. That is exactly
it happens
how the ability
to
works.
complement the Ursa very well.
Yeah, I really like the fact that they put the Ursa or the Marcy on position 5 this game. Obviously, like we kind of expected that with the Nyx Assassin being picked. You're like, it's probably going to be Kaka on the Nyx Assassin. That's just what he does. But
Yeah.
top lane, X-Nova. He's going to get the dispose into the Impale. It's actually off the mark here, and because of that, Old 11 might be fine.
Yeah, look at that. Man just walks away. Incredible. They will start to set up. I imagine Kaka, yeah. He's going to move over here into the jungle, grab the bounty rune, and then start to position himself for the 6-minute rune where we're going to see the first major fight of the game.
Yeah, most likely. Kaka is scattered
Good
by the
vision
ward,
of,
though.
yeah. This Observer ward. See him coming in there. Still doesn't have his level 6 here on Winter Wyvern. That is rough. Saunders is doing quite well here in the mid lane.
BYW gets the Heavenly Leap away, but they chase here. X-Nova with the slow. They get the kill. It looks like they're going to back off with that one. They did lose the Razor bottom lane behind the tower to Lu, though, so that is a very big kill.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, mid lane, Paparazzi is going to get the haste rune as well. Top lane, though, Kaka with the Impale finds Old 11. X-Nova doesn't have a lot of mana, but he will have enough just for the gap close there on the rebound. Ghost ends up being given the last hit, so another kill going his way. Despite not the best start on the Ursa, he is still top the net worth here, 3-0 at the 6-minute mark.
Yeah, so he's managed to recover reasonably well. You did have to rotate the Nyx Assassin up there for that reason. And you do end up losing Chalice behind your tower because you make those rotations, but worth it to get this Ursa online faster. And I hope he plans on playing fast this game. Again, we were talking about how we want to see Diffusal Blades. It was excellent for Ursa this game instead of going for a Battlefield. Because you don't want to play this late against an Alchemist who's going to be passing out Aghanim Scepters, like he's redistributing the wealth.
Yeah, I'll say this. If Ghost does go like first item Diffusal, I think RNG have this. Nice rotation from Sauna's top lane. He's going to punish Old 11, just a couple more auto attacks, and Ghost gets himself his 4th kill of the game. I really do think the itemization on the Ursa is the key this one, because he doesn't need to be the primary damage dealer.
Chalice just getting run in here.
This is getting so rough for him as Paparazzi has his haste rune. He even drops the Winter's Curse for good measure. Quick Splinter Blast to pick him off. So now the second death for Chalice here.
Yep. We're looking to die PYW up here in the top lane. He heavenly jumps over the trees in the line back here, but X-Nova can just follow with the rebound as well.
Anything you can do, I can do better, says Marcy.
Yeah. Nice nice high cooldown jump. Here's something that speeds up my allies and slows you for longer. Rebound is just like super sick heavenly jump. I guess you can't use a rebound when you're not playing with any allies, but that's whatever. This hero's just fun to play, Marcy.
Dude, I had never played this hero until this week.
Really? Dota players
Marcy
are
for the
weird like
first
that.
time.
We just refuse to try new things.
It wasn't that. It was just like, I just didn't think it was strong enough to like really justify like playing it. And then the meta kind of shifted to just like lane dominators, and I'm like, all right, Marcy seems kind of broken.
Yeah. Oh my god. Kaka is...
Dude, he's just still here.
Yep. Not going to connect with anything, it doesn't look like, though.
Yeah,
He was
you
hoping
still
that someone
haven't
would
seen
show themselves. Yeah. He scouts him out afterwards. BYW drops a lightning bolt in the trace, but doesn't end up connecting. So they get the tier 1 on the top tower. Top.
That is a
not that
very
useful.
rare tower to get. Like these the like off lane tower usually doesn't fall until like almost 15-20 minutes. They just took that down at 8. That's a big deal.
Yeah. It's bizarre to see them commit so much for that building at the beginning. But I guess they were trying to put some of these heroes elsewhere. Kaka's now soaking up XP in the mid lane. Does want his level 6 by 10 minutes. So he's able to start scouting out.
Stacking in the jungle. He actually has no points in Greevil's Greed though, so
Yeah.
he's not getting real anything extra out of this. But nonetheless, it is a big stack. Takes it very easy with 3 points in the acid spray.
Cool.
Be very happy about that. Ghost
Yep.
getting ready to go into Roche. She's got the smoke
so this is
there.
the-
X-Nova with the sidekick.
This is the other benefit of this build that he's gone for on the Ursa. No points of shock means you can max out Fury Swipes and Overpower, and makes taking Roshan fairly easy. Marcy might have to tank up for a little bit, but it'll switch back over to Ghost as soon as Sidekick is off of cooldown. Yeah. And then it'll heal back up.
And he's going for the Diffusal, just like we were talking about. So I think with this, Ghost is going to have a much stronger timing. We're going to see a very different Ursa than what we saw in the last game. And they're immediately running top, looking for PYW on this Zeus. And Kaka will find him.
Yeah, he's trying to bait the heavenly jump there. As if he hops away, he just immediately gets interrupted by the spike carapace, so he wasn't able to press it.
So you're saying if you heavily jump, do you not actually jump if you hit the spike carapace? Or do you just like get stunned like while your corpse is being thrown through the air?
You get stunned while your corpse is being thrown through the air. You still go off there. I'm actually not familiar with that one. Don't quote me on that.
Yeah, it's like I haven't seen the interaction.
I haven't tested Heavenly Jump enough because it's a newer ability. And again, this goes back to Dota players being old and not adapting to new things. I've tested some weird stuff with it though. I think if you're being pushed in a direction,
Vendetta. Naka's looking for kills. Scan comes out, actually connects right on the money. And with that old 11, he's going to survive here. He's got that chemical rage running. He's not too worried. Oh, maybe. No, he's fine.
Yep. You'll hop right through forced movement or like things that push you back, like Gale Force and whatnot when you use it.
Yeah, okay.
It won't slow you down.
Kaka happens to find a sentry rune in the mid lane, so he's going to just back on off of there.
You need to make sure
Diffusal is done on Ghost, and this is a very big timing. No one can really contest the Ursa right now. If he happens to get on top of you, you're probably dead. Paparazzi does have, like, obviously Winter's Curse, but DY does not have the golem. He's still level 5.
So what I'm curious now is if it looks like the Ursa is going for the blink tier. DY is getting run down, by the way.
There it is.
If X Nova just goes for an Egg and Shard on Marcy this game, we very rarely see that picked up. It's just not worth throwing your allies instead of like positioning yourself and be able to get a dispose off. And usually you want like Aetherlens and Blink Dagger to get better disposes as well. You don't have that kind of money on X Nova this game though.
Yeah, he's a very sacrificial support this game. He'll probably just go for the Blink eventually, just because it is one of those items that completely changes like your positioning in terms of like extreme gaming. Like they cannot be greedy. World 11. We'll find Kaka. Oh, he's got Vendetta to work with and the Spike Carapace. Ghost thinking of going in. Nice. Connect on the Impale. But Ghost getting kited around here thanks to Paparazzi. He's going to go ahead and just use that Enrage and try and get away. And he's going to be able to.
UIW has to be careful with how far he commits here. Yeah, I mean, you're fighting into an Aegis is the issue. Unfortunately, Chalice was like elsewhere on the map with no mana or anything. So maybe they were more fine than I thought.
That was a really good call to disengage, actually.
Yeah.
Dude, Ursa just gets sidekick, and it's max health
HP.
on a single overpower. This is pretty sick.
Yeah, he's maxing out sidekick here because of how, dude, they need to change how dispose and rebound scale. Like, you still get the max movement speed buff at like all levels, 45% for 5 seconds, which is how they're getting Ursa into these fights. The throw on dispose still like pulls somebody the same amount of distance. The rebound has the same cast range at all levels. Like the most useful part of these abilities don't scale at all.
I feel like dispose and rebound do scale pretty nicely, but it is
Not
one of those
compared to
things.
sidekick.
Oh, yeah, it's like one of those things that like sidekick is just so scary. All right, Lou bottom lane. They went for it, but you don't have the enough.
You see what
there.
the issue is here. Look at Lou's item build. Look at this powerful Weaver with the double Wraith Band and 2 bands of Elf Skin. This guy has 17 points of armor right now. There's no way Ursa can get through this. He could try. But he'll fail.
He's actually just as fast as the Weaver, so he's gonna try for sure. But mid lane, we might have another fight breaking out here. Is Chalice looking to get on top of the rune, but it ends up being bottom. That might have saved him, honestly. Old 11's gonna grab it instead.
Yeah, I doubt Somnus is happy about that one, but he'll get over it pretty quickly. He's working on the Lincoln Sphere, by the way. Important item pick up to be able to like block out either Winter's Curse or an Alchemist Stone. Yeah. Dude, do you like this? He's just going straight for an Aghanim Scepter to give to the Winter Wyvern, I think.
Yeah, that's the only reason the Alch exists in this game.
This I am not crazy about.
I don't think like you actually pick Wyvern here unless this was your plan all along, to be honest.
Do you like the Wyvern build, by the way? Witchblade, Boots of Travel. I imagine he'll get.
Yep.
What do you
This
think
is
he gets
like
after
the
this?
BKB. You just go like BKB, and then after that, it's probably into.
You don't think he needs like a Force Staff or something like that in order to get like away from the Ursa or the Razor?
You have Winter's Curse, and you have like team that can help you get away and stuff. I think eventually you probably go the Pike, but for now it's going to be a BKB after the Ags, almost after the Boots of Travel.
Yep. The eggs is coming out pretty quickly, by the way, but like 200 gold off of it. Certainly gets dropped from the Winter Wyvern. Otherwise, he's like a non-factor in these team fights of what he currently has. He's pretty far behind on net worth, my man. This Aghanim Scepter won't even like pull the Winter Wyvern super far ahead of Somnus. That is kind of crazy to think about. He's up like 3,000 net worth on him right now?
Like more though. There it is. It's gonna appear like more because it counts as an Ag Synth, so it's like the extra 1,600 gold as well.
No, it's not, is it?
Yeah, it counts as an Aghanim plus Scepter.
He went up 4,200.
Oh, did it?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you're right. Never mind. It did go up 4,200.
Yeah.
So now you have
math.
the Ag Wyvern. You do need to get a Kaya eventually on this hero to like sustain the Arctic Burn mana.
Dire's middle tower is under
So
attack.
at some point, I would guess he goes for the Kaya. Bottom lane. They've got themselves a kill onto Lu. That is the one hero you cannot afford to lose. Kaka setting that one up from the blink reveal on the Nyx Assassin. Beautifully done.
Yep. And this is what I was worried about with the Weaver. This Nyx Assassin first pick, by the way, is what they open with on the side of RNG.
Kaka just makes it happen, man.
Yeah. It looked almost like they wanted to set up behind this tier 1 tower, but again, Chalice is not in the position to fight yet. They're waiting on this BKB on the Razor before they're starting to take like big team fights for RNG. They don't want to wait for the Weaver on the other side though. They smoke up on 4 heroes. Dude, they're just gonna run into Kaka. If he gets away here,
Oh, he gets a Spike Carapace, has a Vendetta to work with as well. He's kind of just baiting them.
his Blink Dagger is being put on cooldown because of this Arctic Burn Spell. He gets away from this one. They commit the Zeus ult. He caught out like a 4-man smoke here.
Dude, Ghost sees ult 11, and he has no ult. They can just turn it on him right away. Kaka with the Blink stun. It's an easy kill.
Oh no.
Yeah, there it is. And they will just disengage. BYW comes on in. They drop the Golem. Ghost does have the Enrage, but he's running up into it. He gets the Enrage off just as the Winter's Curse comes through. X-Nova is there. Oh, he's got to run and fast. Ghost, you got to heal. He was given the sidekick and didn't turn around. Ends up falling instead. In comes Kaka. The stun will connect onto the Weaver, but Somnus, he's got to find something. Let's say off the mark. Callus onto the backside. Going to try and catch someone. It's going to be PYW on the Zeus, but a nice heavenly jump away. Lou, he's dusted up. He's going to be able to pop the BKB onto Chalice here. Looking to find something. It's got to... They're actually just got to disengage. They've got nothing left in the tank.
He might die. He's got... Alright, the Weaver bug cleared off of him.
They're all dead. They just stick around for way too long.
All of that just to dive an old 11 Alchemist. This guy has 3k net worth, and you dove him underneath his tier 2 tower in order to make that play happen. Nice job from XG, just realizing how quickly they're able to turn that one around. It looked dicey at first. I mean, you commit Golem, you commit Winter Wyvern ultimate to an Ursa who's just popped his Enrage, but you need to make something happen there instead of letting RNG run all over you. And they took that in such an awkward way on RNG too. Like, Lina wasn't able to quite get to the fight. The Razor had his BKB arrive in the middle of it, so he's thinking like, yeah, I'm gonna clutch out the play with this BKB reveal. Okay, they lose old 11, but that's whatever. But they mess up like a very significant timing for RNG by making that happen. And it was almost such a good play for RNG as well. Like, they scout the smoke onto several heroes. Is how that one opens with the Weaver, and they find the kill on the Alchemist, but they turn it around too fast. Overconfidence here on RNG.
Yeah, I feel like a part of that too was the they do have a ward here that's scouting Somnus. He needs to be careful. Ghost comes in though. He's gonna get his hands right on top of Paparazzi. They're able to stun him with the Spike Carapace. A big mistake there from the Wyvern. They even catch Zeus on the LSA. They just finish off all three. Double kill for Ghost on the Ursa. What I was gonna say
Go ahead.
was that you really just need to focus down the Wyvern. Like, that is like your biggest target in these fights. He has all of the net worth, almost all of the damage. If you take down Wyvern, you can kind of just ignore the rest.
Yep. Nice job. They take them into tier 1 tower and then move into Roshan immediately afterwards, and you have no problem taking this because of the sidekick. But yeah, jumping on him immediately is going to be an issue. It's essentially what Marcy is going to set up on. It's what Ursa is going to do with his Blink Dagger. And it gets even easier once you get the BKB. And at that point, you need like a BKB plus 4 staff on the Winter Wyvern, but since you got this Aghanim Scepter, you haven't farmed any gold.
Yep. He's got the boots to travel, right? So he's very fast. That is one thing. Like the Arctic burn Aghanim Scepter gives you a lot of movement speed. So you are pretty difficult to get your hands on, but for the most part, you still need another damage item, right?
Yep.
I'm curious which one he goes for. Like, you definitely keep the Witch... Like, the Witchblade is, like, always your primary damage item here on the Wyvern. After that, it can just be, like, Shadow Blade. It can... Yeah, it's what he's actually queuing up as a Shadow Blade. So you can go Shadow Blade, you can go Orchid. Just because they synergize super well with, like, your Winter's Curse, but...
A lot of time you're too far from people to be able to hit them the Orchid from, like, max attack range. But Orchid is very good, important against, like, an assassin and whatnot if he tries to get on top of you.
It's just... Eventually, he just needs the BKB. I think that's going to be such an issue. Oh, he actually gets a Grove Bow. That is about as good as it gets.
Yep. He's going to be happy about that.
It is ridiculous.
Yep. Ursa's got his BKB completed, though, and I'm pretty sure with this one, they're just going to run at them. Yeah. They've got nothing to be afraid of here. Ghost can just, like, instantly pop somebody. There's a side on him. Go for it. You've got such...
Oh, the 2 heroes stunned! What a way to start the fight. Ghost gets the BKB off. Old 11 kept alive for the moment with the Gold Embrace. There's going to be the Winter's Curse as well. Onto the Ursa. DY will take down the Golem. A nice 2 hero stun. Ursa falling low. He's got a BKB. He's still got the Aegis, however. And Alchemist just getting burst. They turn around onto Lu instead. The chain stun hold him in place. Exo with it exposed. Finds the Warlock. Goes trying to hobble away. Finally goes down. That's again the Aegis only, though. Child pops the BKB, held it the whole fight. 3-4-2. They're looking for more. They get on top of Paparazzi. He is out of mana. Ghost bringing him down from the skies. And it's going to be Somnus that snipes him in the end. Old 11 hobbling away, but it's Ghost in pursuit. They decide to back on out. The Lincoln's nice play there from Somnus to make sure Ghost does not overextend.
And then turn back around afterwards. Nice play then. Defeasibly coming in clutch to actually finishing off that Winter Wyvern. I mean, he goes through a lot of mana in his team fight just from keeping his Arctic burn up. And then all of a sudden not able to turn things around underneath his tier 3 tower because he doesn't have mana to just drop the Cold Embrace on himself. So, Aghanim Scepter, what's the word I'm looking for here? Counter-effective. I don't know in that last team fight because he ended up just burning through way too much mana when Ursa got on top of him and finish off the rest of it. But yeah, they had nothing to be afraid of there. They did their best at trying to like play defensive there, but this BKB from Ursa is terrifying.
Yeah, they're just playing so fast.
It was an excellent judgment call by Ghost there, by the way. Just switching targets from Alchemist to the Weaver immediately, despite how many Fury Swipe stacks he built up on the Alchemist, because he needed to be, he had to be able to finish off Lu like while he was stunned up there.
Yeah, it was really sick. Really, really well done. And Lu, I mean, he's got the Deso, he's got that Dragonlance, he's queuing up a Hurricane Pike. He's still decently tanky, right? But Ursa, with the sidekick, with these overpower charges, it is way too much damage from deal with PYW. Able to get away from the house for the moment, for the chasing in from X-Nova. Lu has to Sakuchi away, but Somnus on the side. They are going to be able to find the Alchemist. Hold Embrace for the moment, but self-stun is there. Not going to do a whole lot. Sidekick comes out. Paparazzi up on the high ground here. Gets the Winter's Curse, but a blink in. It ends up being wasted. The Ursa doesn't get caught by anybody, and Chalice is now providing the vision that they need. Paparazzi trying to pop away. Old 11. BKB comes out from Chalice. Going to get ran down here. Sidekick to heal him up, and goes. He's got his eyes set on someone, but who's it going to be? A nice Cold Embrace once again. He gets the blink out. Old 11's alive, and now Chalice the one in danger. The Lincoln Sphere to protect him behind the tower. Lu able to survive for the moment. One hero falls for the side of RNG, but they need to disengage. They're in so much trouble. Kaka's going to go down second.
Too far forward, and Lu is giving everyone the runaround. All right, Ghost's going to try to get on top. Ghost just dies here, man.
Does he? He's got the Enrage. He gets the BKB, jumps forward, takes down Lu. Old 11, no way out. They will just go and use the rebound. X-Nova trying to run, but due to slow from this Winter Wyvern, he's fine.
I thought for certain
Somnus, he's been caught. He does have a Lincoln's. The stun comes out too early. He's down. That's a massive kill.
They don't end up losing the Ursa there, but the Weaver was just giving the Ursa the runaround in the trees. This is something you were worried about, and why you called out the Weaver being on position 1 this game. The Ursa just not being able to touch him. So a lot of time wasted, and we can see in the fight recap, he only did 580 damage. Razor was doing everything by himself while you were trying to zone Lu out with your Ursa. But you're never going to catch him. You need one of your teammates to set that one up for you.
Yeah, they just didn't get their hands on the Wyvern, and honestly, shout out to Paparazzi. He had 2 really good cold embraces in that fight to slow things down and kind of just stall it out. It was really sick.
Yeah, and now he's realizing that he needs a bash in order to actually stay on top of these targets. A couple things, like, if they went slightly differently, they would be able to find those kills, but, like, the light trigger race slightly too slow off of the Alchemist, that was, like, server ticks off.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then, yeah, so it was kind of unfortunate. It came out just a little bit too slow.
13,000 gold advantage still for the side of RNG, despite the Winter Wyvern getting the Aghanim Scepter. Or despite, rather, like, the Alch effect, right?
Yeah. I mean, the Alchemist doesn't really exist. He's down to, like, 2k now with
Kaka. He's
Spike
having to walk
Carapace.
right under a ward. He does get the Spike Carapace stun, but I don't think he's going to find the Alch.
Yep. Oh, he walks away. All right, so we got another 2 minutes until we see when Roche is going to respawn next. This next one is going to be fairly big. It's going to have either Refresher, Shard, or Aghanim's Blessing, which could be huge. I mean, you get Aghanim's Blessing, you pass one over to Chalice, your towers are just going to melt. But they have slowed down the side of RNG. They felt invincible for a little while, but they went way too far forward with some of these team fights, and like they managed to clutch these out with like Lou giving people the runaround and Paparazzi finding the saves with the cold embraces. So confidence lost here on RNG? Question mark.
Yeah, possibly. I think they're still very strong, but they have, like I said, they still have the issue of they have to be able to get their hands on top of this Wyvern as this game goes on, because that is going to be the kill target for sure.
All right. Where are we going from here? I mean, he's heading down to the bottom lane again, potentially catch someone out. No one's coming with him, though. I think he's just scouting down here. I don't think he'll be able to find the Winter Wyvern. So the game has...
They actually just saw Kaka go invis on the Vendetta, so they know he's down here looking for someone.
Yeah, everyone else is smoked up.
I mean,
this movement makes a little bit more sense. He'd maybe be able to find somebody by himself. Then the team would be able to follow up. But they don't connect with
top lane,
anything.
though, they do see Lou. They're deeping in some heroes. Who are they going to find? Does go into a sentry. Somnus is there. They don't actually have vision at the moment.
If you get like a first
LSA comes out. They got him.
Yeah. Shadow Blade.
The tail end of the Shadow Blade, like the last second, allows him to get that stun off. Meanwhile, mid lane, they're looking for a Kaka and X-Nova. He's got a blink. Yeah, he's going to be able to stun him down. Well done there by Old 11. Finding at least a trade.
Yep. Well, 1 for 1. I mean, the Weaver much more valuable kill, but you take what you can get. And take back the outpost as well. Roshan is going to be another minute and 30 seconds until it's back up. This is going to be the next major objective for both these teams. Lena finished her BKB just now. Winter Wyvern finished is just before the last team fight as well. So, oh, and Zeus finishes at the Aghanim Scepter. Have to build it yourself, even though there's an Alchemist on your team. That doesn't feel good.
Yeah,
and speaking of Alch, going for a Heaven's Halberd. Yep.
Yeah.
Makes sense against the Razor.
I think this is fine. Like, Alch actually has to be kind of going in and dangle, right? He is a very survivable hero with Chemical Rage, and so he just needs to get into the fight, start it on the side of Extreme Gaming, and allow the Wyvern to kind of follow it up. If they don't have someone to do that, they're in a lot of trouble. Somnus, though, does manage to find an Enchanted Quiver on his way to a Silver Edge. He's closing in on that one.
We are like 100 gold away from Refresher Orb as well, so we can have that for the next Rush Radio on Chalice. It's actually going to be pretty easy for RNG, I imagine. Who already set up around the pit, and Kaka is playing pretty close to it as well. You'll scout them out.
Is it Yules now as well, and he's queuing up the Aeon Disc. I like this build a lot. Like, he just needs to be able to stay in the fights as much as he can and disrupt with the Spike Carapace.
Yep. Both teams have just found like so many items.
Look, oh, Kaka. He saw them channeling the stun on the high ground. They immediately drop his sentry. Like, they have to see us, right? But
yeah.
Not today. They actually smoke up here on the side of RNG. Is they're gonna go for a wrap around, potentially through top lane.
Yeah.
There's a nice ward here that would break this smoke and give vision on the Kaka. They drop the ward up onto the high ground. They find 11 with the stun. Ghost comes in, but there's going to be the goal of the enraged, protecting him for the moment, able to keep himself alive with that Satchel. 11 tries to get out with the fourth staff. Chalice with the BKB, with the refresher, trying to get his hands on top of someone. Paparazzi's up on the high ground. But you're taking so much damage from this double Eye of the Storm, and Paparazzi is dead! Just destroyed by the Lightning Revenants, and now Lou, the next target here, they're just getting zapped to pieces! Oh my goodness, Chalice!
Yeah, I mean, this is the timing that they were waiting for. The Refresher Orb finish on the Razor. He takes that team fight with his BKB as well. Hey, I don't know what you're expecting there. The Winter Wyvern has to put himself in a position like super far forward in order to be able to save his teammates, but you're such an awkward angle, even though you have flying movement there. The Razor's still got like free vision of you, being able to spam out his plasma field. So huge damage coming in from Razor. I want to see how much damage he did in that last team fight.
He did 6,900 damage.
Nice.
Yeah. He did more damage than the entire side of Extreme Gaming. Like, the thing was, is not only was like the double BKB sick, but it was actually the double blink that allowed him to close the gap onto the Wyvern.
Yeah.
Like, it was so sick. And once you're on top of a Wyvern as a Razor with a double Eye of the Storm, plus the strike interval talent at level 20, like, the Wyvern went from like 16 armor to negative 20 in a matter of seconds.
Yeah. And look, I mean, they get the 5-man wipe, so they run that as efficiently as they can. They send 2 heroes. They send heroes down to the bottom lane or declare the tier 3, and they send Ursa back to the Roshan to grab that as everything's happening. It means they
He's
don't.
got an X.
Yeah. He's got an Aghanim Scepter. It was on the Roche.
Yeah, that was from the Roche. So he has the Enrage cooldown as well as the ability to use it while disabled, which is just massive. They're going to find Lou here on the bottom wave. Just absolutely destroyed by Somnus. Ghost feeling very tanky, of course. Has the Abyssal Blade. He might be able to stun up the old 11. Nice Halberd come through, but he's got that Enrage status resistance, so just going to play with that one. Oh, Winter Wyvern with the Winter's Curse onto Somnus. The BKB protecting him. He's just dumping the damage here into the Alchemist. Kaka goes in. He finds the Wyvern on the backside. Chalice comes in as well on the front. Doing what he can, but Halberd again protecting him. Ghost just goes in, takes down DY. He's able to buy back into this game, but Ghost, he's pretty deep. Pops the Enrage once again, continuing to just do the damage and disengage Chalice's second BKB. Committed. Managed to get the first life on the Ursa. Question is, can they get him out? He gets the blink. He's going to be safe. So Elena Barracks, you take down Lou, you force a buyback on DY, and all you get is an Aegis RNG looking incredibly strong.
This is a 32k net worth advantage right now. The Alchemist is on the team that's losing. This is pretty rough at the moment. They've got like a lot of ability to outplay RNG in team fights. Everything goes exactly their way. Like they can kite around the Ursa. The Winter Wyvern can like get the Cold Embrace the moment he gets his hands onto somebody, but it just gets harder and harder. We've seen what an issue Chalice is. So you're so focused on kiting out this Ursa, the Chalice just runs down 2 of your teammates with like the double Eye of the Storm after he gets on top of you with Blink. There's very little kiting Chalice at this point, and it shows that they understood this very well on the side of RNG, because Chalice was on the other side of the map farming by himself the majority of this game. They knew that this is what they needed to do. Yes, it's super easy to kite the Ursa, but while you're doing that, and that's taking all your attention, Chalice gets to do whatever he wants in these fights.
Yeah. And the thing is like Kaka has played such an incredible game here on the Nyx Assassin. Like, he sees some attacks coming out from the Wyvern, like super far back, just blinks in, throws a blind impale, happens to find the Wyvern, and it just creates an opening for them to just dive the rest of the team. And you throw the Winter's Curse onto Somnus. You don't actually kill the Lina, which, I mean, if you don't manage to do that, speaking of Lina, he finds Blue Bottom. Oh my god, he just blows him up. Remember what I said where Somnus just needs to carry the game from the Lina? Oh, I mean, he's finding a way.
Yeah, I mean, regardless of if Ghost doesn't pop off, Lina is going to. And Chalice shoving in the mid tower here. I mean, you don't have to use the cheese anymore, but you're up nearly... We're getting close to the 40k net worth lead, Mark. They're just sitting on high ground. They've got great heroes for it. We're driving and trying to fight easily. Zeus can spam out waves. Winter Wyvern is sitting so far back. But each time, Kaka gets more confident. Like, I have no doubt in my mind he's about to blink on top. Yep.
Oh, there it is. Ports the BKB. Abyss comes out from Ghost. He's going to respond with his own. And Paparazzi gets his bashed. He's dead. Has buyback. On the backside, Chalice blinks and aggressively gets on top of PYW. Double Eye of the Storm is going. He just goes right to the fountain looking for the Wyvern. Winter's Curse is there. He's going to respond with a second BKB. Old 11 cannot throw the stun onto anyone. The damage has been done. Double buyback from the side of Extreme Gaming and Ghost. He's just looking for his next victim here.
He can't get on top of it. Is he going to try? No. Not worth it. But Somna's sitting so far back, clearing out those racks. He's ended up going for the attack speed talent here, or sorry, attack green talent here at 25. So right-clicking monster.
Yeah.
Able to siege from super far away.
It's a counter to the Wyvern, right? You close the gap at all. Wyvern no longer has the range advantage.
Yeah, 43 cannons event. Everything you have is on cooldown as well. This next team fight is going to be a slaughter. I really don't think there's anything for Kaka to be afraid of. He just about has the money for an Aeon disc. Didn't buy the recipe though. I think probably saving money for buyback just in case. But here we go. The fact that he pops Vendetta here, the moment he gets like any information about people sitting on the high ground, I mean, he just goes on Zeus first. But...
Ghost just no cares, goes up onto the high ground, looking for someone, gets the slow on the DY in a rage, of course, able to protect him. Kaka with the Spike Carapace. I mean, you just can't kill this Ursa, man. He's got a Satanic, he's got the Axe and the Shard, so you just constantly have the damage reduction from that Enrage up. There's no real good burst onto him. Now Somnus sitting up with this sidekick, doing a ton of damage to this barracks. He's slowed for the moment, taking a lot of damage. Has just popped the BKB, and Ghost just jumps in again. Pops his Enrage, gonna try and walk away. Somnus finishing off the melee barracks. He's gonna be safe, but Chalice goes in. We get Force Staffed away. Pomperanzi will be safe. Razor, stunned up for the moment. Big Winter's Curse ends up getting reflected back the other way. And now Ghost goes in. Abyssal Blade onto the Weaver. He doesn't get the time lapse. The damage from the Ursa, just too much DY, trying to hobble away, but he's not going to get a chance. Laguna from Somnus finished off. The GG comes out, and my God, RNG dominating the CN DPC.
Putting them at 5-1 now, not dropping a single game here to the side of Extreme. And this game, not close at all. 49k net worth advantage here at 36 minutes. He closes one out on Ricky. I think that this might be the highest net worth lead in this amount of time I have seen in a couple of months now.
For me, this might be almost ever. Like to be honest, like I don't know if I've seen this much of a net worth advantage in a 36-minute game in my entire life, 37-minute game in my entire life. But this is just phenomenal play from the side of RNG. I mean, this is kind of what I expected coming into the series. I did favor RNG as like pretty heavily, but yeah, they're looking so good. No one's gonna stop these guys.
Looking on another level right now, and they are at the top of the leaderboard as it stands. 5-1, as Neff mentioned. Their last game remaining is against PSG LGD, but in the form they're in, I think you actually needed PSG LGD back in their form to try and contest against this RNG squad. Absolute demolition from them. Almost felt like they did everything that you would want them to do perfectly in a game like this. They understood that, yeah, we're going to be dealing with this Alchemist, getting an early Aghanim Scepter, feeding it towards this Winter Wyvern. What's the one threat we have against this? Nyx Assassin Kaka, if he buys Blink, what are we going to do? We're going to give him farm priority for a couple of minutes to make sure he gets that Blink Dagger. And Kaka, Nyx, Neff, we have to talk about this. This hero, let's keep it 100, right? This hero is actually not that good. But Kaka makes it look like this should be first pick, first bad material every single game with how well he performed at this game.
I think that Nyx Assassin is very good, but Kaka brings this thing to another level. He is a absolute psycho with just like jumping to the high ground and like initiating team fights both on his line and his Nyx Assassin. He always finds amazing initiations for his teams. We saw like some sick double impales in the early game, but he has like no fear jumping paparazzi on the back line. He's like, team, either you come with me and jump on this Winter Wyvern or I will die. You must have confidence in me. It is a lot of fun watching him play the Knicks, and the man definitely popped off at Stop Pop Runs. He can be able to do anything on the back line. Such a quick Blink Dagger coming out from him, and amazing setup with both his Spike Carapace and his Impales that allowed them to punish them. I think they were just like built different with this lineup. The Marcy and the Ursa work so well together. I'm going to be surprised if we don't see this more often. And maybe it wins you guys over a little bit. Maybe you think that Ursa's an okay hero. No, maybe it's with Marcy. Maybe just a little bit, Ricky.
I mean, this was like if you're gonna play Ursa, this is like the only way to play it, in my opinion. I think like the farming Ursa, where you go like Battle Fury and try and like go late game, I think is just a disaster. They have a lineup that actually really does take advantage of a really fast diffusal, primarily the Marcy, right, who can help accelerate that. And then you have Razor with a quick BKB. You have Nyx Assassin, who's constantly searching for heroes. So they're just a death squad, basically. And it worked out great. Like, they just did not allow Extreme Gaming to get onto the map. And Somnus just farmed,
actually.
like, Somnus just farmed. Like, this guy is so enormous on Alina. Like, it is ridiculous.
Look what a
Somnus
small.
carries.
This was one good team fight from side. Thank you for highlighting something that Extreme Gaming did well. Production. I mean, diving this Alchemist who had 3k net worth under his tier 2 tower. It takes longer. He's got the armor bonus there. They drop the goal and they use Winter Weapon all. And you think that maybe he's going to get away, but they do manage to finish him off. He doesn't turn on the targets to the sidekick. So the one time where they took initiative themselves on the side of Extreme Gaming, it was nice to see. This was a rare misplay from Chalice's game as well. So his BKB's coming in the middle of the team fight, and he knows it, and he thinks he's going to be like able to turn this team fight around with all this information. But he's taking so much damage here from how long that Weaver bug is on him. He lost so much HP, man. And Somnus, I think, even ends up clearing it off of him there, but it's just far too late at that point. But after that, it was all RNG for the rest of the game.
Yeah. This is when it really just snowballed out of control, was this mid fight. They just clean up all three. They get the mid tier 1 tower, and then Kaga with an incredible 2-hero stun. Like, the thing is, just like this chaotic offering, you're like, yeah, it's really good at turning fights, but not against an Ursa who's just gonna be enraged, right? Like, Ghost did such a good job at making sure when he initiated a fight, he was coming out of Earthshock, so he's always has the enrage buff, that extra status resistance, and he just kills whatever target he really wants to kill.
Especially considering that X-Nova's always right next to him, providing him with the necessary sidekick, so he's always in good stead. This Ghost Ursa, to the old guys' points about how quickly he was able to progress in this game, the Diffusal Blade that he picked up for himself, obviously it will surprise you very little to hear it was the fastest on the patch, but Neff, how good do you feel hearing that it's the 5th fastest of all time that's ever been picked up on that hero? Ghost really showed up today in the series. I must say, another hero that we have to pay close attention to. Sure, they had that great interplay between himself and the Marcy, but the way that Chalice played this Razor, yet again, demonstrating how good of a player he is in general, but perfectly itemizing for this game to just perfectly prevent XG from doing anything. And don't you just love how he always would wait until he saw Unstable Concoction coming out first, then he would BKB, just forcing them to always waste any of the spells that they would rather use on a more priority target.
Yeah, that and Somnus, dropping the Lincoln Sphere whenever the Unstable Concoction is like midair. They placed around the support Alchemist super effectively. You really could not feel his presence post laning phase, and in the laning phase it was okay at first, but then it very quickly fell off. So I'm not a fan of these Alchemists dropping Aghanim Scepters on teammates. I feel like it's too easy to counter out a lot of things his hero does. That one was impressive there by Ghost, by the way.
This is the fight, isn't it? This is the Chalice double blink destroying Wyvern.
Yeah. Destroying Wyvern, destroying the Alchemist, just
Double
forcing them all away from here.
Oh, he didn't even have to
This
use
was
the blink.
so
He
good.
just finds him. This was like, just watch,
Very, very good.
dude. His health just evaporates. It is ridiculous.
Yeah, and you have your BKB, but unfortunately it doesn't really prevent anything.
Nope. Speaking of some of these heroes, Alchemist Neff, we spoke to Chalice at some point, and he believes that this hero kind of sucks in large measure when you play it in this fashion, that you have to build this Aghanim Scepter. He thinks that it's better as a carry hero heads up rather than playing it in this fashion. Speaking of carry heroes, though, Lou, rough performance. I think the divorce, I'm serving him papers right now. The love affair is over. But what went wrong? Everything it felt like went wrong on this game for the Weaver. The build, I don't think, did enough for him, but I don't know, it didn't necessarily feel like he was very comfortable playing on this Weaver, right? There were times where he was very far forward without really a reliable method of getting himself back. And it's just way too easy for this Ursa to jump on top of you. We're going to see it in this fight as well. He jumps you, in a couple seconds, you're just gone, dead. No time for time lapse. And this just kept happening over and over and over again. Could he have built differently to try and avoid this particular fate?
I don't think so, with how far ahead they were on the side of Extreme. RNG. You kind of expected this to happen, though, and your Weaver was supposed to be effective, like punishing RNG, and kind of did. You managed to dive Chalice behind his tier 1 tower when Nyx moved up to the top in order to find some kills, and you kite Ursa around in the team fights. If he gets on top of you, you fail, but I don't think they expect to be in a position where they're playing from that far behind. You're kind of a victim of circumstance on this Weaver. It would have been good if it was good, but they were too far behind for him to be able to use it that effectively.
Yeah,
I agree.
Unfortunately.
I was gonna say, I think if Weaver has net worth this game, it's actually a pretty scary hero, like for them to deal with. Like if he has like a Lincoln, Scotty, and like Daedalus, right? Like if he's on par with some of these other cores on the side of RNG, like this hero is actually really, really difficult for them to deal with. But I mean, he finished the game with like 12.2k net worth. Like you just don't have any way of competing. You're in a completely different class of your own.
And what makes it worse here, Ricky, is not the fact that Justice Weaver didn't get the game that he needed. Given that they are playing with old 11, you mentioned it yourself at the beginning of the game. They're not necessarily playing with a core. He's more just like a highly upgraded support, feeding away most of his net worth to his allies. So he can't contribute that in damage in the fights. And you have this mid laner in the Winter Wyvern that requires one really good spell to feel very effective in these fights. It felt like it was Lou against the world in these situations. And they managed to run this tricore very effectively on RNG. Half these fights, we'd see Ghost go in, wait until they use all their spells. Enrage, he's out. All right, cool. Now Somnus is it. He's got BKB. You've almost got him down. He backs off. Now you have to deal with double Eye of the Storm BKB on this Razor. This Tricore type of situation, what can you do to deal with it if you don't draft the Tricore yourself?
So, okay, I actually have some insight to this because I asked this exact question to, gosh, who do we have? I can't remember exactly who it was, but I did ask this question in an interview recently. And they said specifically that they don't like the Alchemist because in whether you run it as a core or as a support, it creates this kind of all-in single core type of draft. And it struggles immensely to a tri-core lineup. Teams that just like pick 3 cores that can fight, all they have to do is find this one hero, and then suddenly the game just falls apart. And
that was the Eho Master Ares.
that's what it was, right? Aster Ares was talking about it.
Yep.
I believe. Okay, yeah. So this was something I asked him. I was like, I don't understand why people keep like they were first phase in the Alker, I think both games, and it just looked really rough. And that was kind of their insight. They're like, yeah, we don't think it is as good as people think. Like it kind of forces you into this solo core, and it gets punished super easily.
Yep, this game, RNG do manage to punish it, and they do manage to walk away with a 2-0 victory. And now, of course, we're going to have them directly to talk about said game. So let us bring in Ghost, carry player of this RNG team, to talk to us about this game. Of course, Marshall helping us out with the translation on the side. Ghost, congratulations on this victory. This officially makes you leaders in the region. With one game left against PSG LGD, talk to us about how confident you are in winning that game. And also, do you have awareness in your team that y'all are one game away from qualifying for TI? And if you do, how is the team handling that kind of pressure right now?
I think against LGD, they're still a strong team. Like I never think about it yet. Like we'll just prepare after, like maybe tomorrow. And about the TI, I don't really think about it yet. I'm just gonna focus on this DPC first.
Makes sense. Speaking of this DPC, actually, Ghost, you, of course, were picked up by RNG sometime last season towards the tail end of it. You've come up through the ranks. You weren't necessarily a very well-known name towards everybody throughout the world. So talk to us about what your journey's been like within RNG and what the environment is like versus some of the other teams that you've been on in the past.
Not that much, I think, but like for sure, RNG, your like the other 4 teammates, they're all like really experienced, so they teach me a lot. I learned a lot from day one. I think I improved a lot from day one. Yeah, that's it.
Absolutely. Improving by leaps and bounds is what we like to see from RNG. Nefgun, you've been very much a fan of this RNG squad. We have the carry player on our hands here. Do you want to talk to him and ask him some questions?
Absolutely. My first question for you is I want to ask you about this Ursa Marcy combination that you had. This thing looked incredibly broken with the extra movement speed buff that you got. It let you not put any points into Earthshock. Are you surprised more teams aren't going for this? And do you think that people are going to copy you?
I think people don't really pick because of the Viper off lane. Because a lot of people pick Viper off lane, like I can see from other region also. About people copying, I'm not sure. It depends on them.
Fair enough. So yeah, just like being able to break the passives would stop that from being super effective. It looks super ownage though, so I imagine everyone is going to be following what you're doing because everyone seems to follow the Chinese region. Right now, you guys are the top team of what a lot of people consider the top region. So you're the innovators now.
Yeah, I think it's
Ricky, you
pretty
got
because
anything?
you don't really need to learn first skill because of it.
Yeah.
Cryptic,
I
while
mean,
we
where
have
to even
Ghost here, you
start,
want to
man?
highlight
Like,
him quite quick?
yeah, it's like, where to even begin? Like, I have always seen Ursa kind of struggle a lot, but in this series, I love the way you played it super aggressively. I do want to ask you about this Alchemist hero though, because it feels like you guys just respond to it by just running full force into their whole lineup. Like, what was your game plan when you saw the Alchemist come out in the draft?
Um, I think like our coach prepared for it. We know there are alchemists most likely is a post tree, so
Okay.
we are just okay with it. So we come up with a Asa MRC.
Okay, so that makes sense. Yeah, I was curious because a lot of teams try to run this in the support in the 5, but you guys actually expect it to be the position 3. So that's what you're saying.
Mhm. Yep.
Nice. Okay, makes sense.
Something that I wanted to ask you as well, Ghost. A lot of the time in the past couple of seasons, we've seen that the team that has sort of led the meta within China has been PSG LGD, to the degree where Laden was speaking to us a while back, and he said that he thinks that the easiest way to progress in Dota right now is just copy what LGD is doing. LGD obviously not looking so hot right now, and of course, your team is at the very top of the leaderboard. So where do you guys look to for inspiration? Whose ideas basically are you like, whoa, that's actually really good. We should think about incorporating that.
I think from everyone, if you play pubs, like you actually can learn a lot of things from pubs, and not that much. I think I just listen to coach do all the drafting. He picked me Asa, then I play Asa.
Shout out to Coach Super for always having those kind of ideas. Before we let you go here, Ghost, give a final shout out. Let us know more about who in the team. Obviously, Super, you just said, is the one that gives all the ideas, who's preparing all these strategies. But when things are going rough inside of the game, who's the person in the team that lifts everybody's mood, lifts everybody's spirits, and allows you to still stay mentally positive to win?
I think mostly Somnus and maybe and Kaka. Somnus and Kaka.
Some Mr. Kaka. I mean, Kaka definitely is a leader in his own right, so that certainly makes sense. With that, though, Ghost, we are going to let you go. You have a very important series against PSG LGD to prepare for, a series with major ramifications. So good luck for that one. Enjoy it, have fun, and once again, congratulations for winning here today in such convincing fashion.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. So that is Ghost from the side of RNG joining us. New carry player. Seems like an old hand at this point. And Neff, he was mentioning it there. Improving, he feels like, in very big bounds. And if we compare him, because his first debut on the squad was in the regional finals after season 2, compare that Ghost to now, night and day difference, doesn't it? It feels like he's learned, probably of all the players in the region right now, it feels like he's improved the most in the shortest span of time.
Sounds like he's learned to listen to his coach and just have complete faith in them. That's what it was sounding like from my end. Huge respect to Super for putting in all that work and making the team believe in him like that. But he's like, yeah, whatever my coach says I play. I'm going to listen to him. He comes up with these ideas. I'm glad they have that level of trust because it seemed like RNG was a little bit discombobulated in season 1, but no longer the case, obviously.
Yep. No longer the case. I mean, not only do they have a great coach in Super, not only have they gotten Ghost, who's been improving quite a lot, but it feels like here, our Cryptic, the inclusion of Kaka. We saw this IG squad where he left immediately fall apart and just lack leadership. And it's almost like he joins RNG and immediately they look like they're a much more cohesive unit. I'm imagining that even if Ghost had joined without Kaka, things wouldn't have necessarily looked this crisp. But Kaka, not only is he great on leadership, but he just enables you so much in the draft, right? You have now 4 or 5 heroes that every team has to look out for in the first phase. Otherwise, you guaranteed lose against the squad. It's such a great boon to have such a player, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, we can look at game 1 as like the the main reason why like he is such a dominant player, right? Like his Tiny absolutely destroyed that game. And Extreme, like they just didn't really have an answer for it. And game 2, of course, like the Nyx Assassin was still very powerful. He didn't have as much of a game impact, but I think part of it was just like their draft was much stronger. And with the insight from Ghost now is like they expected a 3 alk. They had already planned a draft to deal with it. And yeah, you can see right there, like it worked out great. Like they just knew exactly what they wanted to do. That's just a good coach, man. I don't know what to say. 5-1, top of the charts. These guys look unstoppable.
They are flying here, top of the charts indeed. 5-1 with 15 points for themselves. Extreme Gaming, this was their last game here in the third tour of the Chinese DPC. So their run will end at 4-3, which means unless some miracles happen, it's almost guaranteed they're going to be tiebreakers. As the Aries is going to be taking on Dandelion Esports Club. Vici Gaming is taking on eHome. Both of those squads are at the very bottom of the ranking board. So it's quite possible that we could have ourselves a 3-way tie for that 4th position. So Extreme Gaming definitely not going to be super happy about their result here today. Of course, that does mean that their fate is no longer in their hands. They have to rely on results from the series of Team Aster. They have to rely on Aster Aries and Vici dropping games. And Neff, they have to keep hoping that this LGD slide continues, because if LGD decides that they can just warm up for the last 2 series, suddenly we have even more chaos with several teams sitting at 4-3.
Yeah, I'm not sure RNG will continue I don't think PSG LGD will continue their slump, unfortunately, for these other teams. I think they'll probably pick themselves back up. They're currently sitting in 6th. If the theory is to be believed, and they're not trying their hardest so everyone can have more DPC points, I don't think they'll allow themselves to go 7th to 8th here. I don't think they'll drop to Division 2. So these next couple of games, I imagine, if in theory they're trying to maximize the points for their region, they'll shoot for 5th, 6th, which makes things kind of scary coming up here.
I would expect PSG LGD to get absolutely destroyed by RNG. Like I don't think the series is going to be close. Yeah. I'm going to say RNG is going to 2-0 them, and that is my prediction. I don't think. The RNG looks way too good. Like they hit something earlier, and they hit their stride earlier in the season. Every single series they've played so far has been so dominant. Every game that they have played has looked completely in their control. And PSG LGD, they haven't had that. They haven't had a good season, and I think it's very likely they're going to get 2-0'd by RNG, which will put PSG LGD at a potential tiebreaker for 7th. So that is something they have to be very concerned about.
I mean, if that ends up happening, suddenly PSG LGD, the first team to be confirmed for this year's TI, would also be the first team to find themselves going to Div 2 while still going to TI itself. That would be a hilarious set of circumstances, but it would not be too surprising considering how competitive this region can be and considering how strong RNG look right now, especially considering, let us not forget that if RNG were to win that final series against PSG LGD, not only does it guarantee them top seed in the DPC group, right now they're guaranteed 2nd, but then they'd not only be guaranteed 1st, but it would also give them enough points to just barely creep into the top 12 and guarantee qualification towards TI. A lot to play for here. So the next day of Dota, it's going to be a big one for everybody involved. Before we go out, Neff, Ricky already gave us his blistering prediction of what's going to happen in that series. I want to bring your attention to another series there, because we saw Team Aster creeping in right behind RNG. They've certainly seemed like the 2nd best squad within the region, over and above everybody else except RNG. Do you think they'll make good on that being 2nd place good enough to win their final series, get themselves into 2nd place, or are they also going to drop down and find themselves involved in some more tiebreaker action?
I want to see more tiebreakers. Make more tiebreakers happen. And that's all I got to say. I want to see them tied with Aster Aries coming up here. And have them have to play against each other again. Because last time Aster just like completely bodied them, right? These were pretty one-sided games. But I think after being in the Div 1 ZN DPC is like the hyperbolic time chamber, okay? You have to play against some of the best teams in the world over like a somewhat short period of time. You discriminate against them as well. I think things would be somewhat different if they have a rematch now. That is like one of the best timelines for me. If the academy team manages to overcome the main roster by the end of the season, so let them be ties. Let them be ties.
Team Aster, if you are listening, please stop practicing right now. Nef needs his entertainment. Nets needs some chaos. And please make sure that there's more tiebreakers for us to indulge and engage in. With that, though, we are going to be closing things out for the day. This has been the Division 1 of the Chinese DPC. RNG demolishing Extreme Gaming. Strong 2-0 from them. Guaranteed second place. Guaranteed a major slot. One more game for them to guarantee TI itself. We'll hope they can make it there, and we'll hope that we see you when those games kick off bright and early on Sunday morning. Until then, this has been Snare, joined by R Cryptic and Nef Sensei. Make sure that you go and follow Nef Sensei and R Cryptic on their socials. Make sure you're following Perfect World Esports as well, and make sure that you are here with us bright and early on Sunday to continue this incredible DPC action.
英雄之前，你不曾拥有姓名。通向终点的路很长，但谁也无法预知结局。有人前倾暗影，谋而后动；有人拼尽全力，克敌机先。没有对与错，只有速度是唯一的答案。奔跑吧，在到达终点之前。